four-wheel optimist, isn't it?
Yes.
Three of them.
You must be pleased with the total though from yesterday.
I think they did well.
Yeah, really well.
I'm sorry we left earlier.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, because
We saw it on the... Well, the thing was, we'd invited some friends for a meal and a catch-up.
nice.
We thought, well, might as well be there.
Sure. Yes.
In the warm and
Yeah.
drinking
Social
out.
atmosphere, drinking rounds, and of course we watched it. Yeah.
And we watched it. They were good.
Oh well, there you are. It's funny because I'm not driving at the moment. I was replying to my daughter picking me up, and when they declared, I misunderstood, and I
morning to our early arrivals today. Welcome to leg 3 of this WPA County Championship match between Somerset and Sussex. Our match sponsors and supporters for cricket are University Centre Somerset, an organisation that values individual talents, aspirations and unique paths their students take on their journey to success. Just about textbooks and tests, it's about cultivating confidence, nurturing skills, providing practical real-world experiences Very good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, Somerset's live stream, where Somerset are taking on Sussex in the Rothesay County Championship. And day 3 here, a rain-interrupted second day, but I must say that Somerset have been very clinical for the amount of time that has been played. Magnificent centuries from Tom Abel and Craig Overton, chalking up his second 100 of the year. He's in fine batting form. He's also picked up a wicket last night to reduce Sussex for 22 to 22 for 1. And I have the great pleasure to tell you that I'm joined by Vic Marks this morning. Good morning, Vic.
Hello,
and,
Pete.
Yeah, a very professional performance from Somerset to put them into this position.
Yeah. I mean, they scored pretty quickly yesterday, and inevitably Tom Abel got his almost flawless 100, I'd say. And Overton got there as well with a little hiccup. He gave a chance on 99, but Ollie Robinson, who was at short mid-on, couldn't hang on to a difficult catch, and then the 100 came. And a key wicket just before the close. They leant off in the middle of an Alfie Ogborn over, so he's going to start. I've just seen the big heavy roller going up and down. I never really understood rollers, but they sort of think, they used to think,
well, they're heavy and they compress the ground, Vic, if you need clarification.
But they used to think, be careful, you don't want him to break it up. I don't think wickets break up anymore like that. So you'd be wary on a slightly crumbly pitch of using the heavy roller in the old days, because you thought it might break it up more. But now I think it just makes it better for batting by and large.
Yeah, I think the heavy roller on wickets that are prone to plating and cracking can disturb the service, but normally down here at Taunton it smooths things out a little bit, which is something the Somerset bowlers don't want to see. You remember, you always mention about when I go out to the middle, have I taken my keys with me? And, those pitches in Australia with the heavy roller on, those plates start to dislodge a little bit in places like Perth. And I can't think of too many grounds in England when there's that plated cracked effect. Maybe Trent Bridge, Headingley sometimes can crack.
Maybe
but not many.
You're more up to date. I mean, I did play in Perth where there'd be these huge plates, rock hard.
Certainly nothing that's going to get...
You had to hit the cracks, though.
Yeah,
In Perth, it was so hard that the plates was rock solid and came on beautifully, but just the odd one would hit the crack, and then anything could happen.
Lose the ball. Oh, Ogborne.
That's right. Didn't Kirtley bowl one year? They got lodged in the crack or something when he propelled it. Anyway,
just what you need. Well, no danger of hitting any cracks. 3 yards down the leg side. Ogborne's radar's a little bit off this morning.
Yeah, this lad's a right
early
hand.
days, but hopefully he can get it in the right area to Carson this morning. That's a better line there.
He's a good night watchman, Carson. He's high quality for a night watchman. I think he's got at least 100 this year. They're about a long way down, I was learning last night. Robinson is now coming in number 10. He got 100 the other day.
Yeah, well, after last week, Vic, I think there's no more team in world cricket that would fear a night watchman rather than Somerset.
That's true.
The efforts of...
I think Carson's pedigree is rather better than Hadley's.
Oh, flicked off his legs. Just past Archie Vaughan at a leg slip. Went like a whistle down to the boundary. Jack Leach just jogging round, collecting that from the boundary, the first runs of the morning, and it's a 4. Yeah, radar slightly awry at the moment from Ogborne. Yeah, quite a lot of play lost yesterday. Sussex trailing by 500, so certainly a bit of scoreboard pressure on. I don't think the Somerset batters will be expecting to bat again this game, hopefully.
Well,
they can take some wickets, and the only sort of course to a victory is making Sussex follow on. But that's a fair way away. But we obviously like to be relatively optimistic.
Yeah, it certainly has looked pretty friendly for batting on. Certainly throughout yesterday, where Sussex were sort of sitting back and nobody taking their punishment, really. We didn't see Robinson bowl at all yesterday. And it actually zipped around in the first 10 minutes, and then I think they might have gone off very quickly. They all beat back 3 or 4 times in the 10 minutes, then they went off, and they came back on. And probably, I think mistakenly, they thought they'd go short ball with Crocombe, who's relatively quick. Well, then that got the runs coming. And
yeah, I think day one you were frustrated. There weren't many bounces bowled, but you always sense that unless you've got real pace against someone that's known to be weak against the short ball, it's quite an easy paced pitch when you get the ball in around the chest head area to have a good dip at it as a batter, and also it's very difficult to control the run rate. I mean, when you do bowl short, the ball can fly anywhere, can't it?
I mean, when I mentioned that on the first day, I was advocating the odd surprise bouncer, not a stream, and Crocombe had a go, particularly at Overton, who, of course, had a fair idea what was coming, so he belted one over that new temporary stand over there quite easily.
Well, he has been in tremendous batting form, and just looking at the lads out there now, and certainly something that I remember as a player, you're on the treadmill of games, but now not playing, you kind of start to feel for the bowlers. You know, it wasn't many days ago that Overton bowled 35 in a day. Nice movement there away from the left-hander. Certainly not at full pace at the moment, and you can see why. It's one of those very lengthily debated things about county cricket as opposed to state cricket in Australia. There's plenty of breaks in between the first class games, whereas with the Vitality Blast block and the 100. You know, they've crammed in a lot of first-class cricket into a short space of time, and I think the challenge, you know, is not only quality; it's having the energy levels to keep on bowling. Bowled an awful lot of overs in this first month of the season.
He bowled a lot at Cardiff, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it's something near 35 towards the end of that second innings. He bowled an awful lot.
I mean, I've never really worked it out, but I would like a restructure of the schedule. I would like to see some 50-over cricket early season and break up this block of 6 right at the start. There's too many too soon in not very nice conditions actually for 4-day cricket very often in April there. I think you could mix up some 50-over games with some red ball and not. It wouldn't. I know the coaches love blocks, but I don't think it would damage any of the players to have a bit of a mix of championship. And I also think it's almost inevitable now, and I would now welcome it, that you've got to start playing championship cricket during the 100.
Nice shot there from Hughes. Short, wide outside off stump and well put away for 4.
To stop championship cricket being just bookending at the end of the season, the beginning of the season, which is not the perfect times for, certainly not for the players to play, but also for the spectators. It's freezing cold very often. I mean, you've got to admire them. They keep coming.
I think it's always based around, you know, certainly the narrative that comes from England is keeping the quick bowlers fresh, and the reality is, you know, for Craig Overton, take him as the example, he's probably going to bowl somewhere in the region of 100 overs in about a 10-day period. Very difficult to be at your best all the way through that. And you know, we had a look at how Ollie Robinson, who's obviously back in the England squad now, managed himself through, what did he bowl, a dozen or so overs in very short spells.
Yeah. I mean, you're right.
It's tough.
You're right. But I'll just remind you, but not that I'm advocating a return to that, but if you look at the overs bowled just in championship cricket or first class cricket in my day, you would have seamers, pace bowlers bowling 800 or 900 overs a season. Now, obviously, perhaps not with the same intensity because you were playing day after day after day. I don't advocate going back to that at all. Good stop though. He almost got the inside edge there. Did that swing or anything? I don't know. I haven't seen much swing in this match, but he certainly got the inside edge. So yeah, that was the workload of. Well, a spinner would bowl 800 or 900 overs without blinking, and quite a few of the pace bowlers would get that far, somewhere around 800, but certainly 600-700. I'm not, but I agree that you need to give them space to recover and be available to play most of the games too. That's better. He's got his line a bit better this over.
Yeah, it's been nice. Good come back over from Ogbourne. Pace and movement back in towards Carson. Yeah, I suppose that's where a lot of clubs have to delve into the depth of the squad, and I think it's important now when if you're genuinely challenging for the championship, you have to have the battery of seamers, and you know, it was certainly when the word rotated came into the psyche of the club, and obviously every player wants to play every game, but you know, I think it's become quite normal that even if you're in good form, there might be a rotation out of the team to give yourself a bit of time to recover.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues though for Somerset this start of the season, I mean, it would be easy if it weren't 6 in a row. The need to rotate, but Overton, of course, has played every game, and he's got to play every game because he's batting so well. But then you go into a game and think, well, we won't bowl Craig too much, but then stuff happens and he ends up bowling because the situation demands it. So he's played every game. And played very well. He's particularly with the bat, but he's bowling better and better. Some it varies from bowler to bowler, because some bowlers just thrive on work and get into rhythm and probably don't do much in between or anything between games. Some bowlers nowadays can kind of prime themselves for that test match with barely any cricket, reasonably effectively.
Yeah, well, I know when I was up at Trent Bridge and, Broady would come in, not play, but he would come in and bowl in the practice sessions before a test match. And so, yeah, virtually no cricket leading up, just have 3 or 4 net sessions with Pete Moores and the Nottinghamshire lads. And
that would do it.
Then rock up for England and take 5 for. Didn't seem to affect him too much. Yeah, I think the Somerset captain will certainly be leaning on the magic nut to get through some overs, give the seamers some respite. Archie Vaughan has had great success here with his off spin at Taunton as well, so expect to see a fair bit of spin being bowled today, but it'd be great from a Somerset perspective if they can take a couple of these top order wickets to make that, to expose the middle order to a little bit of pressure. And they've started nicely, the Somerset pair, but equally so the Sussex batters, Hughes and Carson. I'm sure there's a lot of bodies out there, Vic, that are looking forward to the blast block.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking around. There's most of these, but not all, will be playing T20, I guess. Well, not just over half, anyway. I mean, I suppose James Roux won't be playing. He hasn't played much anyway, but he won't be playing because he'll be off with England to start with.
Yeah, I think the T20 block is actually very tiring, but in a different way. I always found that there's a lot of travel in between games, and obviously in terms of percentage of overs on the field, it's minuscule compared to the county championship block. But I always found it quite fatiguing because a lot of travel. You say a lot of bus time, and that can sort of grind you down, and you prepare. But then you find that the preparation for a T20 match is very high intensity, because often you play in the evenings under lights. And I always found that playing a T20 game that was an exciting game, which most of them are, under lights, they'd finish at 9, 10 o'clock, especially if you were a part of the back end of the action. You couldn't sleep till like 3, 4 in the morning. You were just
still
absolutely wired.
Yeah,
it was, the lights and the music and the adrenaline from the game. So, the next day you'd be on the team bus going up to another game, and you'd had an hour's sleep. And it does actually, it is very tiring, but just, I think in a different way.
I particularly understand all that travel. I mean, actually, you're always in the bus, but even so, that travelling is draining, booking into another hotel and blah blah blah.
Well, my last year, Vic, I started to drive myself. I started to opt out of the bus and drove myself, because you just had double. It's almost like double the length of time that you're in the bus.
Well, we never had a bus at all, of course. So
the old Saab 900s, up and down the motorway.
The wicket, and I think he wished he stayed over.
What a shot that is! So slightly over pitched by Overton, but certainly in a good area, but beautifully driven back down the ground.
It's sort of illogical in many ways, though. That I understand, especially all the travelling, and these are intense games, and they can drain you, even though they're not that long. But it is therefore very odd that you get to the climax of it, and you think, "Well, wait, I just played 2 games in a day, no problem." I've always thought, actually, I'm not. I mean, it works well. It seems to work well, that finals day. But in many ways, I think I prefer a big semi-final. At one of the home venues. But they always sell out, so that's.
It's a long. Again, you've got the adrenaline, the night before you go up to Birmingham, you check into your hotel, and I think
Okay.
Very special character that doesn't sort of, have their sleep somewhat affected by what's going to happen, especially if you play the first game, get through to the final. So you're up at sort of 7:30, get to the ground quite early to prepare and all the media things you might have to do. And if you make it to the final all the way to the end, you're still going at 10 o'clock at night. It's
I think there's some. I don't know what the stats are, but I think I'm right in saying that there is a sort of stat that suggests that you're better off playing second and third rather than first and third in order to become winners. So that the teams that played in the second game, as opposed to teams that have won the first game, somehow, I suppose you still got the adrenaline. You don't have to go down and come up again. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean they do it a lot in the second team. You play the same team twice on same day, or three teams would turn up, and it's almost like you play the first game, you win, and almost like the adrenaline goes because you kind of won a game, and you're awful the second one. That seems to happen quite a lot.
Of course, then you talk to people in Nigeria. I remember playing in Australia within one of those triangular tournaments for England at Adelaide. 90 degrees, played Saturday, played Sunday, 50 overs. Well, that's what you did.
Yeah, you acclimatised to whatever it is. Yeah. It's a huge privilege to be able to play your sport at the top level, and I know the guys love it. And their resolve will certainly be tested here this morning. Like I said, both teams have had a hefty old workload this first month of the season, but no doubt this will be a
they've got
4 days cricket.
Where are we now? This game ends on Monday. No goes. There'll be a lot of cricket left to be played on Monday, and the chances are Somerset will be in the field most of those times. And then it's blast on Friday. So there'll be the Gregory, of course, will be at the forefront, and Overton and Abel. I'm just looking at the slip cordon.
Well, you've got the informed batters that were cleaning up the other day against Worcestershire in the seconds.
Well, there'll be
young Rue and Banton looking great touch.
We don't know whether. I think we're sort of assuming, but the Golden Cadmiral won't be ready. I guess Will Smead will be back, of course.
Yeah, I get the sense that it'd be, for TKC's point of view, it would be certainly the back end of the tournament. It was a nasty break dislocation of his turkey drummer thumb. So that was a shame. It's unusual to break a thumb and complete the catch at slip. I think it was at Chelmsford, wasn't it? I was chatting to him about it. He said he caught the catch, didn't feel much pain, but he just had this sense that that didn't go in quite right. And then
he went off fairly quickly, didn't he? But yeah, it was travelling. I remember seeing a replay of it. It was probably about 5 degrees.
Never helped.
Big drive, and he caught it around up above his shoulder. It's a good catch. It was travelling. Just 1 second, 1 millisecond can affect your season hugely, can't it?
Josh Shaw and Mark Stoneman.
Of course, Somerset will have a
batting coach.
I was thinking ahead to the T20. I've forgotten his first name now. Sam's coming.
Daniel Sams, very useful cricketer. Played all over the world, left armour, and he will definitely like the sort of cow corner region of the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's a very strengthy area for him.
And he'll bowl some overs too, obviously. That's what he's sort of, be fair to say, he occupies the sort of Ben Green moments. He'll be maybe middle order.
Yeah, I would imagine he would bowl the classic 2 at the top, 2 at the death. That would be my guess for his role. But that's always up for debate. As well as as much as he will enjoy batting here at Taunton, it will certainly challenge his bowling skills. He's very good. He's a very good bowler of the wide Yorkers, and he's got a very good sort off-cutter, slower ball that he bowls a lot, but obviously has a lot of success in the Big Bash, playing on
Big
much
grounds.
larger surfaces. Gets you know the old heave-ho that gets caught on the boundary rope. Unfortunately, at Taunton, that's normally in the Delhi counter in Morrison's. If you get one wrong here,
Well, that's
in a slightly smaller ground.
On this, on one side here for this match, that's a fairly substantial leg side boundary over there towards the Somerset stand. Not so far on that way.
But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, for the right reasons, we've lost a couple of players that have felt they've got more opportunity, certainly in 4-day cricket. And Ben Green took that career best in 4-day cricket not so long back for Leicester, and Dixon moving on to Glamorgan. But they're quite big, hot shoes to fill, aren't they? Really, in terms of performance, Ben Green's been exceptional with the ball,
and
bowling in the middle and at the death at times,
and
Dixon's performance with the bat has been quite remarkable in big game, big moments. He seems to always step up. So, it's a big shoes to fill. But I'm always a big believer in that's a massive opportunity for young, talented players. You'd imagine that Tom Rue will probably be a like-for-like replacement in the order for Dixon. And as you rightly say, Sam's for Ben Green. So we wish them well.
It's just evolved a bit, that T20 team, but once everyone gets fit, there's quite a few options around. No Meredith to start with either.
No, is he back in the
He's in the Aussie squad. Ooh, that's
getting a nice bit of swing now, Craig Overton.
Well played, actually. It's a classical bit of a leave, really. A very good leave. I think he's just saw it swing. Jack Leach.
Well, just about to ask when you thought Jack Leach might bowl his first over, and I think it's not going to be too far away.
He's obviously been alerted. He's going through his action. It's good speed. He's in rhythm though at the moment. Overton. Maybe Leach is going to have a go at the river end already. Is he? Let's have a look. Not quite yet, I don't think. Oh, yes, he does. He's taken his cap off and he's taken his sweater off.
The nut is out. The hat is off.
Well, he hasn't bowled much lately. He was conspicuously absent at Cardiff on the last day. So you'll need an over or two just to get back into the groove. He'll do a lot of bowling, I suspect, over the next couple of days.
Yeah, big change in lifestyle as well. Leachy becoming a father for the first time as well, so that always changes a few things. And
it means you just get less sleep, doesn't it?
You get a little bit less sleep,
but you're happy.
You value different things, that's for sure. But we're sure Leachy will just be copy and paste. He'll be straight back into it in no time. Josh Thomas putting the ice hockey pads on. I think that's, I'm right in saying that, the old ice hockey goalkeeper jobbies that they use now. Oh, Brian Close would scoff at those when he...
Good Lord, yes. I mean...
Doesn't hurt, it's not on you long enough. That was one of his phrases, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's only on there a millisecond. Well, here we go. He's got that job. I don't think he's had a catch there yet this season, but he's got a box on too. He's just readjusting that. Okay, he's ready.
I would imagine you spend in the high 99% of your time in self-preservation mode rather than trying to catch a ball. Like
it
that.
is. I think that's all. I mean, he's taken that probably from. I think that was a leg side delivery, quite. Anyway, that's what happens. And you've got to get into your defensive position at forward short leg, I guess. Was keeping an eye open just in case there's a top edge, bottom edge onto the boot or top edge onto the pad or something.
Yeah, I have to admit, as someone who would, in old-fashioned speak, run through a brick wall for the captain. Short leg, Vic.
No thanks.
Not much, zero interest. I always have mega respect for those young cricketers. Boot Hill, as it was called, it was always the debutant or youngest player's role, wasn't it? You had your most senior at
or
first
the most
slip.
dispensable.
Yeah. Oh,
Doesn't really matter too much if he gets injured.
We had there was one year where Neil Edwards did it
Oh yeah,
quite a lot, and it's just black and blue the whole season. Just had that unlucky few games where every sweep, instead of like the last one that went through his legs out to the boundary, everything seemed to hit him on the thigh, shin, rib.
Well, yeah. You as a spinner, you're grateful for people who stood there. And well, I remember. Well, Keith Jennings did it a bit when he was playing. But Popperwell, Nigel Popperwell, I did buy it, but he didn't have so much kit as the current lot. So I actually bought him a pair of shin pads. Football
Nice
shin
pair of
pads.
Sondicos.
Little ones, probably. Don't know if they made much difference, but he stood there nobly.
Yeah, there's definitely a skill to the position. Like I said, most players that you saw were more interested in self-preservation. I can remember playing a game against Surrey, and I think it would have been Sack Lane and Salisbury bowling at the time, and Adam Hollyoak was in at Silly Point without a helmet on. And I was clearly in panic mode and was, I'm going to have to use my feet here because I'm dying in a hole here. And every time I came down the wicket to give it the big heave-ho, Adam Hollyoak used to sidestep and follow me down the wicket, waiting for a little bit. He was so, into it.
I know, I remember that. I remember having that same experience, actually. Probably not looking quite so aggressively, but coming down against India, actually. And coming down, and this bloke at Silly Point, he's following me.
Overton's got a nice little rhythm here. Hughes and Carson playing nicely. Overton's just getting a little bit of shape away from the right-hander in particular. Trying to set up that delivery that nips back in towards the pads.
I occasionally fielded forward short leg, but I had the dream. I felt very comfortable when I was fielding forward short leg to Joel Garner. I just didn't feel that I was in major danger.
Yeah, he wasn't known for his leg stump half volley.
Oh!
It's a beauty there from Overton.
It was enticing the drive. It was almost a half volley, but it just zipped off that pitch beautifully. A little bit of away movement. He's beaten the bat a few times this year.
Yeah, he'd have probably got a few catches in a short leg with Joel.
More fending. They were more
off
fending
of the head ribs.
It wasn't so much the lunge forward inside edge on the pad, it was the fend. Oh, he's got that. That's swung a little bit.
Deja vu there. Absolute carbon copy of the previous delivery. Good times here for Overton as we have a look at that replay. Just getting a beautiful bit of late swing away. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. That certainly helped the energy levels if one of those just catches the outside edge.
Yeah. That's moving nicely too. Of course, the temptation is now. I mean, you've got that ball swinging away. The temptation, you bowled 3 beautiful balls, nothing to show for it, and then you think, right, well, if it's swinging like that, if I start it on leg stump, then obviously it's going to just clip the off bail. And then my experience of watching is that very often when you do start it around about leg stump, it don't blink and swing.
It doesn't swing, yeah.
And it goes through square leg for 4.
Yeah, one thing I learnt a little bit late in my away swinging career is instead of going for those really greedy balls, yeah, because I used to land relatively mid-crease, slightly closer to off stump, and obviously getting that sort of movement, I found that my best greedy ball that I developed throughout my, later on in my career was actually to bowl the same line, same delivery, but just from
wider.
slightly wider of the crease, so it was more of an into straight shape.
Yeah. So rather than go
boomer.
towards leg stump, setting it off on leg stump, you just go wide of the crease. Oh, that's a fine over that. He's just got it. It's just that little bit of.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ultimate example of swing craft would be a Jimmy Anderson, and if you have a look at not only the outcome of the ball, but actually his foot position, he would probably have I would say a 12-inch box that he would land in, just moving the angle slightly, and a lot of bowlers bowl the wobble seam deliveries from slightly closer to off stump, so their arm point of release is sort of down the line for that straight ball, and that swinging ball often from slightly wider. So instead of it sort of swinging early, it gives the batter the impression that the ball's swinging later as well, which is harder to leave, I think. But that was superb over there from Craigo.
And I suppose we didn't have wobble swing. We didn't know about wobble swing in our
which is one that you got wrong.
But I suppose if you get close to the stump, you're looking for that one to just sort of nip back a bit, aren't you? The wobble swing. Yeah. So in terms of getting that LBW, the closer you are to the stumps, the more chance you've got. If you go wide and it nips back, an umpire might think, well, that's just going too far, wouldn't he?
Yeah, well, I think
if you can get close and it nips back.
I mean, this is something that hopefully players that have played in a certain era of talking a lot of cricket, hopefully coach the young cricketers. Is a lot of these findings were, have a drink after the game, chat to the umpires, and actually chat to them out in the middle. So the old, when I first started, it was away swinger, and then you try an in swinger. They'd hit the pad. They'd always say doing too much. So actually, over time, it was like you're better off with away swing, and something straight. Because then it sort of catches the umpire's eye if you do hit the pad. So, I mean, like I said, the ultimate exponent of that is James Anderson. But in terms of like the wobble seam ball, that was pretty much Curtly Ambrose. If you have a look at footage of Curtly Ambrose,
who wobbled it intentionally, as it were.
Almost certainly, but he wasn't. If you stand the seam up, you'd get shape. Whereas him and McGrath were more line bowlers, and they were their most dangerous when they were getting nip. I think if you watched a lot of their wickets and. Most times they'll replay the ball coming at the hand, slightly oscillating ball, could catch either side of the seam, and they were metronomically accurate as well, and that's kind of been copied. Yeah, I played a game against him.
Against him as well.
Yeah, he's played for. I think he very end of his Northants.
Well, he played for Northants when I was around. He must have sort of come and gone a few times to Northants.
But still, you just. He could have bowled 60 miles an hour, but you still thought it was fast because of all the, all the memories of watching him on TV. It was, it wasn't quite.
Well, he was mean too. He knew exactly where it was going, didn't he? He didn't give you anything. He's on target, Jack. No obvious signs of venomous spin yet, but.
Well, what a shot that is.
No nonsense.
That's a crisp sweep shot there from Hughes, picking up a boundary.
From off stump, just outside, I guess, but he made it look totally risk-free, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it's a left-hander. You're playing with a straight bat with Leachy bowling it outside into that rough. If it does start to grip, I think that is a pretty good percentage out to be a good sweeper of the ball, and he's absolutely nailed that.
He has. You could hear it, couldn't you? I mean, Jack would rather he was trying to cover drive him.
Absolutely.
But he isn't. He's hit several sweeps now with authority, not against bad balls necessarily at all. See if Overton can get that away swinger going perfectly again. He's bounced him. That's all right. I like the odd bouncer just to keep him guessing a bit.
Yeah, he's had enough of those playing misses. Yeah, for those watching on our live stream, we do keep half an eye on the comments. If you make any observations of how you see the game going, any things that myself, Vic, or Charlie Taylor today miss out on, please let us know. We'll be sure to interact. Keep it friendly, guys.
And if there's anything you want to know about the Eurovision Song Contest, Charlie's he's watched every.
Well, I feel
he heard every note.
I feel like if Charlie
you.
Taylor's energy this morning is Eurovision, maybe you should stay on because
no, I think you could be educated.
After hearing the 3-second clip of England's or Great Britain's offering,
he
no more.
did. To be fair to him, he predicted that not only Bulgaria but also Moldova would be, serious runners in this race before the music started. And probably before he got into his nachos or whatever it was he was eating. I don't think so. Do you? Just go
sliding down the leg side.
Anyway, so I'll let Charlie give you the finer points, a précis of the Eurovision Song Contest, because I don't think you were watching it, Pete.
I am excited for this.
Well, if you're lucky, some wickets have fallen. You'll have something else to talk about.
Charlie Taylor was on some sort of a podcast last night following the Eurovision Song Contest. I'm not familiar with how that went, but we're about to find out. Another short and quick delivery there from Overton, straight through Rue for 4 byes. Let's have a look at that. That's a good bouncer, and Rui may be a little bit disappointed he didn't get his paw on that one. Good morning, Charlie.
Saluti a tutti!
Was that one of the songs?
Moldova is on duty.
Ah, okay.
That was a good one. That was one of my faves.
Right, strap in, listeners. Anything could happen.
What everyone needs is a wicket to fall, as Vic said, because then we'll be talking about that instead. It was a very fun night. So it was just me and a couple of mates on a video call, because we weren't in the same building, so we thought we'll have a little call. We were on the call for a good 4 hours, comparing notes, voting on our favourites. Not actually voting, but just sort of rating as we went.
I do remember back in the day when most families had the 4 channels. That it was a big sort of family evening to watch the Eurovision Song Contest. But I don't know is it. I'm assuming not as popular as the past,
well, it certainly had fewer viewers this year on the BBC than last year. I don't know about European wide, but certainly in the BBC it had fewer. About 5 million people watched it live last night in the UK, including 3 of us. Well, actually there was more, because on one side of the call there was a couple plus their new baby who was enjoying the first ever Eurovision of her life.
Oh, nice.
Well, I mean, she's 6 weeks old, so I'm not sure what she was really making of it. But yeah, it was a very...
young babies quite enjoy complete rackets. So
yeah, they do.
Probably quite a nice...
It was...
nice night for them.
Yeah.
Leachy just trying to find a little bit of spin. Nothing really to show for his work so far. He's bowled the ball in a good area, but Sussex batters are playing nicely. In particular Hughes, who's employed the hard sweep shot a number of times. A very clinical day's work, or 2 days' work from Somerset, getting that big score of 526. 4 big contributors, Lammonby, Rue, Abel and Overton, with a few chip-ins.
Yeah, Abel played beautifully yesterday. Overton as well, but Abel is just so good to watch, isn't he, when he's in full flow like he was yesterday. It was a really difficult day, actually, because on and off and on and off and on and off, over and over again, for various different reasons, for rain delays largely, light as well, and then the floodlights broke yesterday. This is flashed at and takes a couple of bounces towards the fielder. Extra cover, and there's no run added. The floodlights turned off, and that's why we finished yesterday. We had about 5 overs left to bowl.
50p in the meter.
Yeah, it felt like that. It was strange. They tried to switch them back on. It was like trying to restart a car that's out of battery. They sort of came on for 2 seconds, then switched off again, and came back on for 2 seconds. And in the end, the umpires had to say, well, that's it.
Wasn't that the same situation as the previous game?
No. Being switched off at 6:59, you mean, for the licence
6:59,
reasons?
yeah.
No, this was about 6:30, so no. So I don't know, they're off at the moment, but I hope there's been somewhere. They're not needed at the moment because it's quite bright, but I'm hoping that they've been fixed because that was a frustrating end for Somerset, who wanted to be out there, having just taken a wicket. Just one run added there. Yeah, and that one wicket is why we see Jack Carson out there, who's a night watcher. But yes, as I say, it was a frustrating day, so if they're able to come back and find flow and rhythm despite all of that stopping and starting was really good. And Overton, as he has been doing this season, batted very nicely as well.
Yeah, he's been in tremendous form. Perfect timing with his age to solidify himself as a genuine all-rounder. There's a double header, talking about all-round days of cricket. You've got the Somerset women and the men taking on the Hampshire Hawks.
Yeah, that's exciting.
You have to say that the T20 Vitality Blast tickets are normally the hottest in the area, so make sure you get in there early and don't miss out.
Yeah, it looks to me like the weather's improving as well. I mean, it's all right today, but getting warmer by the middle of next week. So by Friday, should be a lovely evening here with any luck. Those warm T20 nights, big difference to those early April mornings in the Championship, as this one starts wide and gets wider from Overton.
Getting some nice swing. Craig Overton just needs to persevere around that off stump. He's been looking dangerous against Carson. It's, I'd say, more swing than you're used to seeing from Overton, so they've clearly got that ball in good condition. It's 16 overs old, lacquer's off. That's when the polishing of one side becomes really crucial in terms of lateral movement, and fair to say that he's getting plenty of that, as well as the odd sniffer. Well played by Carson, who wants nothing to do with that one.
He's got quite a few short deliveries this morning.
Well, we've spoken about this potentially with yourself. Actually, there's a number of modes of Craig Overton. There's the one where he tries to create a little bit of fire in the belly with with a bit of a scrap, and that's the best way to get yourself fizzed up. Bowl a couple of short balls, and definitely you can see that he's trying through, probably being quite a tired body. He's trying to give himself something. So Craigo's a master actually of either a completely out of context random chirp at someone, hoping he gets something back, or just going for a few bounces just to try and get that competitive sort of spirit up a little bit.
That one was really well taken by James Rue there, because that moved late.
Yeah, that was Neville Southwell-esque though, down the leg side. Oh, a nick and out. Great catch there. An awesome catch off the Q end of the bat. So real tough one there. Well taken by Centurion. Craig Overton. Tom Abel. Bowled by Centurion, Craig Overton. So it works both ways. But Carson's out, and good bowling from Overton. He's up and about.
Just felt like enough movement. Was there just a little touch of it, hence why it's getting the bottom of the bat?
Well, I think that was Craig's attempt at an innie that he's dragged down. It was definitely not going to be his best ball he's bowled. No. Yeah, I feel like that's his in-swinger that he's just got wrong a little bit. It was probably his worst ball of the morning, but yeah, right off the toe end of the bat, and that's such a tough slip catch to take.
Oh yeah, it doesn't.
Well down in front of that left shin. Superb catch from Tom Abel, and just what Somerset needed.
It would have been a very difficult catch because of the ball's been bowled fast, but it's been hit hard, almost sort of downwards. So the reaction is really incredible from Tom Abel, who, let's face it, had a busy old day yesterday, scoring his 100. Let's have a look. It's been hit hard, that. Yeah, he's had to react really well. It's not sort of an edge which loops a little bit to the fielder. That's one which has gone hard at the
they're the hard ones. That's gone straight down as well.
Yeah, really tough catch, but well done.
Yeah, I do think that was an attempt at that in-swinger again from a straighter line, and not quite well executed. But that's the crazy thing about our game. You can bowl your best ball and it's a play and miss, and a dragged down like that, and it picks up the edge. So happy days for Craig Overton. Carson is dismissed for 7.
And it's always pleasing, isn't it, to get, if you're a bowling side, to get rid of that night watcher early doors. You don't want them hanging around. That's as frustrating as it gets, as Overton's in to Clark this time, the new batter, and he's forward and defending straight away.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Craig Overton. He's proper Roy of the Rovers at the moment, runs and wickets. If you can just add the catches that we're used to seeing, he's been putting a few down recently, which is very, very unusual.
He has, and I saw a really interesting piece from a colleague of mine at the BBC, Jack Kyler, our sports reporter, with James Room, who was talking about how the ball this year seems to be moving really late, coming to slips and just moving a little bit. And he said that they were practicing it specifically when he was here, and that is why the keepers had a bit of trouble taking them, not just here at Somerset, and why Somerset have been a little bit loose in the slips.
A bit of wobble.
Just a tiny bit of wobble, he says, in this batch of balls, where they're specifically practicing with the balls, that has just caused a slight issue. So they were practicing it, and my Jack colleague was watching it and said that Overton, who was practicing at that time, was struggling to get to the ball, which was just jagging away at the very last minute in the air. So it might be down to that. Could be a mixture of things, but it's one explanation possibly. Good shot. That was lovely, full from Leach, but Hughes still had to connect with it, get to the ball, and smash it through the big gap there at cover for 4.
That's a superb shot, that, from Hughes, bringing up Sussex's 50. The loss of those 2 wickets. I think as well, Charlie, there does come a time, as I was saying, as Craig Overton gets to that age where he really wants to marry his batting and bowling in terms of quality as closely as possible, for the team and longevity of career. He's spending a lot of time in the middle, and one thing about slip catching is it's quite an intense style of concentration, and I'd say that in years gone by where he might have averaged 20, now he's averaging in excess of 50 at the moment. Maybe it's time to park yourself at mid-on just to give yourself a little bit of a break potentially, even though he is a superb slipper. But it's hard to be just dominating in all 3 facets of the game.
It's the bowling element, isn't it, that causes issues, because someone like Tom Abel, who's just taken that very good catch there, isn't worrying about bowling. He can focus on the fielding of taking catches, but someone like Craig Overton, obviously given the ball now, then he finds himself in the slips, then he's called on to score 100, as you say. It's an awful lot, isn't it? A lot of pressure. And vice captain, he can do it, but could he be better if he, as you say, just put himself somewhere else in the field that doesn't require that level of concentration? Good ball that from Leach.
Yeah, all brought on that wicket, I think, by quite an obvious ploy from Craig, just to get a little bit of combativeness out there. Bowled a number of bouncers towards Carson, and certainly inspired him to pick those legs up. Nicely played again. Down the ground for 1. Hughes looks a very good player of spin. Looks like he's got a really clear game plan and of how he's going to combat Leach. Anything out wide, he's going to employ that hard sweep. And again, just skidded underneath the bat. Leach, he's got plenty of experience. He doesn't mind people coming after him. But good to see that Hughes is not going to let him settle easy. It's just caught that front pad. A little bit of turn there from the master nut. Let's have a look at replay at that one that just skidded through. Bit of side spin back towards the stumps. Just enough.
Well, this is a much brighter day here than we had yesterday, where the Quantocks were largely invisible for big parts of the day. We'd already gone off by this point. We've been off for half an hour by now. We're going to see Ogbourne from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, which is the opposite end to where he was bowling yesterday and this morning. Young left armour, replacing Craig Overton, who picked up a couple of wickets in that spell, which was either side of the stoppage overnight.
Yeah, big work day ahead for Somerset. No matter how this goes, they've got to get their heads around being out there for the next day and a half, 2 days. I think when you put 523 on the board, the L is out of the equation. It's now how can they force Sussex in a position to follow on. A beautiful delivery. First up there from Alfie Ogborn, quick swinging. Just missing the outside edge of Clark. Look at that bit of movement there. That's an absolute beauty from Ogborn. Always do feel like this is his natural end with the slight slope on the wicket. Going towards those slips, helping him move the ball away from the lefty and into the righty.
Named in the England Lions squad. We'll be very keen to show everyone why. We know what he can do, but I'm sure with that extra bit of scrutiny now, with seeing that name in the squad, he's had a good start to the season. Ogborn been rotated around a bit. When he's played, he's been good. Yeah,
he's it comes across as very level-headed. He's a hard worker, which will serve him well. I think that's one of the tough things for the modern cricketer with all the social media and you know back in the day you'd get picked on a tour or whatever it might be, and a couple of people would pick up the phone and give you a message, but he'd have had thousands of well dones, DMs, and mates probably hadn't spoke to for 10 years picking up the phone. So it almost builds it up a little bit too much. So I think his level-headedness will serve him well. Just go in, do your thing, keep learning.
Full, just gets a bit of bat on it, enough to send it through fine leg for 4. Wasn't far away from rattling into those pads.
Yeah, that's the good version of a nick for a batter. That saved him there. That was clattering into that front shin. Inside edge has not only saved him, it's taken it for 4 as well. Yeah, full straightening, and that was on track for middle stump. Got his tail up here. Ogborn bowling with nice pace. It's a very, very good leave.
You were playing yesterday, Pete?
Yes, we had a bit of a rain-affected game in the West of England Premier League, as most teams did. Oh, nearly the dreaded back of the thigh pad, under the thigh pad. It's gone back towards the stumps. Not quite enough. Let's have a look at the replay there. There's the underside of the thigh pad that sort of hooks out, and it's just missed leg stump. A good aggressive over there from Alfie Ogborn. Yeah, most of the games had that band of rain that came through the southwest. Us being over Wiltshire way, we got it last, but we managed to get our game in. We got about 280 or 50 overs, reduced to 20 over chase, 165, and we just about managed to bowl out Bristol, very good club, very good group of cricketers, for about 145. So it was a nice game.
Bowled them out. Yeah. So they were going for it then.
It was all hands to the pump.
And after the rain, was the pitch a little trickier, or?
No. Yes and no. I think. I mean, it was quite damp. It was damp early on. Yeah. But I think when you play T20, there's one way to play, and it was the wicket where you're better off going for it rather than trying to bat properly, because it was sort of doing a little bit. I did witness one of the best hundreds I think I've one of the best hundreds I've ever seen by our young batter, Will Tripconey. Staggered he is not on a staff somewhere. I think he's trialling at Surrey at the moment, but I'm going to do my very best to change that outcome because he's quite an exciting talent.
Can't be having him going from the West Country over to Surrey.
Well, he's a Dorset lad. He absolutely cleans up playing for Dorset, and seems to have slipped through the net. So watch this space. 6'5" opening batter, and the way he strikes a ball is quite something.
Tripconey, has he got Italian roots? Is he another one to look forward to see playing at World Cups?
Well, depending on what accent tax you put on the pronunciation, it would definitely sound Italian potentially.
Force to be reckoned with in cricket these days, making it to World Cups. A World Cup. Leach here causing some problems for Hughes. Perhaps just suggesting a bit of turn. We saw Yorkshire find a lot of turn here a couple of weeks ago. Oh, he's nailed that one. That's going to go straight to the fielder. Hughes has looked pretty good so far. Just a few misplaced shots in the last couple of deliveries. Left-handed Clark on strike. Nicely played, just using the feet. That'll be 4 runs. Really nice shot. Oh, nearly taking out our camera operator there. Matt down there. To be ducking out the way as the ball flicked up off the rope.
Yeah, he's certainly got the intent not to let Leachy settle. Being positive, both the Sussex batters at the moment, Clark and Hughes. Hughes on 32. Played very nicely to date.
I might need to call on you for some advice, Pete.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yes, trust me, it's not my first port of call. I've tried every other option, exhausted all other options. No, to do with your knowledge of the North Somerset pub scene.
Somerset County Cricket Club are pleased to be working in partnership with our
well, someone who's pretty much been teetotal for 15 years or so.
Not looking for drinks.
Food, a
for
foodie
roast.
pub.
Yeah, I want a roast. Not today. Next week sometime.
One of, in terms of food quality, in between here and Weston-super-Mare on the A Road, it would probably be, if you came in from the coast, it would probably be sort of Burnham Breen area, so not too far.
Yeah.
Brent House.
Okay. Brent House, good to know.
It is, you definitely have to book because they've extended because of, they've been doing it for years. It is just...
Oh, I know the one, just off the A38.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
I think the only sort of negative to Brent House is there's kind of like a order your roast, get a ticket sort of conveyor belt queuey kind of thing, which is suboptimal, my favourite phrase at the moment. But the food and they got a young lad and an older chap who do the meat carving. Great characters. Like, I value stuff like that. I'd almost go just to have my 30 seconds with them. They're really nice people. Yeah, especially if you have a chat back, they're very generous with the.
They want a bit of chat back.
The pork they do is something else. It is absolutely tremendous. So that is my recommendation.
Okay,
Brent House.
Brent House, lovely stuff. Good to know.
I hope to get a voucher through the post.
Yeah.
Finder's fee. Yeah, if you give the old extra crackling, give the young lad a little bit of a wink, he's like, yeah, I'll sort you out, pal. And they have this dessert counter as well, like Biscoff cheese.
I was going to say that
oh my days.
On their website they call it the cake away.
Yeah, it's correct.
Takeaway. Okay.
No matter how sprightly you walk in, you will not be as sprightly walking out. You would have had your fill.
In a good way, yes. You're losing your sprightliness. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's had a great reputation for a long time, but they've done a couple of big sort of oak glass extensions, and it was sizable. The first one they did, I think they've now had to do 3 of them because it's so.
Wow.
Like I said, the only thing is the process of getting your food. But once you've got through that, it probably takes 10 minutes, but it feels like when you're boarding an EasyJet, it's got that kind of feel to it.
Like security.
Yeah.
They're not checking your bags there. Okay, good advice. Thank you. I knew you'd be the man to go to. Do we think they're going to do their Sunday hours on a bank holiday Monday? That's a big question. Because at the moment, the Monday, they're saying lunch is 12 till 2. But I wonder whether they might extend it on a bank holiday.
Are you looking for tomorrow, are you?
No, bank holiday's a week tomorrow.
Okay. Get in there, mate.
Yeah, I need to give him a ring. Oh, so the gallery looks nice. Okay.
All right, I hope that's made everyone feel
I need to get
ready for their roast wherever they're having them. It's coming to that sort of time where you might be thinking about it. 12 o'clock. Clark plays a nice shot from Ogborn, who's looked good since changing ends this morning to the Trescothic stand end, but nicely clipped away for 3 there. Clark, that ends the over. Sussex 70 for 2.
Yeah, I should think there's a few joints going in ovens.
And it looks like my brother is at Brent House right now.
Right this second?
Yeah.
Afternoon, Sam. He's you two, peas in a pod.
Well, we like a roast.
Yeah, that's why I came to you. That's why I thought you're the man to speak to. Maybe I should have asked your brother.
If for food, definitely Sam's man. It's very rarely any leftovers. Right, Leach continuing from the Lord Ian Botham stand end or river end. Sussex batters have looked to be very proactive against Leachy this morning. He's seen it and done it and often comes out on top, so that'll be fascinating to see how this plays out through this morning session. Certainly takes a weight off Lewis Gregory's mind in terms of being able to rotate his seamers from the other end. Pretorius, Overton himself, Ogborn, maybe a bit of Lammonby, and of course Archie Vaughan at some stage. It wouldn't surprise me if Archie Vaughan gets a berth before lunch, being that there's 2 left-handers out there at the moment. Get that ball spinning away.
Oh, look, you know it's good. Because I've just looked at their Instagram page. It's followed by Sophie Love's mum. In the air. Over the fielder at short mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, that goes...
I mean, that alone makes me feel very confident that I've made a good call.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Moist pork. Don't know how they do it. Cooking such a big joint. It's just perfect every time. Anyway, that was a equally perfect clip through mid-wicket for 4. Hughes on to 36, looking very comfortable against Leachy at the moment.
Does that come off? It's gone through to Overton.
Yeah, almost a bit of a commentator's curse there, just allowing the ball to spin, not by getting his front foot out there. He's lucky to get away with that misjudgment there. Wouldn't surprise me if the next shot's a sweep after that. Played this game before, haven't I, Charlie?
He's the fortune teller. He's the fortune teller. He's seen the future.
Well, someone else who's played a fair bit of cricket, I think, is primed for another little stint, while I dream of a carvery that I'm not going to have today. But I have ordered the tuna with cheese jacket potato, which is equally good here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Classic.
Thanks to WPA Health Insurance. Their continued support here at the live stream. I can take a little break. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm so over the moon we've minimised the Eurovision chat.
Well, you wait. Once Vic gets his way, non-stop Eurovision. Yeah, I think Vic went for the tuna and cheese on Friday, didn't you? I had it yesterday. So we've all three of us, we've staggered it all the way through the commentary. Vic's here.
I think it's tuna and coleslaw.
Was it coleslaw? You went for the coleslaw option. Was that a cholesterol-based
well,
decision?
obviously.
Right. Full driven, lovely shot. That's a good bit of cricket from Dan Hughes.
He doesn't mess about, Hughes, does he? It's the ball hard. Clipped one off Jack Leach just over mid-wicket, through mid-wicket. With, well, some flamboyance, and that he's absolutely mullered that through the covers.
There. Square leg. Does a good job.
Well, it's not doing too much. We've seen the odd ball spin from Jack Leach, but the left-handers have taken the attack to him. He hasn't bowled particularly badly, but the fingers don't look great. Sweeping, and then if they really reinforce the leg side, they've been looking for the big gaps on the offside. Been pretty proactive against him. It's a good delivery. Well played, though. It might be worth, if you're going to bowl spin, I can understand the notion you want to bowl spin and seam. Probably want to bowl your seamers from this end. There's still Pretorius, who hasn't had a go yet, and Gregory hasn't bowled today, but I think he's going to try and keep some fuel in his tank amongst his seamers, and therefore like to bowl spin it. But it might be worth letting Vaughan have a go because of the left-handedness of the opposition at the moment. And he's a particularly good bowler against left-handers. I bet you, if you did a study of his wickets for Somerset, you would find that his record against left-handers is significantly better than against right-handers. And I think, likewise, you probably find Leach is generally more effective against right-handers than left-handers, which is the modern way. But Hughes in particular has looked pretty fluid. Bourne keeping him on his toes, though. He's got a wicket, but he's bowled pretty well. Off with the Lions for a game. Which is mildly nerve-wracking. They'll all want to have a look at him, you know, because they won't have seen much of him. They would get to know him a bit, see how he reacts to this little elevation. It's a good shot from now. It's in the middle of his bat pretty regularly.
Sounded good, didn't it? Just picking out the fielder. So you didn't watch Eurovision then, Vic?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I'm afraid not. I just watched this morning, partly because I knew I was going to see you. I watched just a little clip of the winner. Probably, I don't know if she was performing after she'd won, or that was just a minute clip on the website somewhere, just to keep up.
Well, she had to improvise because they don't have the set ready for once you've won it. They have to sing straight away because the programme's about to end. So she had to use chair. A lot of the choreography was based around chairs, so she had to grab some chairs from the winner's enclosure.
Oh, well, I might have seen clip from the
proper
actual
one where she was in
performance, I
there.
guess.
Yeah, she had a proper.
But it was quite vigorous.
set.
Quite
Oh yes,
exciting.
vigorous. Yes.
What was it called? Bangarama?
Bangaranga.
Bangaranga.
It was called.
That's it.
Yeah, Bulgarian winner. So off to Sofia next year, which is first new name on the trophy. They've never won it before. But I'm afraid UK came rock bottom.
Disappointing rock bottom. You
Yeah,
think,
absolutely.
with our tradition, music industry
Mm.
tradition, it's a bit weird that they really haven't quite got it together
No.
for a formidable entry. I mean, I'm could reel off English winners from about 50 years ago. I can remember Sandy Shaw without any shoes
That
on.
puppet on a string.
Yeah. I think Cliff Richard, if he
Yeah.
didn't win it, he was.
He didn't win it. It was
he was right up there
1968.
though. But these were quite
Came second, I think.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, they did because it's the 70th anniversary yesterday, the 70th one. They did a run through of some of the big ones,
Right.
and you realise that the UK was a huge success in it for years and years and
Yeah.
years. They just turned down that run, and now we're sort of making up numbers basically. But I thought, to be honest, the song that we entered, and in particular his dance moves, were pretty poor. To be honest.
I would not be a very good judge of
It was
dance
pretty
moves
poor.
generally.
Well, he was walking across a lot of tables, and he looked like he'd run out of ideas. Really, he seemed like a nice enough bloke, though. That's reverse swept.
Well, they're really taking the attack to Leach, and with some success. He's not bowled any ranked deliveries, but they're going through the entire repertoire. We've seen some hefty sweeps to the leg side by Hughes, and there's Clark bringing out a reverse sweep. There's a huge gap in that area once he gets it past the first slip. So they're taking a few risks, but they're doing it with some assurance. Jack's going to try coming around the wicket now. Just shuffling his field a bit, but hasn't quite gone as he would hope. No matter. He's kept his two close catches in all the while. These are both forthright players, though, Clark and Hughes.
I wonder if just the way they're playing him, Gregory will start to think about Vaughan as an option from that end.
I think so. I think, as I say, I keep having to say it because the figures look pretty ordinary. 7 overs for 39. It's not Leach-like.
No.
But he hasn't bowled much rubbish at all, but they have taken the attack to him very skillfully. The odd sweep was missed, but by and large they've connected. Let's see if we've got one more over, I should think, for Ogborn. And he'll be contemplating a change up the other end. I mean, the options are Vaughan, or he could bowl Pretorius, or himself. Or indeed Lammonby.
Yes, he's picked up a few wickets
I
already.
always think Lammonby's one of these occasional bowlers. But I think there is sometimes virtue in using those occasional bowlers, not as also last resort bowlers, just to see whether he has the capacity just to swing it, just to see. I see Vaughan warming up as it happens. And I'm sure they'll take the attack to him, but it is, if you could get the odd one to spin, that becomes a bit more treacherous coming down the pitch. We saw that did for Lammonby in the end. Like that. Slip cordon. Good full length.
Gosh. Lunch has arrived.
Well,
Very early today.
it is, because I think it's an extra long session today too. By 10 minutes, I think.
Extra long. Well,
So I've just had it been delivered.
you've got to stare at that now for a long
Spencer does
time.
everything, doesn't he?
Yeah. He was trying to fix our aircon earlier on.
Was he?
Now he's delivering.
Now he's
Have you gone for the
delivering-
vegan salad again?
Well, I just put salad in. This one's not.
It's not vegan.
It's Mediterranean.
Oh.
Pasta salad actually looks rather nice. That's a grand shot. You won't stop that.
That's a
Really, there's not much margin for error. These two are both striking the ball sweetly. Just looking for a little bit more swing, perhaps a little bit fuller. Beautifully put away. Going to reinforce the offside foot. He's going to put in a short extra cover now. Clark lent into that. Does the two slips now? No one at third man. Oh, that's. I think he's trying something clever there. Anyway, that's gone down harmlessly. I think this might be his last one. Vaughan, square leg, going through his bowling action, contemplating a spell that I think is about to begin from the river end.
Yes. Could well be.
Nasty little grey clouds away to our left.
Not again, Vic. We can't be having that again. Yesterday we were in and out like the hokey cokey.
So, it's not Vaughan. Maybe it might bowl this end. It's Gregory. Gregory's going to have a bowl. I think I can understand why he might want to bowl from the river end. The wind is going from the Somerset stand towards the Caddick Pavilion.
Bowling from the river end. Number 24, Somerset's captain, Lewis Gregory.
Louis G. Bringing himself on. One of the Louis G's, the Somerset.
Yeah, they've got two Louis G's at least, haven't they?
The other one's
injured.
Yeah.
Well, his hamstring, he had a bad hamstring, didn't he, Lewis Goldsworthy? I don't know what his status is like, because he was more or less ever present, I think, in the T20 team last summer. Mostly for his sort of canny left arm spin.
Yeah. Pretty economical, which is excellent in T20 cricket. Well, in any cricket, really.
Well, anyone who can get away with being pretty economical bowling at his pace on this ground, especially, you've got to be pretty tough to do that. The way people clear the boundary nowadays. Have a pretty good temperament, and to cope with the fact that you're going to get smacked way out of the ground occasionally. You feel, judging by what we've seen so far, it is one fairly formidable challenge to take 18 more Sussex wickets before the end of this match. Or even, it's a fairly significant challenge to make sure that they're bowled out before they've avoided the follow well.
376.
As things stand at the moment, it can all change. A wicket can change everything, but at the moment they're looking pretty assured. Runs are coming fairly freely. Both batsmen timing the ball well. Not quite middling that one, but
It's definitely a bit darker now. Those clouds coming across. The sunshine, the shadows from the sun have gone. Gregory's in. All left alone. Ankled in. James Rue having to take that to his right.
it may not be Vaughan, it might be Pretorius, I don't know. But I think Ogborne will be giving way. He's, I think, bowled up 4 or 5. They conscious, I think, of looking after him in a sense, not over bowling him at this stage of his career.
So easy to injure those young fast bowlers, isn't it? Overdoing it.
So he's going to try coming over the wicket now. You'd think there might be a potential for a little bit of swing into those front pads, possibly. It's been hard work for seamers throughout this match, though. Well, hard work for all bowlers. You underestimate up here how chilly it is out there as well. It's just another brisk, coldish wind. Oh gosh, that's a good one.
That's why he finished the over.
He's barely missed a ball for half an hour, Daniel Hughes. He missed that one. Zip through. Oh, I tell a lie. I hope he's going to have one more.
Vic, you've been outed, I'm afraid.
Outed?
I've had a message from Annie Chave.
Oh.
Because yesterday, of course, you were going on about how you've become vegan, embraced a vegan lifestyle.
Well, I had a vegan salad along with my meat pasty.
And he says Vic might have been having vegan salad yesterday, but he had steak in the Ring of Bells last night.
Well, I don't see much red meat.
No. No, well, you made the most of it yesterday with you.
I know.
Pasty and a steak.
Yeah, I know. It was a bit of a
Good
shock.
for your iron
A
level.
bit of shock to my system, really.
Was it a good steak at the Ring of Bells?
Felt like it, yeah. It's the first one I've had for a while. Yeah, absolutely. The Ring of Bells has got a bit more upmarket than I remember it when I first went in there about 50 odd years ago.
Chat about the food scene in Somerset this morning.
Yeah.
Pete and his roast, you with your
right.
steak. My supermarket bought quiche didn't really do the business yet. It was all right. No, I don't feel it's the same as.
Well, you had a
Your
special
steak.
sofa meal, didn't you?
I did. I was on the sofa watching the telly, on a voice call with my friends.
So, I'm obviously a bit Neanderthal about this. So, a voice call. Does that mean you're sort
A
of
video call, yeah.
you're together for the entire 4 hours?
Yes. Yeah.
Just chat. You could be in the same
Just sort of
room.
watch as if we were watching. In the
Yeah.
same
So there'll
room,
be lulls.
They'd be like, well, during the songs we watch, and then between the songs where they sort of do
You'd
the
have a
chatty
little-
bit. We don't really listen to
It's a
that.
bit like you being on the big. It's like
Exactly.
work
It's
for
like
you.
it was like being on the radio. Yeah. Except for I could see my audience, and there's only 2 of them, which some would say is probably double what I normally get.
I'm sure not.
I was showing Vic an image from
So the
yesterday.
where there's glasses.
So the
They are
glasses are-
Eurovision glasses.
Yes, the glasses are put on by. It's a filter that you can have on the
Oh, dear.
video call. So none of us were actually wearing those, but it was
Oh, I see.
for a moment the.
I'm missing so much.
Well, can I offer to bring you into the call, Vic?
No, I
don't-
was too busy.
Don't. We've got to embrace these opportunities sometimes. Eurovision's only once a year. So this is clipped nicely. Long leg will come round. There were some poor ones as well. I think Lithuania
Was a
in the end,
disappointment.
they did quite well, but I'm not sure how they did quite well. It was pretty poor.
Well, they had. I am aware of the fact that there were sort of qualifiers.
Oh, yes,
you know,
2
quarterfinals
semi-finals,
or semi-finals.
Yeah, the UK doesn't have to go through those though. We just get,
Even though they're not very good.
we wouldn't get through them. We wouldn't get through them. That's why we get bypassed. We get a bye through to the final, which I'm
Because
not
we've
sure.
got good facilities.
Well, it's
A
more
big
to
audience.
Do, yeah. It's more to do, I think, because we pump a lot of money into the competition. Really, so there are five countries that go straight through.
Oh, just 5.
Yeah,
Which are the others then?
Germany, Italy, Spain, and France are the other ones. The big
Okay.
5. But Spain boycotted actually this year, so they weren't involved. It was a big 4 this year, which meant that one extra team got through the semi-final, which otherwise wouldn't have done because Spain wasn't automatically there. Who knows? That might have been Bulgaria that sneaked in.
We don't know.
And
It
then
could have
eventually
been.
ended up winning it.
Well.
Yeah, who knows?
So, I hesitate to dwell on it too much, so I can't gauge our listeners' interest here. But the Bulgarian performance and singer, is she a very well established?
Apparently so. She was
a
on
star in Bulgaria.
I think she was on Bulgarian X Factor, which she didn't win, but she did fairly well.
Okay.
And has had some hits in Bulgaria, from what I understand.
But she might go
What? Yeah.
trending worldwide
Well,
now.
it's worked for some of the winners who go on and have quite good careers from winning the Eurovision Song Contest. Yeah. It's not a country, Bulgaria, that you hear a lot about impacting the music scene in other countries. Can't think of too many other Bulgarians who have had big careers in Britain or in America or in Western musical sphere. So, well done to her. I think it will be a big deal in Bulgaria when she gets back home from Vienna because they have never won it before. And they'll be hosting it next year. That's what it means. So it means there'll be a huge boost to the Sofia economy, I should think, when they get there. For a while, I was thinking it could be heading to Chisinau, which is the capital of Moldova. For me, Chisinau is the real heart and home of Eurovision.
Is it?
Yeah, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. No idea. But no, it's gone to Sofia. Wow. Which I quite like, that, seeing a different country win it quite often ends up in Sweden or Austria. I've seen it twice in recently. Cuts Hughes up a bit. He's rubbing his chest. Ow.
That must have... He's got a bit of rhythm over the wicket. He's looked more dangerous over the wicket, has Gregory. Let's have another look at this. He's rubbing his chest at the end of it. It did get up a little bit. So he's bowling quite quickly by Gregory standards, I'd say.
No, it could
Getting
be
a bit of life out of it. I mean, it's not easy for Seamers. We've seen that in this match. He has troubled Hughes, who after all has been seeing the ball beautifully all morning, really. And now he's just guided. I think that was that was intentional, essentially. He just opened the face there. And the 100 is up.
We could be about to see an important moment, Vic. Because
Yes.
it's getting dark.
Yes.
The clouds are rolling in.
Oh, I know what you're going to say now.
And they might need to turn the floodlights on.
If they were.
If they're working. Because when we left here yesterday, Vic, they were not working.
Well,
They were trying to get them to work and they just wouldn't stay on. They'd come on briefly and then switch off again. And it is quite a thick cloud.
yeah.
Good ball moving away.
Just inviting him to try that same slightly risky shot again, but he thought better of it.
Century begging here for Dan Hughes on 48. seen quite a few of them already in this match in the Somerset innings. How many did we see?
How about the good news?
They are.
Well,
they
I
are
say,
on.
good. Let's not be
Yes.
too premature here. the lights are on, and they're still on.
They're staying on. Someone's pressed the reset button. Turn them on and off again. Well, that's what they were trying yesterday, wasn't it? But it wasn't working.
Quite important they work on Friday.
Well, that's, I said, better that it happened yesterday where, okay, we only lost, actually, do you know, I said we only lost 20 minutes or so. Actually, it started raining quite heavily about 5 minutes after the floodlights stopped working. So in the end, we probably didn't lose all that much. But yeah, on a Friday night, they're crucial. Here than the T20, because it will be dark. It will just be dark. Although it is late May now, so it does stay light till fairly late. There's Pretorius comes on.
Pretorius, Boltwell at Cardiff.
Oh, we've got another Overton at the ground. He was in India not that long ago that I saw, so he's
So he's back from the IPL.
Yes. Yeah.
I thought the IPL was still going. Is he injured or something? Probably.
Is he back for the T20 Plus, perhaps?
Well, I thought when you sign up for the IPL, you're there for the duration or until he's injured. We think he's injured.
That's a shame for him. That is a shame. It's nice to see him there.
Yeah.
Lovely that he's come here on his, presumably, I was going to say day off, not really a day off if you're injured, is it? But he's taking the chance to come here.
Yeah.
Come and see his brother play.
Just, you remember the classic duel they had
Yeah,
3 or 4 years
brilliant.
ago,
Yeah.
where Jamie kept hitting his big brother on the head. Well, on the head.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah,
Top
it's
mark.
just over pitched. I just fancy these right arm seamers against these particular left-handers. They're just more effective when they're over the wicket. But that one was over pitched, but he just caressed it really wide of mid-on.
Oh, big shout. Yes,
Yes,
given.
He's got him.
Slow finger of death comes up for Tom Clark from the umpire. He goes for 31.
Yeah, well, he's probably right to stay around the wicket then. Pretorius, well, he's picked up wickets this summer. He's one of those, when he peels for LBWs, he's got to watch this. He's got to remember he's got to turn around and look at the umpire rather than go into celebration mode before the finger's been raised. But he knew that was close. Have another look. We're not quite behind the arm there, but there it's thudded into that front pad. The question is, I suppose, if you're the batsman, you're asking yourself as you try and explain how I could possibly be out, is he still in line when he's hit? Well, he is, yeah. He is. And I think he is. And it's thudded low into his front pad. So I can understand why Pretorius was a little bit slow to turn and face the umpire, because he knew it was a good one. Maybe he just drew him in with the half volley earlier on that went for 4. I don't know. No, he didn't really. But it's any wicket is welcome. It's a bonus point too. On this surface where they've had to work really hard. The umpires are having another chat. I wonder, they might even get their light meters out if you're not careful.
Could be a very well-timed wicket just before.
Well,
We're hearing about rain around as well.
Are you?
Not here, but it's close by. So
Okay. It does look. It looks dark from the quarter from which it comes. The Quantocks are looking a bit damp.
just a bit hazy on
But
the
I
very,
always
very
think the
far.
Quantocks
That's far away. That bit's far away.
doesn't affect us, but away to our left, over the scoreboard there, beyond the church, it's not looking brilliant. And suddenly the lights are creating those sort of shadows, the 4 shadows that the slip comes in. New batsman is Jack leaning.
Ground staff are hovering.
Hovering ground staff.
Oh dear. The Hessian or whatever it is, coconut fibre mat
Is on
poised.
its trolley.
The trolley is, yes.
Well, it's a
been rolled
nasty
out
time
here.
to bat, and it's a good time to bowl, because the batsman will be a bit on edge, thinking Oh my goodness, I mean, are we staying out here or what? Clark had looked really composed, struck the ball really well, but he's gone for 31. And Pretorius, as I say, he's not been at the peak of his form with the bat, it's fair to say, this summer so far. In fact, I don't think he's got into double figures, unlike last year where he was quite effective. But with the ball, he's been rock solid, reliable, quite a workhorse in many ways. Umpires, I think they're starting to get excited. They're looking at the skies. Around. Maybe they're sensing rain's coming.
There is a bit of, I could see a little bit of rain. I think.
Somerset are in setting a field for a spin bowler at the moment. Or they're not going there. They're going to have the
light's
meter
being checked. The sight screen sheet has suddenly started billowing, so it does feel like something's coming in. Yeah, they're waving on the ground stuff. We're going to go off.
Okay, well, that's a pity. 105 for 3. Still, Somerset will be buoyed by getting that wicket just before the break. And we'll just hope that the wind gets up and blows away the dark clouds at the moment. There's not much rain as we look out. It's not in any way torrential, but there looks like there's some water up in those clouds that could come down very shortly. So we see the big tarpaulins being dragged out, and the museum is open.
Well, that's a sure sign of
sure sign of a stoppage in play. But go to the museum's in.
Look at the tarpaulin.
Yeah, it's windy.
It hasn't been that windy until literally the last 5 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, they're having to battle like fury to get the tarpaulin under control. It's almost taking off.
Well, it's the drama that never stops. Either you've got great cricket being played, or you can watch a tarpaulin which has got a mind of its own.
Battle with a tarpaulin.
Oh, look, one ground staff got his foot on it. He wasn't willing to take his foot. Look, he's reaching over to move the stumps and bails, but he can't take his foot off that bit of tarpaulin.
He's tossing the stumps out the way as they prepare to cover the pitch with the tarpaulin.
There's a big gap. They need someone in the middle there, don't they? You've got 3.
They're a man short, aren't they?
They're a man short. Feel like that slip cordon.
Where's Trigo? Get out there.
Yeah, he wouldn't be.
And it's going to rain hard.
Here we go. Got 5 of them now. There we go.
And then they've got to batten down this tarpaulin.
Yeah, well, they'll have to, won't they?
Because the wind will blow it away otherwise, and the rain it's going to come in quite heavily.
Well, consider a few minutes ago we were looking at Quantock saying it's a long way away. It's not.
It's come over here.
The quickest arriving rain I can remember seeing.
Well, maybe if it arrives quickly, it'll go quickly.
And it's quite heavy rain now. Look at that. It's
really
quite bad.
Well, I think it's going to be an early lunch now.
Yeah, I think so. What are we? 12:37. Yeah, so they're probably already taking it, given the site that we've got in front of us. Of pretty heavy rain.
And the ground staff, recognising the gravity of the situation, are running.
Yeah,
you don't see them running very often.
No, they're getting soaked out there. Was that a bit of lightning, or was it just the lights being turned off? No, it's the lights being turned off.
Saving energy. I think that was intentional off switch.
Yes,
let's hope so. Anyway,
yeah.
And we're putting on our off switch.
Yes,
if you could
we'll
do
put you into standby mode, shall we, Vic?
Yeah, here we go. That's right. That's it. Standby. Standby, and my pasta salad standing by.
In the meantime, I can see we've got Richard Walsh lined up. Who's Richard Walsh speaking to? Who are we going to be hearing from? That's
I don't know, but
the key question. Oh, it's Vic Marks.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, fantastic. Well, quick, wake him out of standby mode. We'll get him back going. Because Richard Walsh, journalist here at Somerset, has been speaking to our very own Vic Marks.
Good afternoon and welcome to another Player Podcast. Today's special guest is Vic Marks, who's got a long association with the club, stretching more than 50 years, both as a player, chairman of cricket, board member, and now member of our live stream team, the Dream Team. Nice to see you here, Vic, again.
Well, I've just been hearing, actually, about how brilliant the handbook is. Your assistant editor was telling me how good it was. And then this reminds me, too, that I actually will be one of the few people, assuming there's a dinner in 2025, I'm sure there is one planned. I attended the celebration of 100 years.
The hundreds.
The dinner there. I can't remember much detail, but there was a very long speech by our chairman.
Who was the chairman then?
Herbie Hoskins. Herbie Hoskins. All I remember him saying was, at some point, it went along the lines of, I know you're getting fed up with this speech, but I got one or two more things that I got to say. And he kept going for another 20 minutes.
He was farming stock, wasn't he?
He was from Sparkford, yeah.
Your part of the world.
That's where I was, near where I was born, in South Somerset, yeah.
So how does a boy from Chinook end up getting into Somerset County Cricket Club? How did it all begin, Vic?
Well, I came not that often, but my dad would bring me down. I remember watching Greg Chappell here, and Bill Alley, and Fred Rumsey, and Ken Palmer, and Robbo, in the sort of mid-60s. And I came along, I went to the 1967
final.
Gillette Cup final, very excited as a 12-year-old. So I was always, following, but not that frequently actually at Taunton. And I loved the game from an early age, for some reason. Played a bit at North Perrott, village cricket where, there's a wonderful ground there, which now has a rather bigger pavilion than when I was playing there. And played at school. And that's probably where I had the biggest opportunity to advance, down at Blundell's eventually.
You were at St Dunstan's, weren't you?
I was at St Dunstan's up at Burnham on
Nice
Sea.
little track they had there, didn't they?
Yeah, and they took their cricket quite seriously.
What was he called, the head teacher? Eric somebody?
Eric Stokes.
That's right, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. But they took, they had plenty of fixtures, and they very stern but lovely cricket master who took me to Lord's for the first time. I went to see Boycott and Milburn batting at Lord's in '68 was the first time I ever went to Lord's.
Fantastic.
So it was I was always into cricket. And then got enough. Actually, I was a batsman too. That's how I got signed at Somerset as a batsman.
As a batter.
I bowled the odd over, but essentially at school, along with Jerry Lloyd, I was, a top order batsman. Again, I bowled a little bit of off spin, but that was my primary role, and I was signed as a batsman. I have to keep reminding people of that, and they look back and say, "Surely not," but that was the case. And it was, and I played. One of the reasons I got signed was I ventured in '73. I think I played for England schools. I played for England, sort of whatever it was, the under-19 team against the touring Indians, or was it the West Indians? I can't remember. I remember playing against Wayne Daniel without helmets. I think that was in '73, probably.
He was quick.
And we'd never seen anything like it. I mean, this was a real eye-opener. Anyway, along we came in '74, where fortunately Roy Kerslake was very much part of the club, chairman of cricket probably then, having captained back in '68. And he'd persuaded the committee that the staff should be enlarged, not at huge expense, but in those days there was probably about 14 players on the staff. But he signed, Pete Roebuck, Phil Slocum, myself, John Hook from Weston, bowled off spin, and rather more significantly, along came at the same time I.T. Botham from Yeovil and IVA Richards from Antigua. So, I mean, amazingly, we all turned up as pros, albeit for me, I don't know about the others, 15 quid a week, for that summer, 1974. And
so you were 19?
Yeah. Well, coming up 19, 18, 19.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I remember turning up so excited, so excited. And it may have been a bit drizzly, but desperate to get going.
So
and for the first morning, nothing happened.
No, where would you live there?
Well, I've been living with my parents still, which was between Yeovil and Crewcombe, Middle Chinnock.
So you had to drive in?
Yeah, I think I had a battered old Volkswagen.
Right.
So I got here on time. And then absolutely nothing happened all morning. It was meetings about this petrol money's not enough, said Merv. And the meal allowance, so can you... So it was all intricate debates about, very important debates about all these expenses and how they would be organised. And then off we went, running around a bit, playing football. If it was dry enough, we had a few nets. And then eventually we got a middle practice, and I just remember standing there. You'd bat for 20 minutes as a pair, perhaps.
Yeah.
And I eventually got to my turn with Pete Roebuck there. And ahead of us was Richards, who we'd never seen. I'd never seen him bat before. And then the first ball I remember him facing, in my eyesight, was Bob Clapp, the wonderful Bob Clapp. Great try, running up. Off about 20 yards he ran. Just dragged it about a fraction short, just outside off stump, and Viv just smashed this ball square, square cut, full. And Pete and I looked at one another and thought, we're not going to get ahead of him. We're not going to get the team ahead of him. So that was, we were lucky. Looking back, so privileged. We saw Richards, and we knew about 3 or 4 months before anyone else that this bloke was going to be astonishing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he was, of course.
Yeah, of course he was. Yeah, and I mean, guess that year you spent most of the time sort of playing second 11 cricket.
Yeah. I didn't play in the first team.
No.
Viv played right from the start, obviously. Yes. Ian didn't maybe play right at the beginning, but was in the team for most of that summer.
Yeah.
Pete, I think, played 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
But no, I was in the second team. I was going off to university, like Pete, in October.
Yeah.
But what a fantastic way to spend that summer.
Yeah, too right.
Closey was there, as the club captain. I'm never quite sure. He knew who Boss was. He knew who Viv was. But for the first couple of months, I think it was pot luck whether he got Slocum, myself, or Roebuck right. But we soon recognised, though, it was, we were lucky too to have the experience of playing some games under Brian Close.
Yeah, I mean, what was he like as a bloke? Because I mean, there's all sorts of rumours and things what he was like. I mean,
well, there was quite a lot of nonsense talked about the fact towards the end that he's too hard on the younger players. That's certainly I don't remember that at all. If anything, he was hard on the older players, in the sense that he'd come down to sort of shake the club up a bit. He'd played for Yorkshire all these years. They used to winning hard cricket. And I think it was quite tough for some of the older players who'd been used to sort of, fairly relaxed Somerset way to suddenly have this man driving them forward and setting high standards and forcing the game forward and making declarations and giving the odd, bollocking here and there. So I think it was probably more difficult for the older players to adjust to him than the young ones who, well, if he did start, I mean, he gave Ian a few talking to. But the great thing was that if that happened, it was gone in 20 seconds. And there was no malice there. And, you were back to normal straight away. And it was probably, I remember the one time we always remember him having a word, let's say, with Ian was probably in that first season where Ian bowling made a big drive, brilliant stop, the batsman in chaos, one of them stranded in the middle of the wicket, and Ian being Ian and 19 or 20 picked up the ball. The wicket was only about 4 or 5 yards away. He could have walked there. But he hurled it at the stumps. Of course, he hit him. so the batsman's run out. But it was a foolish thing to do. He could have walked over and taken the bail off. And Closey laid down the law straight after that to say, what an idiot you've been. Of course, he was right. So it was fascinating to have Closey there, larger than life. He made us, well, unwittingly, he made us laugh, of course. There's so many stories about Closey, and nearly all of them are sort of true. But it was also fascinating to sort of see how, well, Ian, he told me in later life, people thought I was just a complete buffoon. But he said, I did listen, actually. I did listen to him and to Tom Cartwright.
Tom Cartwright on the...
Because when Ian came back from Lord's, and they didn't think he could bowl at all at Lord's. They thought he was just a batsman, a barnstorming batsman. And he came back to Somerset and he wanted to be an all-rounder. Understandably, he wants to be involved all the time. And it was only at Somerset that they started to take his bowling seriously. And that first summer he played, he bowled military medium, little away swingers. Wicketkeeper very often, Derek Taylor was keeping wicket, very good standing up to seamers, but he would stand up most of the time, which is not the Botham we kind of remember. But they encouraged him. Cartwright, great technician, terrific coach. Ian listened to him, and then he listened to Closey as well. Although, if you were looking on, you didn't actually sense that he was doing much listening, but I think he did actually listen. And he certainly claims that now. That they all thought I was a complete buffoon, but I did listen to what they had to say. And of course, within about 3 years, he was a fantastic bowler. It's an amazing transformation.
Yeah. What about you? You started as a batsman. How did your bowling get to where it got to?
Well, it got to where it got to because I was lucky enough to go to Oxford, and fantastic for someone like me, and Pete was at Cambridge. Suddenly, in those days, you're playing against the county teams in April and May and June, for that matter. So you're playing first-class cricket, and it's fairly relaxed for them, but they're all playing. All the top players are playing. And I got into the Oxford side as a batsman, which made sense. I played for England schools and all that, along with Chris Tavray, who ended up at Somerset, but was then obviously at Kent. So I'm in the team as a batsman, and I'm not the most confident bloke, but I remember saying to the captain, well, after a couple of games, I think I could probably bowl just as well as our current spinner, and you could play an extra batsman or something like that. So I started to bowl, not with any great success, but I was getting overs in. I think the first. Do you know who my first wicket was in first class cricket? Dennis Breakwell. And I can't quite remember how I got him out, but I probably bowled previously, but then we played Somerset, Oxford against Somerset. So. And I think Dennis was my first victim. I'm sure he got a few by then, but and I think Hallam might have been my second. But I started to bowl quite regularly for Oxford as their spinner, and I think that happened in the following season as well. And in those days, especially, counties, you could always find batsmen, it seemed, but bowlers were more valuable, all-rounders were more valuable. So they took note and saw I got a few runs at Oxford as well. So that helped advance me. And gradually, though, I always played in the top order at university. And actually, when I first played down at Somerset, I was still there. A few games I played in, say, 76, 77, 75, 67 maybe. I would have been probably in the top six, because that's what I was supposed to be. But gradually, the balance slightly changed, and it was my bowling that kind of got me in the team, probably, unbelievably. Having sort of taught myself, or just through experience, with some, Tom was still here for a while, and Robbo was always around to help. But it was just getting that experience at university and bowling quite a few overs and getting a few people, not a whole host. That got me going and got me in, and more importantly, it got me in the team more quickly because they look, all-rounders helped, didn't they?
Yeah. In 75, you got your first team debut.
Yeah, well, I think I got a duck against Andy Roberts. So it's it's not bad. Caught behind off Andy Roberts.
He was quick, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, he was knocking on a bit then, but he was still quick enough, yeah. I don't have any great memories of that. Closely was playing, the captain. That was 75, but I only played a couple of games, I should think.
You played against the Aussies in the next game.
Oh, they always threw they threw the young boys in. I don't remember much about that either. I do remember Dennis Lilly, I think, played. And I wasn't facing at the time, but I remember, I think Slokes was playing. And it was in those days, you'd get a terrific crowd against the Australians. And the Australians, to be fair, sort of lived up. And I just remember when we were, short boundaries here, and the sort of pavilion just below from where we're talking here. And there was a little gate you come through. And just to keep everyone amused, I think for Slokes, he decided he'd run actually through the gate in his run up, all the way up to the wicket. at some pace, no doubt, to bowl at Phil. So yeah, I had a sort of gentle baptism. I didn't play that regularly, certainly not in 75, a bit more in 76, a bit more in 77. And I didn't actually have a full season until 79 because I didn't leave university till 78. But it was a gradual progression, and increasingly I'm doing more bowling. And more or less constantly in the team, touch wood, from about 78, 79 onwards.
And when you started, sort of white ball, well, it was red ball cricket, but one-day cricket was still really in its infancy, wasn't it? I mean, the Gillette Cup got going in 63, John Player League 69, we had the Benson and Hedges as well. So there were 3 one-day competitions. I mean, you were obviously quite a useful member of those teams.
Well, I became more useful. I mean, to start with, I played, I can't remember the years now, but there was one year where we came second where I played quite a lot, but very often I was batting at 7 or 8 and not doing that much bowling. But I was in the team. And then it wasn't till probably 78, 79, 80, the latter part, I became a fairly important part of the bowling setup. I was lucky in that, I would come on after Joel had bowled 4 overs, probably got a couple of people out, if not, it had terrified them. And they relaxed when I came on and bowled my little off spinners. But it took a while to, I suppose, learn that if you bowled in those days, it was such a simpler game in those days. If you bowled the right line to right-handers, you could have 6 men on the leg side. And glory be, it seems stupid now, but if you had bowled at middle and leg, they just kept hitting it on the leg side where all your men were, by and large. There's some exceptions. So I learned to be able to bowl a line. So in one-day cricket, we had quite a good formula that I would bowl to this packed sort of leg side field, and I was capable of getting that line. It's about middle and leg you're aiming for. And most of the batsmen just obediently hit it on the leg side. Not all, but most of them did. And not many tried to kill the bloke at long on, whereas nowadays they'd just say, well, that's an easy hit for me. So it was much simpler then. But so I evolved as a useful one-day bowler because I could get that. And sometimes the lack of pace, especially in the big games, the lack of pace could help because people are a bit more tight in, say, a Lord's final. It matters a bit more, so they're less inclined to take the big risk or to play so freely. So if you got it in the right spot, then they didn't like it so much because they had to make a decision whether to go for those big shots, which on a sort of random Sunday in the middle of the season, they wouldn't be too bothered about. So you could prey on their sort of anxieties a little bit in a Lord's final. And that worked out well 2 or 3 times as I got a bit more experience. They could agonise about the lack of pace and the big crowd and what if I miss it?
And of course, Closey left us in 77 and BCR stepped in to be captain. One Brian for another one. Chalk and cheese almost.
Well, amazing contrast, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Closey was just larger than life. It was time for him to go probably. He was 46 or something. And then in comes Brian, who obviously next, it just seems the automatic choice, doesn't it, Brian Rose? But at the time, it was not clear-cut at all, because Rosie used to be in his corner of the dressing room, not saying a lot. He was, kept himself to himself. He was just working on his batting, scoring enough runs to make sure he stayed in the team, and then scoring enough runs to actually get picked for England in 77. It's quite a relatively dour batsman then. So it wasn't, and he didn't say much. He really didn't. He was really quite sort of self-contained. So it wasn't as automatic as we now sense that Brian should be captain. But he was obviously the right choice because he was tough, and he was really fiercely determined underneath that sort of quite quiet exterior. And he was transformed as a batsman then too. When he was captain, he suddenly started playing shots again. He was twice the player actually. But he wanted us to be. well, a bit more disciplined, a bit more ruthless, actually, a bit less friendly almost.
Right.
You know, he wanted in Championship cricket to be, you know, pretty mean, not give him anything. And he also, Rosie, was brave enough to have quite a lot of faith in. Obviously, you got faith in the Richards and both of them, but also he didn't waste much time getting Pete Roebuck in the team. Slopes played quite a lot. I got in. So it soon evolved as his team, and some of the older ones moved on. He wasn't frightened enough to, you know, he was brave enough, he liked to put his faith in the young ones and drop a few of the old ones now and again. And off we went.
And 78, we were there at Lord's against Sussex.
Yeah, and I was going to say we bottled it really, but we were outplayed. And we didn't play. Only Ian, actually. Even Viv didn't get runs in that match.
No, he didn't.
Ian was the only one who sort of played his natural game. Yeah. I think he got 80 odd. And I think as a group, we were kind of overawed, partly. But also, I think, sort of slightly carried away by the excitement. You know, it sort of overtook us. It kind of distracted us. Somerset back at Lord's and all this stuff. So we didn't play particularly well, and Sussex outplayed us, and we lost. And, you know, it was such a disappointment. And then, of course, we came back here. I didn't. I played in the final at Lord's, but I didn't. I was 12th man for the Essex game, which was, you know, an emotional roller coaster, as they say. Very tight game. Somerset back in second. I was doing the 12th man. It was so tense, and I remember I left the dressing room when we were batting. Nothing left for me to do. It was 12th man, and I think I was on the roof of the old indoor school, and I got this memory of Keith Jennings, no longer with us, sadly, and I think Hallam. You know, uphill fight now. We're behind the 8 ball, but they're running everything and just missing out against Essex, just by 2 or 3 runs. What would have been our first ever trophy, having failed the day before. And then I always remember, and I've spoken about lots of times, the aftermath of that silent, totally silent dressing room. No recriminations, but just silence. And then Jock McComb coming in and Roy Kerslake eventually coming in and said, look, you've got to go up into the viewing balcony. And everyone's just totally dejected. I said, we don't want to do that. No one wants to do that. No, you've got to go up there, You go, up we go. And this is about 40 minutes after the game's finished. And there's 7,000 or 6,000, 7,000 spectators still out there cheering. And we felt, I mean, it's weird, we felt terrible in a way because we let all these people down. We got so close. And we let them down. And well, then we came back down. And Viv smashed his lovely Stuart Surridge. He just smashed it against the old big bath into smithereens. So it had a huge impact, that game. I mean, I've said this to you before, I think, that I remember the scenes at the end of the 1978 far more vividly than anything happened thereafter. And I think it must have sort of left a mark with everyone there that the support was just astonishing. We felt dreadful that we let them all down, got so close, but let them all down. And I think it sort of helped galvanise us, you know, the following year. We were ruthlessly determined to get something this year.
Incredible. I remember those days. I remember being down here for that game, that Essex game. And everybody, I've never seen anything like it. Everybody there on the pitch waiting, ready for you guys to come out. And of course, we were in the old pavilion then, weren't we, as you say? We were probably
well,
sitting
in our
virtually
dressing
where we
room,
are.
I just pointed out, you know, we couldn't see in the old dressing room, in the old pavilion, you couldn't see the ground at all.
No.
There was a little corridor. If you were in the visitors' dressing room, there was just a little tiny slit window. You could just see what was happening. But in the home dressing room, you couldn't see anything, and therefore you had to go up these steps into that viewing balcony that always looked like it would fall over at any time. So, yeah.
And then 79, of course, perhaps didn't get off to the best of starts with our Worcestershire declaration.
Well, yeah. Where's Rosie? I mean, I can't. It was the second or third day. I can't remember. It rained, didn't it?
You had rain on the first day.
It rained on the first day, and they had at least 2 days, probably not 3, but allocated for these matches. So we sat through the rain first day, second day. I think it was raining to start with. I don't know, but I'm sure it was a delayed start, and then we never quite established where the idea came from. But clearly, someone had worked out that naught for one, or naught for naught declared, 1 for naught declared, as it came to be.
Yep.
We cannot fail to qualify under the rules because of the various way they worked out run rates or something. And Roy was there. Roy Kersley was there, and there was a quick chat in the dressing room about what we could do. All I can really remember now, I wish I'd taken more notes, really. There was one man who said, "No, this isn't right. We definitely shouldn't do this." And that was Derek Taylor.
Derek Taylor, right.
But, the wicketkeeper, who'd been around, come from Surrey. In some ways, full of common sense. And he was right, of course, he was right. But we went out to bat, Rosie and Pete Denning.
Yeah.
And we still didn't quite know whether Rosie was going to walk off or not. So Viv had his pads on, number 3, ready to go. Rosie faced the first ball, stayed there. There was a no ball from whoever it was, whether it was Van Berghold, I can't remember. And he played out the first over. So he'd still not sure, and then he walked off with Dasher. And then we had to go out and field for about, I don't know, I think Dredgie probably opened the bowling,
Yeah.
and they got a run, and that was it, really. And we all scalped as quick as we possibly could. And it was a bad idea. We should have sussed it, really. But they'd rung up Rosie had rung up Lords, rung up Donald Carr, who didn't tell us that you couldn't do it. I think he probably felt disapproval. Rosie said he sounded like he swallowed his pipe, actually.
Yeah, right.
So he didn't get a carte blanche. No, you can't do that, because it seemed to be within the regulations. Yeah. However, it understandably caused a bit of a stir. And then I think our next game was at Edgbaston, the championship game. And it rained and it rained and it rained. So we're there, stuck away somewhere in Birmingham, mulling it all over, feeling like absolute pariahs. Rosie's not in a great state. And he's sort of thinking about giving up. And I do remember saying, no, don't do that. And it was only until about 10 days later, we had a John Player League game against Hampshire here. And we were all a bit, I think, nervous about what sort of reception we might get. Anyway, I can't remember which way round it was, but Rosie would have gone out to open the batting at some point with Dasher. And he got about 25, 30, was out, and got a standing ovation from the crowd. And we won the game.
Yeah.
And from that moment on, I think Rosie felt a bit more comfortable with life, and we all did, actually. And off we went, and we played some pretty good cricket thereafter, in all formats, actually. So we stuck together through what was, clearly, even Rosie admits it was not a great idea after all. And it was a reflection, actually, of how desperate. We'd never won anything. Yeah. We got so close the year before. Yeah. It was a sort of reflection of how desperate we were to try and win. Yeah. We'd have probably qualified anyway. And there was a vote, wasn't there?
There was.
And I can't remember, there was 17 counties then probably. And
17.
It went 16-1. And the one wasn't Somerset, it was Derbyshire. I don't think our president, Colin Atkinson, was very pleased with what had happened. Roy was around, so Roy wasn't, he was in on it in a way. Anyway, for a while we thought that would stain our careers forever, but as it happened, by September,
September.
Although you still remember it, though. 'Cause
I
it still
still
comes
remember
up.
it, absolutely right.
Well, you weren't there, were you?
No, I wasn't
No.
there, but I remember it happening and remember the repercussions and people
Yeah, I mean,
saying what
we
it was
did
gonna
think
be.
it would stain us forever.
It was a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, it was a ballsy declaration in many
Yeah.
ways.
But not illegal.
Not illegal. It did get the rule changed thereafter, or the law changed that you couldn't declare in. However, with the benefit of hindsight, probably not a good idea, but we all survived it.
And we survived it and went on and won
Yeah.
2 trophies.
Well,
that-
perhaps we'd have won 3 because they threw us out of the competition.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we had that wonderful weekend when...
Yeah, the mirror image.
Yeah, I mean, what can you remember of that?
Well, I mean, all the subsequent finals, and there would be 4 of them, wouldn't there?
Yep.
I mean, Joel was astonishing. He never won a Man of the Match award, ridiculously, but he was just fantastic. Viv never really failed. But the first one, Northants, I think it was more a feeling of relief than jubilation, actually, because we knew we'd mucked up the year before. We knew, Rosie knew, we all knew we had a good team, and especially with you've got Joel and Viv functioning, and not to mention Ian, we should be winning these things. But you still had to do it, and we knew we were good enough then. So the game itself, we won relatively easy, with Joel coming back and polishing him up ruthlessly at the end. Viv got 100. Viv had sort of reined himself in a bit, like great players sometimes do. He couldn't afford to fail. He knew that he was the key man, so it wasn't his most spectacular 100. Pretty good, but it was, it wasn't absolute mayhem.
No.
But he was going to get 100.
Yeah.
And that, as I say, it was more relief. And then, in any case, we had to get to Nottingham the next day to try and win the Sunday League. And we kind of knew we'd win that. It had gone so well. Well, we'd won at Lord's, and we needed a few other results to go our way, but we kind of just knew we would cruise past Nottinghamshire on the back of that win. There wasn't so much tension. And we won that game fairly easily, and the right results came back. And I've mentioned this many times to you. The abiding memory is Nottingham, Trent Bridge, the old pavilion there, the lovely flower baskets. Budgie played, and we came in. We'd won another trophy, second one in 24 hours. And dear old Budge got his boots off. Hung them up on the flower baskets and said, "That'll do, I."
Brilliant. But I mean,
happy days.
I mean, we had that purple patch then, though, didn't we? I mean, that team just seemed to gel, and I mean, you had that good a run of 5 trophies in 5 years. Quite phenomenal.
It was phenomenal, and yet now looking back, you think, well, I should think so, because as I said, you've got Viv Richards, best batsman in the world. Joel, probably the best one-day bowler in the world. Both, not too handy all-rounder. Plus, Rosie and the rest of us who could all play a bit. So we should have, there had been something wrong. In fact, if you'd been hypercritical, you'd think, well, what were you doing in the Championship? But we learnt to get used to Lords too, because as I say, I think we were a bit overawed first time round by the surroundings and the occasion, and then increasingly we kind of were a bit blasé about it. I remember once or twice we turned up almost intentionally scruffy, and there was a big sign saying, hey, you can't practice on the outfield unless you're wearing whites or something, but we all had our blue tracksuits on out there. So we got increasingly comfortable about being at Lord's and sort of enjoying the occasion, but still being sort of focused on it all, in the knowledge that if we played properly, I think perhaps in the first game we were frightened of making too many mistakes as well. That slightly defensive outlook. Well, if we don't take any risks, we might be all right. Doesn't really work like that. But thereafter, we were reasonably comfortable, even though, well, actually, we won most of the games quite easily. Probably the closest one was the last one against Kent,
Against
where
Kent.
we were, defending a fairly small score.
Yeah.
But we were comfortable there.
And then obviously, we had that run, and then I wanted to then maybe clip to 1985 when you batted with Viv when he scored his 322.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, what was that like? Because we talk about Viv, but I mean, just what is Viv like to bat with? What's he like?
Well, he was terrific to bat with. It made you feel very mortal or not very good sometimes, but that wasn't his fault. But the two things I remember now is that it's a partnership, and Viv did not bat in total. You felt he was engaged with you, he was behind you, he was supporting. What he didn't like, justifiably, and what could occasionally happen perhaps, is that his partner would completely opt out, think, I'm batting with Richards, I don't have to try and do anything here, I just got to poke and prod. And he didn't like that, because it should be a proper partnership, even though he's obviously a superior player. So he didn't like people kind of just riding on his back and not doing anything. But I think I understood that. And so he was supportive, he was with you. He didn't say, we didn't have long tactical discussions or anything like that. But he was supportive, and also he was awesome. And thinking of that game, when you
were captain.
Yeah, I was, and Paul Bale got hit on the head, and the ball was zipping around a bit early on. And then Viv came and played like Viv, and he got to about 100. And Norman Gifford, I think, was captaining, or was certainly playing for Warwickshire, probably captain. Yeah. And then he's a lovely man, Norman Gifford, but he decided to start mucking around Norman. He was bowling over the wicket, sort of into the rough, just out, almost. And you could tell Viv was getting a bit bored and thought he's got his 100 and I've almost had enough here. Challenge. I didn't like the challenge, And he started he thought he was going to get out any minute. And then, fortunately, he must have hit Gifford for a few. He brought the seamers back. And it had been, early on, it had been doing quite a bit. And this sort of galvanised Viv again, that the challenge had returned. So he started playing, still aggressively, but playing not so riskily. And then I guess once he got past 200 and there's still hours to go today, he thought, well, hang on a minute. And when we had quite a partnership, but I can't remember at what stage I went in. But all I'm thinking is towards the I mustn't run him out. But, he was a good runner anyway. He wouldn't let that happen. Yeah. But I remember thinking that was quite important. It seemed almost inevitable he'd get there then. Once he set his mind, once he got into the sort of, significantly into the 200s, he thought, well, hang on a minute, I could get... I can't remember in those days whether there was a restriction on whether you batted for 100-odd overs or not, or whether... I know he declared just before the close.
Yeah, because, it was all in one day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
His innings was quite incredible.
It was the first innings of the match.
Yeah.
And I would have been captain, but maybe we had to... I think we got 590 or something like that, and he got 322 of them.
Yeah.
Or we've seen the scoreboard, haven't we?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, quite incredible.
It was a weird year in 1985 because there were a lot of runs scored, but there weren't many wins.
No, that's right. And and that was really the sort of lead up, I suppose, to the 1986 business, wasn't it, really? What was it like being part of the setup when that sort of thing was happening?
In 1986? Well, it was awful in 1986. At the end of 1986, I suppose, isn't it?
Because I'm guessing there was a fairly harmonious dressing room leading up, when you were successful and all that sort of thing going on.
Yeah.
That by and large people...
it suddenly became an ugly dressing room to be in. But you're right, and this is something I always point out, because I was mates with Pete Roebuck, who becomes a key figure, obviously, as captain. Mates with Both, but that's remained the case. So I'm always stuck in the middle. And one thing I always like to point out, that they talk about the rivalry between Pete Roebuck and Bath and subsequently Viv, I suppose. And I can promise you, from 74 to, well, practically 84, there was a lot of mutual respect. They got on well. Pete was, well, you couldn't help. Pete sort of thought the world of Viv when he first came across him, because not only as a batsman, but as a sort of Caribbean leader. And Pete and Both always got on perfectly well. They were very different, but they were intrigued by one another. And about 18 months before everything blew up, Pete had written a book with Both, or almost for Both. I can't remember what it's called now. But anyway, he'd written, so for years there was plenty of mutual respect between the relevant parties. And it then soured in the last 2 or 3 years, I guess. There was a dilemma for Pete. When he became captain, quite a few captains, he wanted to be in complete control of the team. Well, you can't actually be. I'm not sure you can be in complete control of any county cricket team, but certainly not one containing Bob Viv.
No, exactly.
So that was always going to be a bit of a issue. And then there was the Martin Crowe, nothing to do with Martin, option.
Yeah.
Martin played for us in 84, made a really good impression, very good with the youngsters, scored stacks of runs. And then haphazardly, he got in touch with Somerset just to have his registration released, because Essex were very interested in signing him. And this, I think, triggered the mind of Michael Hill, who actually, Michael Hill was the man who put forward the option of, hang on a minute, Crowe might be the answer rather than the 2 West Indians, with Joel probably getting near the end of his sell-by date, blah, blah, blah. So the decision was made. I mean, I wouldn't have made it, but the decision was made, and all hell broke loose, and it was ugly. And they must have known that Ian was going to leave as well. That must have been part of their equation, because that was... and we took a while to recover from it all. And the relationship, but sadly, between Pete and Ian never recovered, probably between Pete and Viv. But Pete had... he'd been entrusted by Viv when he had his first child to find the name, find an appropriate sort of African-based name for it was Marley. I think.
Marley, yeah.
And Pete was the man who, Viv had asked to sort of just do a little bit of research. So, in a sense, Pete had named Viv's first son. Just to give you an indication, they were because they were in Taunton. Pete always was living in Taunton by then. Viv, Pete had spent probably more time with Viv, probably knew Viv better than I do, because I was married young and disappearing down to Devon by then, so I wasn't part of the Taunton set of whatever they got up to in Taunton. So anyway, it all ended in tears, and I was stuck in the middle at the end. It was ugly in '86. So best of times and worst of times, and it took a while to for everyone to get over that.
Very difficult for everybody.
Yeah, but so for most of the time, it was fantastic to have these great players. I mean, I remember, I never think about it, I remember captaining the last game, because Viv was vice-captain in '86. But obviously, by the end of the season, and then Pete was injured or something, or not available. And I remember captaining the last game against Derbyshire, and that's probably the Sunday League with Viv, Joel and Bob. We won, but it wasn't a very joyous occasion. Yeah. And it was, looking back, it was a weird occasion, in the knowledge that this was going to be the last time we all that lot played together. Yeah. And we won a sort of mundane Sunday League game, and that was it. Yeah,
but we came round the other side, didn't we, and played again '87, and looking forward, you skippered, didn't you, in '89?
Well, Pete gave up in the sort of towards the middle or end of '88. I think. I think you. I mean, it was always a question whether Pete and I would succeed Both, I suppose. Pete was appointed, and I think he kind of gave up in '88, sort of mid to late season. Partly because he knew that if he gave up then, I would be made captain, because I think he thought, well, perhaps he'd better have a go after all. I captained lots of times in the sort of mid '80s.
Yes, you did.
Vice captain. I captained a few times before that.
Yeah.
But I think Pete thought that he wanted to give up, and he wanted to try and ensure that I succeeded him. So I captained end of '88, '89, and I would have done more, except for I got this job offer, and I thought, hang on a minute, I'm 34, my off breaks don't seem to be very successful anymore, and it's a nice job offer, and I'm terribly sorry, Peter Anderson, who I thought worked with for a year. Terribly sorry, Chris Tavray, who I invited to come along. Sorry, Berkey, who I enlisted as a very good coach.
Yeah.
But I'm going off now after the first season, but I don't really regret it. But
you had Jimmy Cook here, didn't you, that season, '89?
Yeah.
And what a magnificent player he was.
Yeah. I mean,
another big run scorer.
Well, a prodigious run scorer. I mean, he scored a lot in '89.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a gentleman Jim, they called him. He was sort of a model sort of team man in many ways. The odd thing we remember is that, you'd look at the fixture list and you'd see, playing Hampshire, Malcolm Marshall, Surrey, Sylvester Clark, Gloucester, Courtney Walsh, goodness me. And Jimmy I just can't wait to play against these guys.
I know, yeah.
I want to be tested. And he's quite old, actually.
He was,
late 30s when he came.
Yeah.
But he was really looking forward to playing against Malcolm Marshall and Courtney Walsh and Sylvester Clark, and the rest of us thinking, oh, God, here we go. But he scored a stash of runs. We didn't. We brought in Jimmy and Chris Tavray, who's my old mate from way back, to bolster the batting. We were still a bit short on bowling, but I left him to it then at the end of '89.
Yeah, and here you are now, Vic, still coming here, still being part of us, having sort of come back in the fold, and we never really said goodbye, but now you're back here, been involved with the live stream. I mean, how did that all come about?
well, Ben asked me. And it's good fun. I mean, I've mentioned to a couple of people that I've done a fair bit of broadcasting.
Absolutely.
In between time.
Yeah, TMS and to mention a few.
My broadcasting experience began with Brian Johnson, and it seems to be ending with Pete Trigo. So what more could a man ask for? but it's good fun. Ben does a great job. It gives me a nice excuse to get here. And I'm supposed to be on the board. Well, I am on the board here just to keep an eye on. But where better to watch it from than upstairs? Yeah. And I mean, and what a great, lovely sight to watch. There are mirror images, aren't there? In some senses, what the side we've got now and had for the last decade or more, always banging on the door, winning the odd thing, but not quite winning the championship. In some ways, what they've achieved is greater than what we achieved, in the sense that we did have three of the greatest players in the world in our team back in the early 80s, late 70s. Whereas the side from, Trescothick was captaining, and thereafter Abel, Roger, we've managed to be challenging for all those trophies, but without having a whole, cast of world-class players. And the pattern has returned of, as in the 80s, of a basically local side made up with a few careful additions here, there and everywhere. Well, that's what we've got now, this homegrown, and that creates a real bond, I think, between us and the supporters. And there's always been that special bond, I think, down here. I don't know why, but there's always been that special bond between players and the supporters. So loyal and, almost uncritical, actually. I remember Andy Hayhurst, when he was captain down here, said, well, and he played at Lancashire. And he said, I can't understand it. We were coming near the bottom of the championship and not having a good season. He said, if I was at Manchester, I'd be getting abuse left, right and centre. And here all I get is an arm round the shoulder saying, not so worry, we'll probably be all right next year. But it is great that at the moment, the bulk of this side that we're watching have come through our system with one or two nice additions, just as it was last year. And you've got to be able to do that now.
Well, I think the Surrey team that we played, virtually everybody was local, weren't they? With one exception, I think, or was everybody local?
I can't remember, but it could well have been.
Yeah, from the academy, through the academy. Yeah.
So that's vitally important, and it's great that there's some good people working on that academy. We're lucky to have a good pathway, aided by a lot of those independent schools offering cricket scholarships and so forth. But nonetheless, a lot of hard work goes into keeping that stream of young players, and there's still a few to come who we haven't seen yet, I think. So that bodes well. And as I say, it's increasingly important for all sorts of reasons. One, it makes the supporters feel they belong more. But financially, it helps too if you can create your own players rather than have to go out and keep making big signings that cost boatloads.
And I guess we benefit because we're part of the whole Southwest Peninsula, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, there's not quite so many distractions.
No.
And Somerset. I mean, you look at the Somerset side of the last. I mean, I'm an adopted Devonian. I'm actually from Somerset and in Devon. When at the golf club, it's Devon versus the rest of the world. I have to play for the rest of the world if I play at all, even though I've been living there for 45 years. But Devon, I mean, we've had half the side have come from Devon. We've got the odd, Goldsworth, Cornwall. So they're part of our family, and long may that continue.
And if you think back to all those years ago, the boy from Chinnock ain't done bad, really, has he?
I don't know. Well, I don't know, but I have been around. It's weird how the years. It's frightening how the years passed. I mean, I don't know when I first came down to this ground, but it would have been, early 60s.
So 60 years ago.
Yeah, and it would have been about 1961 when I would start. That was when I started being conscious of opening the paper and sort of. Well, it was big Graham Atkinson and Brian Rowe opening up batting from Devon, Brian Rowe. And Bill Alley, Bill Alley was getting 3,000 runs. That was my first summer that I was
61.
Conscious of Somerset cricket or any cricket. And it was Atkinson, Rowe, and Bill Alley, Peter White, Ken Palmer, probably Harold Stevenson was still playing. Sorry, but so it's a long association. I haven't got that.
Association.
And it's all in your book.
And still going strong, Vic. Great to see you. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, a pleasure.
Thank you.
Welcome back after what felt like a bit of an extended lunch break. Is the Somerset team? Is that Craig Overton who's picked up the broom, which has been left out there by the ground staff, who I'm sure will be shortly.
He's just practicing his sweep shot, Charlie. There we go.
Nice to have you back, Pete.
Cheers, mate.
105 for 3. There's a wicket just before they went off, which pleased Somerset, in particular Miguel Pretorius, who took it. That was Tom Clark for 31, LBW. Here we go. Look, the players are putting the big cigar on the trolley. That's the rolled up mat. And now Craig Overton's going to come over to the wheelbarrow, is he? Going to take that off? Ground staff.
Come on, lads. Yeah. Pick those eels up.
There they go.
Just in shot there. One of the new groundsmen, Ben Ford, who's the head groundsman at Bristol Rovers at the Memorial. He's been called in for support. There he is. Look at him. Looking fine there, apart from that Alice band. I'll have a word with him about that. Yeah, I did have an Alice band once upon. Well, it wasn't actually an elastic band. He's definitely gone full into Claire's accessories for that one. I'll be having a word.
Oh, great to see a member of the Bristol Rovers team here. As a gas head myself, I'll be trying to catch his attention. Later on, have a quick chat about the excellent finish to the season for the Gas. Anyway, Hughes is on strike. Lewis Gregory's coming into bowl. And that's down the leg side. Now, this is half an appeal, but only half an appeal. What did you go for lunch, Pete? I didn't see you.
I had the
you had the
tuna
jacket potato.
Yeah, it's my go-to. I'm a bit of a creature of habit with food. If I like something, stick with it.
Good.
I felt that the 2025 season of all of my days being a Cornish pasty wasn't so good on the waistband.
Yeah, you've got to think about that. Overall, you said something like 40 pasties. All adds up, doesn't it? Were you at Exmouth the other day?
Yes.
How was that?
for the women's game? Yeah, good game of cricket. It was a little bit windy, but it was nice, good pitch, fast outfield. Saw some good cricket. Annika Leroy played exceptionally well.
Did she make 97-ish, was it?
Yeah, she really did deserve a 100 when wickets were falling around her, and yeah, it was a quality performance from the Blaze to knock it off with relative ease. Lewis Gregory just slightly down the leg side, and
unlucky.
That's gone fine into the boundary for 4.
Josh Thomas unable to get enough on it. He did get there, but only parried it over the rope.
That gets Hughes to his half century.
Very well done. Yeah, nicely done. 69 deliveries with 8 fours. 9, actually, including that one. Yeah, he's played well, Hughes, actually. He's been very attacking for considering that Sussex, quite a long way behind. If they lose quick wickets, they've been in a bit of trouble, but he's come out and played on the front foot.
Yeah, he's played very nicely, in particular against Jack Leach. Made it hard for him to settle. Plenty of sweep shots. And another good shot there through the covers off the back foot. Should pick up at least 2, deciding against the 3. Probably a good decision. Yeah, later on in the session, hot off the press, back from a very successful stint in the IPL, Jamie Overton is going to come up and have a chat with us, talk him through his experiences out there in India and his comments on the game, and no doubt how his brother's getting on. Yeah, unfortunately ruled out with a bit of a thigh injury, but he was going particularly well for the Chennai Super Kings.
Yeah. Good shot.
Oh, another beautiful shot down the ground from Hughes. He's looking in magnificent touch. Not a particularly poor delivery by Lewis Gregory. A fraction over pitch, but he's played a couple of beautiful straight drives. Hughes already this morning. There we go, the replay of that full face of the bat shot down the ground.
Shining off of the ball. Off the old ball. Just pitching it up here, Gregory. In fact, that was a no ball, was it? Yeah.
Overstepping. Make sure you don't do any of those from Friday onwards. They're a little bit more penal when the Vitality Blast comes around. No ball, and then the old dreaded sign from the umpire, the free hit. Don't want to see any of those. Finish to an expensive over there from Lewis Gregory. Pretorius picking up that wicket before the brain break. Even though I was standing at point, it looked an absolutely plum LBW. What did it look like from a sensible angle?
No complaints. I don't think that Clark can have had any complaints watching it. It was one of the celeb appeal sort of wickets, wasn't it? He was running off, celebrating before actually turning around to see if the wicket had been given.
Double arm, not looking back, begging in any way, shape or form. Always a suggestion. The bowler's pretty happy with it. Pretorius continuing from the Trescothic stand end. Those broad shoulders of Miggy, as he's called by his teammates. Been a good signing. Pretorius. Hard-working bowler, offers with bat and ball. Straight on the spot there from Pretorius. Shapes from Tom Abel. Come on, lads, this get us halfway. So that's that short-term target to get those first 5 wickets. 2 more for that. Trying to think, Charlie, looking at the pitch and chatting to Craigo in the break, that it's going to take some good bowling and some hard work to get there. I don't think it's the sort of wicket where you're just going to blast through teams.
You're talking to Craigo?
Yeah, Craig was having a chat with his clone. A little chat.
Yep, it's going to take a lot of hard work and probably a bit of bad batting, to be honest.
Yeah, we look across the game so far, if in particular the Abel innings there, if you're diligent with your straight bat and not trying to take too many liberties, there are runs to be had. Absolutely not a huge amount on offer for the seamers, even though Craigo prior to the break was getting the ball to swing and the occasional bouncer. Did cause a few problems there and picked up that wicket of Carson. But yeah, I think it's one of those dig-in days, and I would say slightly on the attritional side of things where you're just going to have to be quite patient. Nice little tempter out there, away swinging ball. Jack Leaning leaves well alone.
Yeah, it's the sort of shot where, or ball where your eyes must light up. Here we go.
It's been an hard one to turn down, that one, Charlie.
Yeah, I know.
The old kitchen sink in the shower room might have gone at that one. That's why I batted in the lower end of the order, I expect.
Has to be played. Still need about 260 runs to avoid a follow-on. If they can do that, then essentially the game is pretty safe then. That's the thing that should do it.
Yeah, I don't know what the forecast looks like for the rest of the day and into tomorrow.
There's a bit of rain around today, potentially. Not sure about tomorrow, just have a look now. Yeah, similar showery tomorrow.
Well, hopefully not too showery. I'm not commentating tomorrow, so I've got a game of golf at Burnham and Barrow, organised with Mr. Trescothick. You know, big match. So hopefully it stays dry. Probably have to pack the waterproofs just in case. The game needs a Gregory spell here. He's always had a knack throughout his career of getting into a rhythm and taking clusters of wickets, bowling that slightly fuller length, that skiddier trajectory, good skills. Hard guy to face when you're new to the crease, when he's got the ball swinging a little bit.
How hard did you find motivation on some days, Pete?
On Sundays?
On any days? When you didn't really, I don't know, it's a tough sport, isn't it? 4-day games, this game looks like it's probably heading to a draw. Is it hard to get yourself really up to those moments?
Well, I think, yeah, it's, everyone has flatter days than other, and I would say, as I mentioned earlier about Crago trying to create something, you get into a little bit of a scrap, which always, just inspires something within to try and pull a performance. I mean, that's a beauty there from Lewis Gregory. Quick swinging delivery away from leaning. Yeah, I think it's important that, as well as identifying days when you're on, working out when you're off as well, and some sort of mechanism to change it around is quite clear that Crago bowls a few bounces, has a little chat, gets a little bit of, that mano combative, nature going, and it just inspires something within you that can carry you through spells. So yeah, I mean, I think that on top of when you play a lot of cricket, especially in 4-day cricket. Oh, beauty there from Gregory, and dropped at first slip. Abel took a stunning catch, but he'll be so disappointed with that. That's a back-to-back Jaffers there from Lewis Gregory. That's a big miss. Abel's normally solid there in the slips, and that'll hurt that one.
I've seen him gobble so many of those up in his career.
It's a quick nick. That looks like it's hit the hands hard into more the base of the hand, nearer the wrist, and has popped straight back out. That's about as simple as they come at first slip. Good signs here though from Lewis Gregory. I mean, those sort of moments as well can easily deflate. It's important that you get up and about.
Yeah, all that effort, and you get the perfect ball. It goes perfectly to slip. Is this the replay of the drop? Yeah. Oh, you've got to take those.
Yeah, that's. Oh, yeah, it's hit him on the wrist there.
Oh,
she's got that all wrong, Tom Abel. Yeah, I mean, it's pre-watershed, but one of the phrases that was bandied around was, if you're feeling down, you're not quite there, you've got to somehow pull a performance out your arse, and that is what it is. You're a professional. You should be very proud to represent your county. All of those kind of things. And again, as I was about to say before that drop catch, you play the game for such a long period of time. You also understand, especially in this format of the game, that the game can change very quickly. One bad session across a 4-day game was how many sessions is that? 4. I mean, it's abysmal in 12. Yeah. So you've got 12 sessions. You can genuinely win or lose a game in one session. It doesn't take a lot. So, in this game that feels like it might be on a certain trajectory, I think a lot of these guys will know that 1 hour lapse of concentration can change the dynamic of the game. So, catches like that, when you're playing on a pitch, especially when you're thinking 20 wickets is going to be quite hard. You can't be creating 24 opportunities, 22 opportunities. You've got to be clinical, and that's the first sign there really that Somerset have just let Sussex off the hook a little bit there.
Especially leaning on Nort. He's a good player leaning. Don't want to give him opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, in your line of work as well, you do the breakfast show. Part of your role is to be super upbeat and set everyone on their way. Whether they're commuting or at home, lighten up the room with your sound and energy and all that sort of stuff. You'd probably have the same sort of mechanism. I'm not quite feeling it today, but I've got a responsibility to do my job, and I think there's something within that as well. Do you have any tactics you lose on those days where you're not quite feeling up to it?
Caffeine's good. I would say that's one thing you can turn to is if it's an energy thing, you can push through. I always think there's an end point that you can aim at. This is wow, lovely shot. A bit of stroke play outside off by Hughes, who's finding runs a lot easier to come by than leaning, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was one of those little teasers there from Pretorius, but Hughes has batted beautifully. I mean, he's created a lot of his own scoring opportunities in terms of being proactive, again, especially against Leeds, but anything slightly over pitched, he's played outstandingly well, and that one there was a good length ball, certainly nickable, but looks in such good touch. He's put that away very nicely for 4.
Oh, great comeback.
Yeah, what's this end point you were saying?
So for me, the show that I do ends at 10 o'clock, and I think to myself, I've just got to get through to 10. If I can push myself, and then I think there's a rest point coming then, and if that's what I need, or if that's what I can, give myself sort of countdown and say, this is how much I've got. That's how much I've got in the tank. That's where I need to get to. That's I can sort of measure it out to make sure that I get to that particular point. Cricket, especially 4-day cricket's different.
But in Somerset's context for this game, that end point potentially being 12 hours away.
Yeah, it's a long way. Yeah, you've got to, and it's physical as well. Whereas mine perhaps a bit more. It's not a physical job, but it's something. It's draining of energy nonetheless. But to actually have sort of physical draw on you and your body is, I think, it's really tough. I think that's why I think that this form of cricket is so incredible to watch and to try and get into the mindset of the players, because it's a mental and a physical game, more for me than pretty much any other sport.
Well, there's a lot of tough things going on, but that cover drive looked easy as tying your shoelaces there. Nice back and across movement there from Hughes, and just time through the covers. Exceptional batting from Hughes here on day 3. Making it tough for the Somerset bowlers, not only to get him out, but to get that scoring rate down. He's rattled on to 68 off 79 balls, so he's going at a fair lick. Yeah, I mean, the breakfast show where you get, certain stories to run or news things that can, influence your energy. Some that you find dry. That's probably the one that's hard to illuminate. Is if you find it dry
serious
yourself.
Dry stories are quite, because you can't have fun.
That one that I teased you about the posts in Somerset.
Do you know what? You had a great response to that, actually, about the finger posts.
I was thinking about you the other day, because I
suppose
when it was for context, it was all and they are traditional to Somerset alone.
So most of the counties had them, but got rid of them in the 60s. But Somerset kept hold of these old-fashioned sort of finger posts.
Yeah. So the finger posts, and I think if you are from Somerset, you probably in your subconscious see them all the time. After seeing that, I've become very aware of them now. And
so it worked on you.
Driving through Lymsham the other day, they're everywhere.
They are everywhere.
They are everywhere.
They really are.
I was like, Charlie's Post, as I call them.
Oh, the Charlie's Post, thank you. I do, I like them a lot. And people not from Somerset will not see them, and so when they come here, they'll think, oh, how lovely, how beautiful. But people from Somerset don't pay attention to them because they grow up with them and they're everywhere, and you just assume that everywhere's got them. But no. Well, I'm glad, Pete, that the story we covered there really
you brought me energy. So you're doing your job.
But you're right. There are some stories where you can't. You've got to play it with a straight bat, to put a cricket analogy on it, because it's a serious story. You might be talking about people who've lost their lives or very serious stories, and so you've got to get through them appropriately. But then also you want to have fun and try and, as you say, energise and amuse people as well. Oh, no, I don't think it hit anything, did it? But Rue's done very well to stop it. Hands on heads, did it take a bit of an edge?
Body language suggests there was some bat on that. And it
An
was the
amazing
four-man Hughes as well. It was a great effort from Rue, diving down the leg side. Probably not the... Oh, yeah. Potentially an inside edge there. Didn't look like it could have been anything else. Yeah, I think it was. A little inside nick there. Tough ones for the keeper, but another opportunity there. As Abel said, the over before. Let's get them halfway. Well, they've had that opportunity in the last 10 minutes and haven't taken it. How costly will that be?
Yeah, then on other days, for instance, on Thursday, I was asking people to describe what their doorknobs would look like if they could describe any type of, or have any type of doorknob, and that was based on the new doors at Bicknoller for the church, which are in the shape of cricket bats because of Harold Gimblett coming from Bicknoller. So we said, if you were having doorknobs made in your honour, what would they be?
Good question.
So what would yours be? Because you can't have cricket bat, that's been taken by Harold Gimblett, so you've got to come up with another. And we had loads of great suggestions, but that's the sort of, the other thing is you can feed off the energy from interaction as well.
I'm going to do 2 seconds worth of... So, this may flabbergast you. It wasn't so long back. I was out with the family, and where were we? We were... I forget where we were, but it was a place that had lots of... No, we were Ross on White, I think.
Lovely, yeah, very nice.
Lots of,
My granddad's
second-hand shops and antique shops there. And I was looking around, and I found a doorknob in there that my nan had on her door for years, that my father got when he was a Sea Cadet, God knows how long ago. And it was a HMS Victory doorknob.
Wow.
That my dad got in Portsmouth in the 60s.
What, like, is it the anchor, is it?
It's
or like a coat of arms kind of thing?
It's an anchor with a rope round it. Kind of looks like an old 60s tattoo, I guess. And it says HMS Victory. It was obviously some sort of celebration of that particular ship. I could show it on the camera there. There you go. That was it. That was it. So if I was... don't know why I didn't buy it, because I've never seen one apart from the one that was on my nan's door that I would have knocked a million times as a youngster. Yeah. And it was like £8 and I didn't buy it, and I'm kicking myself. So
if you
do own that doorknob, let's negotiate. I will pay more than £8.
You might even stretch to a tenner.
Yeah, so I hope that answers the question.
Well, there we go, it certainly does. We had loads of lovely messages like that, actually. Also had some strange ones sent to us as well, unusual ones.
Yeah, we had my nan towards. Okay, well, I won't describe that one. When my nan was later in life, she was her sight wasn't great, so we had a family knock that was.
Yeah, classic.
And Nan would know it was either me or my dad coming to watch. So good memories. Yeah,
nice.
For £8, we could have.
I could have relived that.
Could have relived that one, but yeah, it was just too tight. Pretorius from the Trescothic stand end, trying to forge a way through here, leaning, plays that beautifully off his pads for 4. A little bit of a twist of the knife for Abel there with his hands on his knees. No doubt replaying that drop catch.
Pat says, we used Somerset Forge to revamp the parish finger post where I am. I went to Somerset Forge this week and we played out a bit with them because they're the people who officially fix up the finger posts. Someone else says, I had no idea what they were, but there's a bunch of them in the village I grew up in Shipham, which is near Cheddar. It's a lovely village. And then dips. Where else? grew up in Somerset but have lived away since I was 18. It has literally never occurred to me that other places don't have these signs. Yeah, the 3 of the counties are Somerset. I think the other 2 are Dorset and what was Cumberland, the only places which kept them. So you might see them in Dorset as well if you live there, obviously. But, yeah. So fairly, not unique, but fairly unusual, and Somerset's kept hold of them. And they're lovely things, as a cyclist, to see them all the time.
It's amazing what catches the imagination, isn't it? Like, I think one of our hottest conversational points on the live stream was favourite snacks, wasn't it? And or flavours of Pringles or something like that. And that seems to keep people entertained for
if it's relatable,
quite a while.
Just for people who aren't quite sure what finger posts are, 'cause it's not instantly obvious, especially if they've got Sussex fans listening.
Yeah, talking about the energy levels, I think this is quite a key time for Somerset. I think it'd be really easy for them for the old shoulders to drop and heads to go down after those 2 opportunities have gone down. Important they stay on it. They've created those opportunities through good skills, good bowling. Important they stick on task and make it tough for Sussex batters. Hughes on 69, playing beautifully well. Leaning on 5. Yeah, comment on the live stream, cricket and snacks go hand in hand. They certainly do.
Can't disagree with that. Thank you, Limmy. Thank you to Nick, is it Nico? Who says over in Cambridgeshire we don't have any of those finger posts. That's the thing. Some people grow up without them, Pete.
What are you missing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a bit of I had a snack fail. I bought for the Friday commentary day, I thought I'd treat all of us to a packet of Haribo's, left them in the car. When I returned to the car, it was actually quite. They'd obviously completely melted into. So I put it in the fridge, and it's kind of like a Haribo cookie now.
Oh, nice!
So yeah.
Just take a bite out of it every now and then, and don't think about the nutritional value. Limmy says, "I'm a big fan of chocolate mini rolls. Fine, but will melt in your car if you do what Beth's just done. So the chocolate's good. For me, I tend to move in the summer. I move on to away from chocolate to the sort of sugary ones, and then back to chocolate in the winter where you can not have to worry about it melting.
Yeah, it's one of the great myths in snacking that the chocolate bar or a mini roll, as a number of our listeners are mentioning. Go into a healthier option like a granola bar or something. But actually, if you have a look at the back, they have got way more sugar than a mini roll.
So sugary.
So you've got to be smart with your snacking options. Gregory trying to recreate that edge from a few overs ago. Wicketless at the moment. But we know when Lewis gets going, he can get on a bit of a roll, and Somerset need something like that right now.
Would it be quite a small roll? A mini roll, for example?
A mini roll would be fine. Abe's would be happy if it was quite soon. And I think as soon as if you have dropped a player, if once they're out, it's almost the weight's off your shoulders a little bit, and you could sort of that cost 6 runs, not too bad. But when they start raising the bat for 50s and beyond, it starts to grind a little bit. Spare a thought for the fielder who dropped Brian Lara on 7 and went on to get 501. I forget the name of the chap, but that was probably the most expensive drop catch in the history of cricket.
Yeah. Can't imagine it. Another one bigger than that.
Sharp bit of nip back there from Gregory, just getting something out of this pitch. Dangerous bowler.
Jelly Baby's great for leaving in the car. They go all soft in the middle if it's hot, but the outer shell keeps them whole. That's a good bit of advice. Actually sounds like you'd want to leave them in the car. You get that gooey centre. Pick up some runs here. He's flashed at that one. He's angled it between point and the slips, and that'll go for 4.
Yeah, just my eyes drawn to Tom Abel every time leaning hits a boundary. That particularly there, he did a circle of the ground, kicked the floor, so I don't think I'm talking nonsense when
No.
it plays on the mind. If you have a watch of Abe's there we go, does a circle. Just after that frame, he kicked the ground. Oh, nice piece of bowling there. Swing and nip. So plenty there for Lewis Gregory at the moment. We'll keep the Sussex batters sharp. There's a nice mix of savoury and sweet. Pork pie is the king of snacks, but I'm not sure about fish sticks. Are they those like pink things that are
Yeah, I think that's
mashed together?
Isn't it? Or is that crab
think-
sticks?
I
Are they
think
called
that-
seafood sticks now?
Seafood sticks. Can we have some clarification, please?
Yeah, or do you mean fish
Andrew
fingers?
Thompson, 3587. Fish sticks. Can you elaborate on your favourite snack of choice? I actually saw a video of how they're made, those seafood sticks, and
Has it stopped you eating them?
once you've seen it, you're not going to eat one.
Okay. I don't tend to eat them very often.
It was it almost reminded me of how like newspapers were made, like rolling a load of mashed up fins and eyeballs together and chucking some jelly sort of pink stuff in to give it the colouring.
Fins and eyeballs.
Yeah, one of the it was always a bit contentious when nutrition in cricket sort of really changed, because back in the day tea time would be sandwiches or whatever you'd imagine would be the norm, and then it became a little bit more nutrition with an eye on healthy and protein and all this sort of stuff. And there was one of the offerings were like these chicken satay sticks, but it was obviously very highly processed meat. Huge flashes at one outside off a little bit away from Pretorius. And Stephen Jones was one of the first cricketers who really got into supplementation and making sure he was eating the right things and all this sort of stuff. And I can remember the satay sticks being delivered with a bit of like a sweet chili dip or something, and he was moaning about the offering, and I think he described them as what are these sticks? That's just mashed up lips and toenails. But with a Welsh accent, sounded even better.
Good stop. Great bit of work from Jordan Herman. It's a hug. Tom Lamond, is that one?
Yeah, superb stop there from Somerset new boy Herman. Jordan Herman, who batted nicely for his 25 in the first innings. And you can probably chuck an extra 4 on his total, because that is a boundary saving stop.
I made a chicken satay from scratch this week. Very nice.
Yeah, Andrew, yes, he did mean crab sticks. Love them. No matter what you say, Trees, it won't put me off. Mate, you like what you like. Everyone's got a guilty pleasure.
20 seafood sticks and a tub of prawn cocktail sauce, meal of champions, says Jeff as well. What did you say it was? Eyeballs and fins.
All the bits that wouldn't go into a fish supper goes into a crab stick.
Yeah, it's probably good. Stops waste, doesn't it?
Oh, talking of snacks. Oh, did we miss the dog having a go at that packet of crisps?
Oh yeah, we saw that.
I'm way behind.
Looked like it was. There were some moments where the whole dog's snout was in the packet. And I looked up and I thought the dog was muzzled, but it wasn't. It was just had its mouth in a packet of crisps.
Yeah, it looked like it had a COVID mask on. Oh, another glorious shot there from Hughes. He is in serious touch as he moves into the 70s. Not a bad delivery there from Pretorius, but what a shot that was.
Oh, these runs are flowing. Stay with you for this final ball of the over and then bring in Vic Marks. Just for a bit of a change up here. Change of plan. Yeah. I'll stick around. We'll bring in Vic Marks and Pete will vacate the chair. But you'll be back fairly soon with a special guest, Pete.
Yeah, we've got, as I said earlier, Jamie Overton, former Somerset player and fresh back from the IPL, so we can talk about his experiences out there in India. Well, hopefully watching a few wickets fall, but at the moment Sussex battling hard, 145 for 3, and Hughes looking in seriously good form.
.74 he's on. Doing very nicely. Lovely spread at Wemden. I was talking about snacks being. Lovely spread at Wemden after only 4 overs of play yesterday, says Harry. One player had a kilo of frazzles, I think. Would that have been the sort of thing in your day? Pre the nutritional revolution that took place in Pete's day? You've had a kilo of frazzles?
Was that Harry? Sounds like Harry to me.
No, different Harry.
All right.
Different Harry.
Well, I don't remember frazzles. I mean, what I sort of remember, for what it's worth, Sunday league games, they started at 2, I think. So we would turn up probably around midday, and first stop would be go down into the new Colin Atkinson Pavilion, where there was a proper kitchen, as opposed to what happened when we were on this side of the ground. And then we'd just tuck into roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, the full It was Sunday, so you got a roast. So my memory is really quite a substantial, wonderful roast dinner before the... Oh, he doesn't miss out, does he? He's uncomplicated. Makes it look so simple, doesn't he, Hughes? Gets a bad ball. He certainly cracks it away. He's played one... That wasn't a great ball. Cover drive off Pretorius in the previous over was majestic. He's a wonderful timer. He's not sort of stylish particularly, but he's not ugly either. And he doesn't half time the ball well. So yeah, I don't think they'd do that now. Sort of 90 minutes before one white ball game, tuck into
90 minutes.
Yorkshire pudding, gravy. Full. And then there's a lovely story about at Lord's they had great meals, and we always used to like going to play at Lord's, and they had a wonderful cook really, Nancy from Northern Ireland or Ireland. Oh, she was Irish, and she was about 4'10". Yeah. But not a woman you'd argue with. And at one point, I think Mike Brearley was captain, and captaining Middlesex, and he thought, well, hang on a minute, boys are going up there 40 minutes for lunch. They're wolfing down these roast potatoes and all this, the full Monty.
Was there a notice?
Is that really the best, the best way? So he had a word with Nancy, who, and I'll take a few of the expletives out. You captain the side on the field. I'm in charge in the kitchen.
Oh,
okay, and of course, the likes of Mike Gatting and many others, all the visitors just loved going to Lord's because the food was just gorgeous and there was lots of it. Good traditional fare. So, and at that point, I think the great Brearley took a sort of tactical withdrawal. Oh, that would have been the old back pad catch, but there is no one there. I didn't see many of them. So Gregory's, he's looking a little disappointed. He could have got a wicket. or two in this spell. Chances of going amiss, which has not been a feature of Somerset's play generally over the last few years, but a couple of catches going down. And he's wicketless, and he might be due for a break. It's getting dark again, isn't it?
Well, I was just about to say the big cigar has been wheeled out.
Oh, right. Once you see the big cigar, you're on red alert.
That's the rolled up mat which will be put across the wicket if the or along the pitch if the weather gets wet. It does actually look a little bit grey over to where it's been coming
Coconut
from.
matting. It changes very quickly because the breeze is still strong. Ooh. So it's okay.
Somerset haven't had a wicket since lunch.
No. I don't think we necessarily want to call up Win Predictor, but I'm telling you it'll be Sussex.
The ground staff
1%. Oh, they're going.
Marching
They're going.
to the covers by the temporary stand.
Yeah, they know.
I think there must be something coming. Somerset would love to just quickly move the wicket out because there's still bonus points to be had here. Somerset need another 3 wickets to pick up their next one. Oh, it was
that
in the air a
slightly
bit.
in the air, but they've got a man there stationed in a slightly unusual position. Catching position just in front of square on the offside there. He doesn't usually sort of rock onto that front foot, he just uses his hands and hits through the line. Trusts this pitch, and with good reason. It seems quite a trustworthy pitch to me. Ground staff hovering by the tarpaulins. The big cigar, the coconut matting, is on its trolley with one of the ground staff poised. It's a clever shot too. He just took the pace off it and guided it down to third man. He'll pick up 2 more. He's racing along now, Hughes. Into the 80s, 82 now off 99 balls. He's not hanging around, given that the prime objective for Sussex at the start of the days, we've got to try and save this game. He's just batting his normal way, and it's been very impressive. Very simple, uncomplicated. They've got the light meter out again. Umpire staring at the light meter, batsman looking on, interested. I don't think Hughes wants to go off particularly. He's hitting the ball so well. Leaning might. And of course, plan A for Sussex is to just try and secure that draw. They're well placed to do so at the moment. Oh, he's just got a jaffa. And then he looks at it and says, what's going on? I did nothing wrong there, but it's moved. Not many have. How did that happen? He doesn't look too bothered. I'm not bothered.
There are still batting bonus points to play for as
Oh,
well.
yeah. Well, I mean, you can certainly have a flurry of wickets and the game changes, but just at the moment, the pitch is, as Joel used to say, that pitch is sleeping. Gets off strike easily too, does Hughes. He's a really accomplished player. The light meter, the umpires, I think it's dark. They put the light meter on the top of the stumps. He's going to have another go, Gregory. He's got quite a long spell. 50 partnership. Most of the run scoring done by Hughes. But leaning, doing a handy job for his team by just being there.
Probably Lewis's last, do we think, in this spell?
I would have thought so. Unless he gets a wicket.
Yeah.
I think he's got close. That's why he wants to keep going. Hughes has hit him for a few glorious boundaries, but he has found the edge now and again.
A little bit of rain in the air. You can see it landing on our window, being blown against this.
Well, it's raining up on the Quantox again.
It certainly is. Yeah, they've had a lot of it actually. It's been one of those weekends, yesterday and today. Had a bit more play today, it feels like.
Well, it's the saving grace is the strength of the wind, I guess, and it's kept all these clouds moving, and that we've had a fair amount of cricket, but it feels like an interruption beckons. Oh, he's had a big woof at that and missed it. He's gone off for a little stroll just to. And look at Gregory's rushing back because he knows that they're going to go off very shortly, and he wants to get a few more balls in, and they won't want him to do that. So Hughes is gathering himself.
Do you think he'll back away?
No, he's enjoying his batting.
That's a bit too easy.
And Gregory's running back again.
It's like the over rate's poor, but actually the over rate's level. Wants to get this over done with. Pete says he doesn't want a bowl when he comes back out.
I don't think he's going to get another one in. Once the umpires start conferring, they go.
Generally they go, don't they?
Well, the batsmen are not going anywhere. They're just looking at. They know it's going to rain, and they're going. It presumably has started to rain.
Yes,
I don't think you should go off in anticipation of the rain that is about to descend. But I suppose
we can see it.
It looks, pretty grim. And here comes. Well, it's the big cigar. You've christened it.
Yes,
really.
it does look like a cigar.
Forevermore, the big cigar.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
And out come the tarpaulins.
An enormous Winston Churchill could do something with that.
Well, yeah. You need a strong pair of lips to deal with that.
Yeah.
Out come the stumps. We know the routine now.
Oh, we could do it. We could write it down for them if you want.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure we'd have the physical strength to cope with it, though.
No.
Well, you would. I'm not sure. I think probably health and safety would not permit me to help.
Well, the bales are getting buried underneath the mat there.
Don't worry, they'll remember them.
The stumps themselves have been moved out of the way, but the bales have been buried. At this end, anyway, at the pavilion end.
Oh, dear.
The rain's coming in harder now. But there is still patches of blue in front of us and over around us. It's just
tiny patches of blue. But
yeah, it's only little things, but still.
There's a little crease in the middle. I'll have to straighten that.
Well, yeah, that won't do, will it?
Well, I don't think so.
I think they'll pull it. Yeah,
the crease is gone. Well, and we can see some substantial spots on our window.
It takes a five-person team to get that in position.
And there's a lot of wind. Look at it. It's billowing the tarpaulin. Anyway, probably you've seen all that before.
I feel like we've described it about 4 times in the last couple of days.
To the frustration of many.
Yes.
We're going to have another interlude. So I guess we're going to leave and come back. And I expect we will come back.
I'll tell you what we should do.
What's that?
We should fire up Richard Walsh again, shouldn't we? We should.
Well, he'll be going hoarse soon, but I think he's geared up.
Yeah.
But who? I mean, fortunately, I didn't listen to the lunchtime.
Well, you had already heard it, I suppose.
What? We're going to someone who's even older than I am. We're going to my former first ever wicketkeeper at Somerset, and he's a very fine keeper. And quite a good talker too, Derek Taylor.
So today we're meeting up with somebody who was born to be a Somerset player because he's got the name Somerset in his first name. So it's Derek John Somerset Taylor who's joining us today, the wicketkeeper from the glory years. Derek, lovely to see you in Somerset.
Thanks.
Sitting in a chilly morning in front of a nice warm fire at Blackmore Farm at Cannington.
Cannington, correct.
So what's it feel like to be back here?
Oh, well, we always like coming back. We haven't been back for 3 years, obviously, COVID. And so we've all been looking forward to it and lucky enough to bring our daughter and grandson with us this year.
Brilliant. How do we come to have Somerset in your name, Derek? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, well, it was mentioned in my benefit brochure, but it's a made-up story. The real truth is that it's from my grandfather's side on my mother's side, and her father was Henry Somerset Wicks. And one of his brothers had the name, but prior to that, we don't know where it came from. So just have to blame my great-grandfather, who was Henry Rowley Wicks. But there was no trace of Somerset before that. So it's a bit of a mystery in that respect.
You said you've you've done a bit of family history background with the genealogy side of things,
Sure.
and you maybe have tenuous links with Casey Aldridge, because Aldridge is a family name.
Well, that's right. That's on my mother's side, same part of the family. But on her mother, my grandmother was an Aldridge from Gloucester, and she had lots of brothers, sisters, aunts, cousins, and nieces, and they were all over Gloucestershire, Tewkesbury, and every Stroud, Gloucester. And I noticed that Casey's from Bristol, so not too far away.
Oh, interesting, isn't it? Might be another one in the family coming through.
You never know. Yeah. Haven't had the chance to meet him yet, but hopefully one day.
Good. Tell me, how did you get into cricket in the first place? You were born in Amersham, weren't you?
That's right.
And so how does it come about that you started with cricket in the first
well,
place?
I don't know. My brother and I liked playing cricket from a very young age, and the local cricket ground was just down the road, Amersham Hill Cricket Club, which is no longer. And from there, my father and mother liked sport as well. But and I had an uncle Derek, who was unfortunately killed in the war, and he was a good sportsman, cricket, tennis, soccer, and so that's where it came from, I think. But and then we progressed through. We then joined Chesham Cricket Club, and then on to Buckinghamshire, young amateurs.
Yeah.
Buckinghamshire minor counties, and Michael went to Nottingham when he was 18, I think, 19, and then it was 2 years later I joined Surrey at 21.
Let's just go back to you before then. You played football a bit, didn't you, in your younger days?
Well, until I got injured when I was 19. But I played. Yeah, I played for the local Amersham town, and Michael played in Nottingham as well, and had a trial at Vicarage Road. Didn't go any further. But there was at the stage even then that you had to decide soccer or cricket really. That Jimmy Standen, who you may remember, he's a bit older than us,
goalkeeper.
but he lived at Chorley Wood, just down the road. And I think, he did both, and I think he's the only guy to win a FA Cup medal and a Championship medal.
64 he won the FA Cup,
Something
didn't
like
he?
that, yeah.
I think it was.
And he Worcester when he played for Worcester.
He did indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've remained a Watford Football Club fan. Who would just talk about one or two of the names when you were growing up? Who's sticking in your brain?
Oh, at Watford?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Cliff Holton.
Cliff Holton
was the number one. He's still a big name there, really, although he's been gone a long time now. And they were all sort of local guys, and there was an Australian actually, Frank Mitchell, played for Worcestershire, played a bit for Warwickshire,
right.
Played in the Warwickshire League and Birmingham League, but he played for a number of clubs, including Watford. And then, Pat Jennings, he started at Watford, and a number of others right up to got in the Premier League.
Yeah. Let's then move on to your cricket. You played minor county cricket with Buckinghamshire for several seasons, didn't you?
Yes, I first played when I was 17, and then in the minor county championship I played from 18 until I went to Surrey.
And I think, got a funny feeling, you played a game against Johnny Harris, didn't you? One of your first games.
Yeah, John Harris was playing for Suffolk.
For Suffolk, you're absolutely right.
He started running from the side screen. I had to play forward in the end. No. John Harris. There was a few old timers playing in the minor counties in those days. A guy called Perkins that played for Suffolk.
Yeah.
He played till he's 50 odd, I think. And another guy that played for Kent, Ted Witherden.
Yes.
He ended up at Suffolk, I think. Bill Edrich.
Of course, yeah.
Norfolk. And then Alan Revel played for Berkshire. Played, was at Derbyshire.
Derbyshire, yeah.
Well, he might have played for Leicester as well. I'm not sure.
I think he did.
G.R.J. Root.
Yeah.
Berkshire, before he joined Surrey, and I can't think of other players that went on to play first class cricket. Not in not long term.
No.
There was the odd one.
Yeah. Now, how did you become involved with Surrey? How did that come about?
Well, basically, Arnold Long was the established wicketkeeper, but they didn't have a professional reserve wicketkeeper, and they basically advertised.
Right.
And at the beginning of '74, it went down pre-season to the Oval with a number of other guys, and I was fortunate enough to be the one that was offered a contract.
So you were obviously then moved to London?
Yes, I had to. That winter, I moved to London to qualify by residence, and that took me through basically to nearly the end of '65.
Right.
So I didn't get a first team game till '66, the university game at the Oval. But then I played in the county championship at the Old Arms Park. That's my county championship debut.
Right, at Cardiff.
On a interesting wicket, rain affected, of course.
Yeah.
And but John Edrich played very well, and we won comfortably in the end.
Who were some of the people that you sort of would have been involved with when you were at Surrey? Was Arthur McIntyre part?
Oh yeah, he was the coach.
Yeah.
Big disciplinarian, and he helped me enormously, and I always thanked Arthur for that. And Mickey Stewart, of course, who was a captain, just finished 75 years at the Oval now.
Yeah.
Incredible,
90.
15 to 90.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to him for a while, but he was the club captain, and of course there was Ken Barrington, John Edrich, and any number of good professionals that also played at Surrey at the time. Even Bernie Constable was the oldest, I think, in those days. He was still there in '64 and '65. He was well in his 40s then. But we sort of lived under the shadow still of the great side of the 50s.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we were always expected to win the championship, whatever.
Yeah.
But it did happen the season after I left, '71.
Yeah.
And I think it's happened a few times since. But in the '60s, well, I think we got to the Gillette Cup final.
Yeah.
And that was about it, I think. But we were always, high up in the championship. But
I was looking at one game that you played in. I think it was the seconds. David Gibson got a 9 for, or 7 for, 9 for.
Well, actually, I always rated David Gibson.
Yeah.
And because he could bowl in swingers and out swingers, and he bowled them very well. You couldn't really tell which way it was going if you just go into bat.
Yeah.
I remember playing once in a second team game and against Hampshire, and Gordon Greenwich was in his teens, I'd say, and it was at Cranley, and it was green as a bowling green, and he gave him 2 outers and the in-swinger, they all fell over. But nobody would have played it, let alone Gordon at 17. So he was very, very good bowler. Unfortunately, not with us anymore.
No.
But it was Ronnie Tyndall. Played with Jimmy
Chelsea,
Greaves, Chelsea, West Ham. He ended up in Australia.
Yeah, did he?
Yes, he coached in Perth.
Right.
Soccer mainly. I met him there. He came over to the East Coast for a coaching trip back in the '90s.
Right.
Yeah. Saw him then. And David Sydenham was another one.
Yeah.
He could bowl in swingers and out swingers, and just a bit like Budgie, in as much that he held the ball up for the away swinger and down for the in swinger.
Right.
On his approach.
So you knew which way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's interesting.
So
let's move on to how you come to Somerset. I mean, obviously you've been at the Oval from '64 to '69.
That's right.
Probably had 10 Champo games, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then how did you come to make the move?
Well, I was keen to obviously play first class cricket more, and I had a number of opportunities not a number, but I mean a number of other counties interested. But I never actually got a contract anywhere through different circumstances. I remember I was coaching in South Africa, and Middlesex wanted me to join because they said John Murray wasn't going to play anymore, but of course he did. So that didn't come to fruition. And so, excuse me. In the end, I got an approach from Somerset in '69.
Right.
And I went to. That's the first time I went to Taunton.
Really?
August. '69. And met the captain, Mr. Langford.
Langy, yeah.
Robbo was in attendance, I think.
Yes.
And Richard Robinson was
Yeah.
the secretary
Yeah.
then. And signed on. Well, I think they wanted me to play at the Western Festival,
Right.
but because Surrey were could have won the championship
Yeah.
that year, they didn't want to release me because of in case Arnold Long got
yeah,
injured.
yeah.
So I came back at the beginning of '70. Very cold, April the 1st.
So obviously, when you signed, what sort of a deal would they have given you? Can you remember what that was?
It wasn't that exciting. I signed on to play, but I was guaranteed to play.
Yeah.
But it was actually the annual income was less than Surrey 2's.
Really?
Yeah. But with if we happened to win a game,
Yeah.
or and appearance money and things,
Yeah.
it was more or less, I think, worked out about the same really.
And what sort of contract would you have been signed on?
Oh, I think I had a 3 or 4 year
You
contract.
did, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so that was good from that point of view.
So you then moved down.
Oh, I was coaching abroad,
Right.
and then on April the 1st, I reported to Taunton.
Right.
And we. I moved into one of the supporters club's
Yeah,
houses.
yeah.
With our signing from Sussex.
Alan Arthur Jones.
Alan Arthur Jones, yes, mine host in Greenway Road.
Alan Arthur Jones. You shared a house with Jonah.
For about 6 months, I think.
Right.
At the maximum. no, it shouldn't be cut. He told me he was a cordon bleu cook. So
Did he? I bet he wasn't.
didn't quite work out that way.
No, and obviously, Closey was. You were there before Closey because Langy was your first captain, wasn't
Well,
he?
actually, the last game of 1970 was Yorkshire at Hull.
Right.
We they had a few days off, and then Hull for Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Harrogate on the Sunday. So it was a bit of a tour. And yes, we lost quite comfortably on the Tuesday morning, I think. But that turned out to be Brian Closey's last game.
Really?
Yeah.
And did we know he was coming to Somerset then?
No, not then. No, definitely not. Because Tom Cartwright had joined. He also joined along with Alan Jones and Maurice Hill and Stephen Hallam. Steve Wilkinson and Hallam were qualifying, I think. And so there was at least 6 new players for that start of that season. Yeah. And then 71. Well, I was away again playing in the Currie Cup that winter. So then we learnt after Christmas that Closey was coming.
Right.
And that's also when Kerry O'Keefe joined for a couple of seasons. Yeah.
Right.
So we had the start of 71 was fantastic because it was very dry.
Yeah.
Not particularly warm, but and the wickets were conducive for spin. And we got off and we won 2 or 3 games in May straight off. Very good games as well.
Did you like keeping to spinners?
Yes. Well, Langy was captain.
Yeah.
And he gave Kerry every opportunity, and I think got 47 wickets in May.
Right.
So and that together with Tom and Joan. Oh well, I'm trying to think who the other opening bowler was. I should know, because Roy Palmer had left in 70.
Yeah, and Ken had gone in 69.
Ken had gone in 69. God, I get told off for that. Who was the other opening bowler in 71?
I'm just trying to think.
I just can't think of it. Well, Budgie was. Yeah, Budgie was there.
Yeah.
I suppose he must have opened with Jonah, and then Tom would have come on first change, and then Kerry and Langy. So it was, quite a good attack, really. But then the rain started, and we still did all right. I mean, it's a good. We got to the semi-final of the Gillette as well that year against Lancashire at Taunton, full house. So that was. I remember that game well. Unfortunately, we lost. But coming from like last in 69 to a Gillette Cup final within 18 months was a pretty good performance.
But people have always liked their one-day cricket at Taunton, haven't they?
Oh yeah, well particularly the Sunday League and
Yeah.
the Gillette Cup. But
Because you played obviously before the one-day, before the Sunday League came in.
yes,
Gillette came in '63, Sunday League '69, I think,
correct.
didn't it?
Yeah, and then the Benson Hedges started in '70, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that was '55, so
Yeah.
I mean it's basically the same, wasn't it?
yeah, very much so.
And we did pretty well in the Benson Hedges over the years. And then, by the time 73 wasn't a great season, I don't think, but 74 we had all the young superstars.
Yeah, you did.
So Lord Botham and Sir Vivian.
And what was it like when they came into the dressing room? I mean, I can't imagine they ever came with sort of shy, retiring violence.
No. Well, actually, Vivian was. I met Vivian at Bath in '73.
Right, yeah.
Because he'd come over from the Caribbean and was playing for Lansdowne.
Yeah.
And when we played at Bath, he came down as 12th man. And no, he was very quiet. But shortly afterwards, met the Lord. And he wasn't as shy after that. But Ian was always very exuberant. I remember playing pre-season, and he was a very confident young man. And everybody knows the Ian Botham story, don't they? So we went from strength to strength then, and along with Vic and Peter and Phil Slocum, and they were the main three, and Jerry Lloyd's, of course.
Yeah.
I think he came the year after '75, perhaps. Yeah. And then, but Closey was still playing. I mean, I never forget. I think it was. It must have been '77, and we played one of our first championship games at Hove, and after the first day's play, I was with Budgie and Tony Gregg, who was captain then.
Yeah.
And he said to Budgie and I, looking for an opening batsman. And we looked along the bar, and there he was. Don't be vague, have a Hague. Big DB Close.
Yeah.
Sure, he's the best player he can pick. And 2 weeks later, Greggy picked him. But I mean, he did all right. But I mean, the thing was, he was 46, and it's atrocious, really, what happened at Old Trafford in the dark with Edrich and Close.
Yeah.
No helmets,
Yeah.
dark,
Yeah.
and the fastest bowlers in the world.
Yeah.
Bowling 4 or 5 bounces and over.
Yeah.
I mean, it just wouldn't be allowed to happen these days.
No, it wasn't.
No helmets, nothing.
No.
Closey just kept chesting them off, which he did. Well, that's right. After that game, we were playing a Gillette Cup game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and I went to see him because we travelled up from Somerset, I suppose, and he was in his room, covered from here in bruises.
Bruises, yeah.
So I said, "Are you going to play tomorrow?" He said, "Of course I can, lad." And we performed terribly. We bowled out for a low 150 or something, and Closey got 70 on. So everybody felt embarrassed, I think. And of course, Warwickshire won. But no, very brave.
Yeah, and he drew that side together, didn't he? Really, that Rosie took on.
Yeah, he did. But look, I mean, Closey did. He was an extraordinary bloke, but he also did some extraordinary things, particularly in one-day games. I think we were playing at Taunton against Gloucester once, and we got 2 or 3 wickets out, one thing and another, and he then put Merv on. Excuse me, Merv. And I don't know if he got a wicket or not, I can't remember, but he got a wicket somewhere, so he thought he put Merv. But then we lost the initiative, and then Mike Proctor got into, because Mike Proctor was a great player of spinners, and and poor old Kerry kept going out the ground. So game over. So he did a few crazy things in one-day games, but of course he always liked to attack, and that that won him a lot of friends, and he was popular with everyone. Really.
Fielded pretty close to the bat, didn't he?
Well, he was never far away from me.
I was going to say, you must have had quite a lot to do with
Especially
him.
if we were on top.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I remember. Yeah, on so many occasions when it's intimidating for the batsman.
Yeah. And then obviously, Closey went, and Rosie stepped into the job. Didn't
That's
he, in
right.
78?
Yeah. Well, there were a number of us were sort of in line for the captaincy, and then but the club chose Brian, which on hindsight was of course the best decision that could have happened, because
Was it at the time?
Sorry.
At the time, was it, or what did you think?
Well, it proved to be.
Yeah.
Fair enough. He was. It was obviously changing the guard, and from a personal point of view, I was older than the rest, apart from Merv and Budgie.
Yeah.
And I would have thought I'd have had a chance, but overall, I've got no regrets, and that was the club's decision, and that's what I stood by. And Brian proved to be a very good captain, totally different to Closey, of course. And we were very unfortunate not to win in his first year.
Yeah, you were.
Well, we were a bit unlucky in Closey's last year. That was another. But at the same, we lost to the worst side, or the bottom side in the Sunday League at Cardiff, and they'd had the worst chasing record in the league. What did Closey do? Put them in. But anyway, that's by the by. But we should have won that game, and then we'd have broken our duck. But so in '79, we got full revenge.
You did the double, didn't you? Just tell me about that, Derek. I mean, did the fact that you lost the year before because you got beaten by Sussex, didn't you?
Yeah, well, that was ironical as well, because I think we'd already played Sussex 4 times in the twice in the Championship, Sunday League and Benson's, and we'd beaten them every time, all 4 games. So I suppose there was an air of overconfidence in that respect. Excuse me. But from memory, Ian and Viv didn't let us down. They both got runs. But Vivian didn't get 100, but I mean, you can't expect him to get 100 every game. But we didn't get a big total, about 220 or something. And then we bowled badly with the new ball to Guion Mendes and John Barclay, who were square of the wicket players, and we bowled short. And they had a flying start, and we got them both out, and Imran and Javid. And we thought we had a chance then. They were about 100 odd for 4. But Paul Parker played very well, and that was it, game over. Yeah. So, and then the next year, we got a better score against Northants, and we were pretty confident we could, with Joel as well. Well, Joel would bowled very well then, and we got early wickets, and but Alan Lamb and Jeff Cook played very well. Yeah. But then, fortunately, Alan Lamb was stumped.
Yeah, by you.
Off Vivian.
Yeah.
And that was it, game over.
Very nifty bit of keeping, dare I say.
Well,
I've seen the replay.
One of the better ones, shall we say.
Yeah.
It was he hit over a half volley, so always difficult to take. But so that, I was happy with that. And then that was it. And then, we didn't think we'd win the Sunday League because Kent had to beat Middlesex at Canterbury, and but they lost. Yeah. And we beat Nottingham pretty comfortably at Trent Bridge. So that was it.
And that was Budgie's last game.
And the boots up over the balcony, Budge. Yeah. Never saw him for 37 years.
Yeah. I mean, you must have some very fond memories of that. The glory years run. Playing with people like Joel and Vivian.
Well, there's the the Australian game was Joel's at Bath was his debut.
Exactly. Yeah.
And well, I personally, I think half the others had never met Joel then.
No.
And you know the Bath Pavilion.
Yeah, indeed.
And his head was above the door.
Yeah.
might help with a few deliveries. And he bowled very well straight away. But all the lads bowled well. And
Budgie did quite well that day, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, well, he could always move the ball around at Bath.
Yeah.
And he mesmerised a few of the later order Australians. And got a fifer. And but although I'm sorry to blow my top, but his first wicket was a leg side stumping.
Yeah.
Craig Sargent, the opening batsman. So that got him on his way, and then Ian chipped in, but Greg Chappell got 100, but they only got 200, I think. And then that was another. This might be cut. No, but we had Closey just had time to get a duck on the first evening, and then there was a reception at the Bath, the Roman Bath.
Yeah, yeah.
And IT Botham, DB Close, and D Breakwell wanted to christen Kerry, who was playing for the Australians, in the Roman Baths.
Right.
But unfortunately, DB fell over, and the next morning I had a phone call to Derek Lennon at the hospital. Can you take over? Because I was the vice captain.
Yeah, yeah.
So we never saw him till lunchtime, but we batted very well because Rosie got 100. Well, they all got runs, and he turned up with 350 for 3 or 4, and Phil had 50 or 60 as well, I think, and declared the innings closed. He said, I want to have a go at them before tea and after tea. Yeah. So, well, the Aussies ran off, and Slokes and Rosie were still out there. We had to drag them off. But anyhow, he came out to field, and after about 10 minutes, he said, "It's no good, lad. I've got to go off again. I'll leave it to you." So, we managed to bowl them out again, although David Hookes got 100. Yeah. One of the few hundreds he got in overseas. Played very well. But we only had to chase 180, 190. And we won comfortably by about 6 wickets. Yeah. And Ian and Viv were in at the end, in an all-round Bath.
That must have been one of your memorable games.
Oh yeah, it was.
To beat the Aussies.
Yeah, that's
First
right.
time I'd ever beaten them, wasn't
Well,
it?
I remember Greg Chappell coming up to me on the second morning. He said, because I tell him about Closey, and he said, "Do you mind if Doug Walters has a substitute fielder?"
Right.
So I said, "Well, for what reason?" He said, "Oh, been up all night playing cards." I said, "I do mind, yes." So he had to go out and field. Well, right. I mean, but I mean, those were the days, as they say. But he was another one, great player in Australia, and natural athlete. But well, I mean, it wouldn't happen today anyway, would it?
No.
But well, I suppose the latest comparison would have been the late Andrew Simons.
Yeah.
But
yeah, indeed.
But that was all brought on by other things as well.
Yeah.
So there we are.
And one of the things you've not talked about, you talked about the Benson and Hedges, but you actually hold a record, don't you, in Benson and Hedges?
Yes.
Tell us about that, Dan.
Well, last season I played, actually. We were playing Oxford and Cambridge at Taunton in one of the zone games.
Yeah.
And it was a bouncy wicket for Taunton, and they kept nicking it, and I never dropped one for a change. 8 out of 10. Yeah. I think every bowler. Both opened the bowling. I think with Dredgy, of course. I've forgotten Dredgy.
Yeah, Dredgy.
But Dredgy wasn't playing in. No, he didn't play until. I'm thinking back to what I said earlier.
Yeah.
But he wasn't there.
No, he wasn't playing then.
No. Dredgy played. He debuted at Bath. He bowled Glenn Turner out on
Yes,
debut.
that was his first wicket.
Yeah, he couldn't believe it, Clinton,
No,
with
no,
like
that's
an off
right.
break. Anyway, yes, so there was Ian and Colin, and I think Vic played certainly, and Hallam, yeah, and Peter Roebuck, he bowled that. I caught a couple of him. So yeah, well, no one's ever caught 8 since.
No.
There's 2 guys got 6 catches and 2 stumpings.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, the way it's played now, how's the wicketkeeper ever going to catch 8?
Yeah, exactly.
They're all on the short boundaries.
Absolutely.
So so that was good. Yeah, well, I didn't realise, but at the time that was the first time a wicketkeeper had ever got a gold medal.
Absolutely.
I remember playing in a game at Street, funny enough, and against Gloucester. That was a Benson Hedges, and I caught the first 3 off Hallam, I think, and Jimmy Folk got 70 odd, and they got about 170, and apart from running Rosie out, we only lost 1 wicket.
Right.
And I did get a mention, but 80 odd not out, but I didn't get the gold medal.
You got the gold medal for 8 catches.
Yeah, I thought it was Jim Laker, I think. Or yeah, Jim Laker. He mentioned me, but thought I had a chance. Perhaps I shouldn't have run Rosie out. But I can't remember. Oh, closely. No, that was the game because we won by 9 wickets with 5 overs to spare.
Right.
And when I came in, Closey said, "You've got to remember, lad, there's world-class batters waiting in the pavilion to bat, like myself and Vivian." So I said, "Thanks, bro." Yeah.
Gary, during your years at Somerset, I mean, you obviously played against a lot of really good players who were about at that stage. Who would be a sort of the best bowler that you faced during your playing career?
What fast bowler, spin bowler?
Yeah, fast bowler and spin bowler.
Well, the fastest bowler, well, 2 bowlers was Michael Holding and Jeff Thompson.
Right. Yeah.
Definitely the quickest. But I mean, Dennis Lilly was a great bowler, but even quite as fast as Jeff Thompson or Michael Holding. Andy Roberts was a great bowler. I think I opened the batting against Andy Roberts more than Jeff Boycott.
Mm. And of course, no helmets were there in those
No
days?
helmets, no.
So you were.
Well, it was Wayne Daniels and a number of others. But I remember in my last year playing against, I think it was the last year, playing against Wayne Daniels with a helmet.
Yeah.
And it seemed to make a big difference.
Right. But
that was just when they were coming in. And then, lots of, not lots, but I had the utmost difficulty playing Ambition Beatty.
Did you? Right. No
I thought he was a very good bowler.
Yeah.
And well, there was a whole plethora really.
Yeah.
Good bowlers. Derek Underwood.
Yeah.
And he was always difficult to get away. And I suppose just trying to think who the others were, but so many names really.
Yeah. And what about from a Somerset perspective? Who did you enjoy keeping to best?
I think with in a way, I suppose I'd say T.W. Cartwright.
Right, you used to stand up to him, didn't you?
Yes, yeah, mostly. Not always, not if it was a really rain-affected wicket, perhaps. But 9 times out of 10, yes. But I enjoyed keeping to all of them, really. Some were more erratic than others, shall we say. But Tom was very accurate.
Yeah.
And I always enjoyed keeping it to Budgie as well, because I knew what he was going to do.
Yeah.
And although he's only there a short time, Kerry as well. Yeah. And Brian Langford. And then, but they all had their merits. So.
And you've obviously batted with Vivian I'm guessing quite a few times.
Yeah, I did. Yes,
What was it like standing the opposite end watching a masterclass like that?
Well, I remember we were playing Gloucester once at Weston, and he had 60 odd, and I had 60 odd because I'd opened, so he caught me up easy enough. And he came up to me and he said, "Shall we both get hundreds today?" 2 overs later, we're both out. I said, "You well said, Viv," but that was just one of the funny things. But no, well, I was also lucky enough to play with Sonny Gavaskar.
Were you? Yeah, because he was here for a season, wasn't he?
And he was. I remember batting with him at the Oval for some time, and my old pal Pat Pocock was bowling, and Sonny said, "Don't hit him for too many fours. We want to keep him on." Just 1 and over. Because he's a great player of spinners.
Yeah.
And I think he 90 or 100. But Sylvester Clark was, he's another one. Sylvester Clark.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of his balls were faster than the other ones, shall we say.
Yeah.
Not making any
Yes,
implications.
absolutely, no, indeed.
But, so we didn't want him to stay on, but he did, unfortunately. And Jackers was there, of course. He was always trying very hard.
Yeah, yeah.
But Sonny was. It's a good experience playing cricket with him, and I think that 1980 was the last of the uncovered wickets.
Mm-hmm.
And Vivian played, but he'd also toured with the West Indies that
Yeah.
year, so he played it towards the end and at the start, I think. And Sonny played most of the games in between. So, very lucky to play with 2 such great players. And but the King was the best I played against, Gary.
Yeah.
When he played for, Nottinghamshire.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And we played a Sunday league game, I think, at Taunton, and we got a reasonable score. Got a couple of early wickets, and Gary came in. It was September. It was dark. And he just hit them all round the ground. Game over. Got about 80 not out in the dark.
So he would be probably the greatest player you've ever...
Well, all-round cricket.
Yeah.
He could do, opener bowling, slow left arm. He could bowl everything, catch everything, and supreme batsman. So, I mean, there's been a lot of good all-rounders, obviously, but I would say he's the standout.
And 40 years ago, you packed your bags and went off to Australia.
That's right.
What have you been doing with yourself since then, Derek?
I've been pretty busy. I've been busy coming back. Come back about 20 times.
Yeah.
But initially I joined Consolidated Press with through Tony Gregg in Sydney, and I was there for about 6 or 7 years, and then that changed, and then was on my own for a couple of years, and then had the opportunity to go to Queensland from Sydney, and we made the move in '91. And end of '91, and we've been there ever since. And but I retired from actual working in about about 2005.
Right.
But now I was in real estate then.
Right.
I did some coaching, did a bit of coaching with the Queensland, the QCA, with Barry Richards was the CEO at the time.
Right.
But he's long retired from that, and then since I've been retired since for the last 17 years. Yeah.
And do you keep in touch with people back here?
Oh yes, yes.
And you always seem to come back regularly, enjoy your time back here.
Indeed, yeah, we do, and still summer, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Living in Somerset, it's always summer.
That's right. No, but it was it's very hot earlier on.
Yeah, it has been.
But we've had a lot of rain in Australia, but on the east coast, so it's very pleasant. So you've had enough rain here.
Yeah.
You like everything green, and the leaves aren't even off the trees yet.
No, we're still into the
summer. So very nice.
So you never regretted coming down to Somerset back in 1970?
Oh no, not at all. No. We've always had a connection now, and the name.
Absolutely. Well, Derek, thank you very much indeed for talking to us today.
Okay, Richard.
And always a pleasure to talk to you and see you back at Somerset.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Richard.
Derek. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset taking on Sussex. The rain has passed us by, the groundsmen have done their work, and we're going to get some action. Hughes currently not out on 83, playing beautifully, and Jack Leaning 11. 155 for 3 at the moment in reply to Somerset's 500 and... I'm going to have to squint and read. 26, 526. That was amassed with the help of James Rue, Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel with a magnificent century, and an Overton 100. But a Craig version, not the Jamie version. The very man who's sat next to me right now, fresh from his very successful stint with the Chennai, what are they called? Chennai
Super Kings.
Super King, I should know that, shouldn't I? The Chennai Super Kings, looking good in yellow. Picked up a bit of a niggle, but he's back with us, cheering on his brother. Welcome into the commentary box, Jamie.
Thanks, Streaks. First time doing this, so it could be a bit rusty or a bit novice-y.
You're all right, mate.
Good shot to start.
Oh, that's not a bad way to ease your way into a session. Another glorious drive there from Hughes. What a shot. That's not the way you want to start a session as a bowler.
A little nice floaty half volley from Lewis to start off.
Yeah, you can give him
a bit of slack. He's
later.
bowled a long spell and he's had a few hours off, sat on the side.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel? You obviously announced your, dare I say it, retirement from multi-day cricket, now focusing on the white ball stuff. How do you feel on coming back to the ground, watching the lads toil? In particular, your brother, who completed an awful lot of overs last week as well. You happy you made that call?
Yeah, I can't lie. I'm not disliking my decision. I think for me personally, it was just one of those that body just felt like it needed to do what it needed to do, and red ball cricket, we know, is obviously tough on the body, and bowling those long spells and long days is not necessarily nice. I've obviously had 5 stress fractures, multiple niggles throughout my career, so it felt like it was the right thing for me at that moment of time. I've said indefinitely that red ball might come back into it, but I think for the foreseeable, I can't see it changing too much. I'm enjoying my white ball cricket at the moment, and body's feeling fresh apart from this niggle at the moment.
Yeah, it's certainly serving you well, and it's good to reflect on. Maybe this is a good time to do it. You had a tremendous time playing all of the formats. Played Test cricket. So you've experienced an awful lot through your career, and it's not to be underestimated. You mentioned your stress fractures and injuries and stuff. You and your twin brother, you're big lumps, aren't you, as well? So there's a lot of carcass to carry around for 4 days.
Yeah, there is, and I've got a bit more on myself than him. I think I've got 10 kilos extra than Craig. Yeah, so probably a bit of extra fat on there. He's a bit more leaner.
I remember when you two lads came into the dressing room. When very much in the strength and conditioning era. Both naturally very strong.
Yeah.
All the weights you used to lift as well. So don't do yourself dirty, mate. I know there's plenty of power in there while you can rocket that ball down at 90 miles an hour. You've obviously spent a little bit of time and seen a bit of Alfie Ogborn. He's one bowler, certainly a different physical specimen to yourself. But if you've obviously heard around the traps, he's put on a little bit of pace.
Yeah, I think watched him from a couple of years ago. Obviously, he's got the skills and stuff, but it's nice to see that he's potentially put on a yard, and obviously that helps on potentially wickets like we've got. Like here, it's obviously a bit slow, and if you've got that extra yard of pace, it can make a big difference. But obviously, you need those skills as well. So it's nice that he's got a bit of both, and it's actually nice to see him bowling from this end with the wind. I think Craig pulled rank this morning. And he's getting a bit more shape from this end, so it's good to see. But yeah, nice having that extra bit of zip. I think especially here you need that one bowler that can potentially be a point of difference at times. You've obviously played enough here that it's hard work at times, and you need something that's a bit different.
Yeah, well, I think these are the days that at some stage in your career does shape decisions like the one that you've made. You know, I think you probably agree that 4-day wins, test wins, whatever it may be, they're some of the most rewarding and valuable. But then on the flip side of it, you get a rain-interrupted day on a pitch that is relatively on the side of the batsman. They can be tough. Me and Charlie spoke about how to keep yourself up and about in 4-day games, but it is challenging, especially when so much time has been lost in the game. We also spoke about staying switched on as well, because one bad session across the 12 in a 4-day game can win or lose you the game. So there's still a little bit out there, but looking ever more like this is probably going to end up a draw. I think today there's still plenty to play for, but if you imagine if there's not a cluster of wickets, it could be a long one on Monday.
Generally say it's one of those that is probably easier to be bowling when the conditions are obviously a bit of rain around, you're on and off. I know it's obviously hard for the bowler to get up and stuff, but the batters have got to start again. It's always challenging with starting new spell or coming out fresh from having potentially sat down for a couple of hours to see the ball, line the ball up again. So this is potentially a key period for Somerset. If they can get a couple of wickets, you can really open the game up. If you get a couple of wickets here, you're into sort of the lower middle order, and you then have a chance of potentially forcing a result. But obviously a big hour or so now.
Yeah, I think watching that previous session, there's a high probability they might regret those 2 opportunities created by Lewis Gregory. Dan Hughes, an inside edge. It was a tough one for James Rew, diving almost wrong-footed a little bit, but quite a simple chance to Abel. Jack leaning on naught. That could have been the catalyst for something that Somerset could hang on to and inspire themselves, but not to be. So it's going to be hard work, and rain breaks can be difficult when you're batting, but maybe not for Dan Hughes, the way that he started this session with that glorious cover drive. End of the Osborne over. Sussex 161 for 3. So for those cricket fans out there, the IPL, the glitz, the glamour, it's undoubtedly the biggest competition in the world. You played for Chennai Super Kings in the previous season, but later in the tournament, this was the first one coming in from the start. How was the experience? Because you were absolutely flying.
Yeah, a great experience. It is a whole different world out there. Playing in front of 40, upwards of 35 to 40,000. Some games you get 50, 60,000 in, and it's not very quiet. Put it that way. It's quite loud. But yes, it's a great place to play and to showcase off your skills. It's obviously the wickets are incredibly hard work for seamers. But yeah, it's one of those, if you can find a way of managing those sort of conditions, you probably know you're going to go at 9.5, 10 and over most games because the wickets are so good. So,
well, the scores this season in particular, last season were big, but they seem to be growing. I think there was one game where the teams didn't defend like 250.
Yeah, who was that? I can't remember who that was, but yes.
KL Rahul got 150 on and ended up on the losing team.
Yeah, it was Delhi against. Who was that against? Someone chased them down. But yeah, Delhi, he got 150, and then they chased it down with like 10 balls to spare. But the ground in Delhi is very small. It's smaller than Taunton. And yeah, it's one of those. It can be so hard to defend. Obviously, you get a bit of dew at night. The ball skids on. Wickets are so good, and it's just almost impossible at times. So, yeah, you potentially need a bit more variance for the bowlers, but I think as a spectating crowd, you want to you like to see boundaries and sixes going out the ground.
Well, the Bro has just been caressed through the covers there for 4, so some tough work for the other Overton.
This one might be a bit shorter.
Yeah, he's. I always, a number of times, spoke watching to Craig. He looks like he intentionally goes seeking a little bit of a moment with the batter, whether it be bowler bounce or have a little word, trying to get a little bit back. And there's almost like that extra gear that he gets in, because you're both incredible competitors.
Yeah.
And Craig definitely, would you agree?
I'm
sure
100%.
you've spoken about it. He tries to get into a little bit of a scrap just to get himself up for it.
He's one of those, like, he's obviously very competitive, but he's one of those. He needs something to almost like spark a fight or something like that to almost find that extra gear. And yeah, he's one of those that he will pick something. He's not doing it deliberately. He's just trying to. He's not having to go at the batsman or anything. He's just trying to get him. It's more to get himself going. And we're very similar, but I think he's got a bit of a reputation around the counties of being this fiery fast bowler, and everyone goes, "Oh, you're more mellow now." And it's just, I know him. That's just how he is, and it's just what he's like, and yeah, it just gets him going more than anything. He's not trying to do it deliberately to have a go at the batsman. He's just trying to get his beans going, especially early in a spell. He's probably sat down for 2.5 hours there.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the one real positives of franchise cricket now. You know, you will have a perception of yourself or Craig or whoever it might be as an opponent, and it's not really the true reflection of the character of the person. So jumping in and out of different dressing rooms, and you're like, oh, this guy's a you know what, and then by the end of it you end up mates because you realise you're actually quite similar characters. And yeah, he's a top lad, as well, most cricketers.
100%.
But you're still out there to do a job and compete. So on the IPL stuff, you mentioned, you know, any young bowlers out there listening. So there seems to be, there was a period of T20, obviously 25 years old now since the format became big, and you've been a part of a good number of those years, as well as at the very top level. There was a period where the run rates, you know, if you got yourself a 140, you were in the game, and then the batters went to work, and those your scores got a lot higher, closer to 200, sometimes a little bit more, and then the bowlers, with the introduction of slower bouncers, you know, really grinding on the Yorkers and various other knuckleballs, all these deliveries that came out, and it was almost like the run rates dropped a little bit. Now we're in this era where batting has gone again. Are there things that you're talking about as bowlers at that very top level with your coaches to try and combat the batters? Yeah,
Especially at Chennai with the bowling coach, Eric Simons. He's trying to think ahead quite a lot. He sees the game as potentially batters are not necessarily as fearful as they used to be, but they're definitely feeling like they're a bit more flamboyant, and they're not afraid to play these shots from ball one. You look at the 15-year-old from Rajasthan. He's coming in. He's hit Bumrah for 6 first ball, Stark for 6 first ball. Those guys have played Test cricket for 20 years, and potentially the best bowlers of world cricket, and he's hitting them for 6 first ball. So there's not that fear pattern there. So yeah, we have some theories. Obviously, we have the guy called Anshul Kamboj who's bowling around the wicket at the end, trying to bowl wide Yorkers, trying to create the angle.
Broad did that a few years
Broad
back,
did that, which he's worked for him so far this tournament, and I think it's one of those, if you can find the difference that someone's not used to for a period of time, it works for that, and then if you do it for a long period of time, I think people start to work out how to play it. So I think that's why you said, like, everyone's stage is sort of one catches up and then the other one goes ahead and works like that. But I think still the basics of really hitting the top of the stumps, especially early on, like first 5 balls of a batter, they've still got to play a good shot, and if they play a good shot, you go, fair enough. But like for me, it's just trying to bowl fast and hit the stumps as much as I can. I think in my early years here, I definitely got a bit short in my bowling. I think you'd agree, potentially at times.
Another great shot there from leaning, Matt, backing up that back foot cover drive. Relatively quick succession boundaries there. Loose on the offside, now loose on the leg side from Bourne. Just maybe needs to listen to Jamie for it. Just bash those stumps, make them play great shots. There was a bit of a freebie there, just swinging down the leg side. Yeah, it's very tough. And I think the other factor is, I suppose that the fans want 4s, 6s, runs. I mean, it's great seeing the stumps fly everywhere, but low-scoring T20 games isn't quite the spectacle as high-scoring ones. No. So, you know, the pitch curators, the boundary ropes, the size of the bats that get spoken about a lot. Another great shot there from leaning, literally just leaning on that one down the ground. Picks up a couple of runs. So it's heavily in the batter. It's an old phrase that it's a batter's game, but you know, you certainly sense with the way that the Indian pitches and the IPL are set up that, you know, true surfaces, boundaries in as close as you
Yeah.
can, and it doesn't make it easy for the bowlers. Obviously, Malinga had great success, but he was almost an exception to the rule with that low trajectory and his ability to blow people's big toe off. That was quite a skill, but even he had to evolve to bowl a lot of slower balls
100%.
at the end because the ramp came out. I mean, like I said, when I played, and we talked about it earlier, when I practiced ramping, I ended up splitting my chin open and binning that shot off early. But batters just don't care. 90 miles an hour, get it down on one knee.
Sometimes easier.
Takes a lot of bravery.
It does, but like I'm saying, the fearlessness isn't, the fear isn't there anymore. They know the wickets are good. They can back themselves, and sometimes easier to hit 90 miles an hour behind you because you're just using the pace. You don't have to force anything. And also, if you do that, even if you don't execute, the bowler then doesn't know what you're going to do next, and they might then bowl a half volley or miss their length, bowl a bit shorter, and then it's easier to score. So it's not necessarily the execution, but it's just more putting the bowler under pressure.
I mean, my thinking at a totally different level from a bowling perspective, but I started to try and imagine as a seam bowler bowling with a spinner's mentality, trying to predict if they were going to go down to sweep or run down the wicket at me, and try and second guess a little bit, because I would imagine in T20 cricket one thing that you don't want to be as a bowler is predictable in your areas, because you can get lined up. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously potentially I'm a bit different with the extra speed. Sorry, Treeks. But yeah, I think obviously I've got the capabilities of bowling. I think I got clocked at 150 during the IPL, which is obviously quite fast. So I think if a batter then hits my fastest ball off the top of the stumps for 6, and you go, oh, okay, well, I might need to change.
Chapeau.
But you just go, oh, well done. That's a good shot. But I think it's, like I obviously I'm not the greatest death bowler. I know I'm not. I'm just a work on. So I will either go fast and then with the odd slow ball just to keep them guessing. But yeah, it's, for me, I'm bowling most of my overs in the middle overs, and it's just trying to be really consistent with my lengths, trying to bowl fourth stump. Decided to go off.
So keeping it relative, I think, while we've got the pleasure of Jamie Overton, while the cricketers are going to take a little break. It doesn't look like this will be a long break. There's not much of a thick cloud, but probably just enough rain to disappoint the crowd that have stayed. The, as Charlie calls it, cigar is coming back on to be rolled over at the pitch. I'm sure the groundsman will just bring a sheet out, not the full covering. But there's going to be a break. I think it's we'll continue this conversation, because I think it's very interesting, especially if there are young cricketers out there and aspiring cricketers and fans that want to know what it's like and the thought processes behind playing at the very top of the game that Jamie Overton has been for many years now, and recently with the Chennai Super Kings in the IPL. Yeah, as you were saying, so very, very, in ways, quite an old school thought process is make them hit your best ball. But as we've seen a number of times, there are overs you get into where someone plays 2 or 3 great shots and you've gone for 14, 80, whatever it might be, and it's just about getting out the over. You're conscious of different deliveries and skills, because obviously you've got that extra pace. A slower bouncer, for instance, which are particularly difficult to hit, but as you say, short boundaries, there's always a risk to going hard into the pitch. Yeah,
there's always a risk I think there's a risk in bowling every delivery. I think you've just got to be happy with knowing I have a process of I'm going, what ball am I going to bowl this ball? And then try and execute that ball. Then within seconds I'm going, have I executed? Yes or no? If I have, then I need to take a good shot, then you go, oh, fair enough. If you go, oh, I haven't bowled the ball I wanted to bowl, then you go, okay, well, I need to switch back on and bowl the actual ball I need to bowl. So you just got to try and think really fast in those situations, because T20 is a fast game. You haven't got loads of time to think about stuff, and especially when you're bowling in front of 40,000, there's a lot going on. So it's just trying and stay in the moment and try and be as realistic as you can when you're out there. and sometimes it's not going to go your way, and you are going to go for 20 and over. Like Tim and David got me for 30 and 1 over this year. Just these things happen. You just got to try and take it on and go for the next one.
Yeah, it can be difficult. I think a guy that we played plenty of cricket with, Alfonso Thomas, he had a big phrase: "Don't bowl emotional deliveries," because I suppose as a seam bowler, your default is to try and knock his head off if he's hit you a few times. But obviously that can be sent out the park as well. So yeah, you've got to keep a level head. I have no doubt at the IPL level. You'd probably have at least one full-time analyst, trying to find little weaknesses in players' games. Is that something you're aware of when you're on the field?
Not necessarily on the field, but definitely we're having a lot of conversations off the pitch about certain individuals and where their strengths are and stuff. I think obviously everyone plays so much cricket now these days. You do know what players are generally like. Obviously, an overseas player coming into India, a lot of the Indian locals you might not necessarily see an amount of, but they are still phenomenal cricketers. And you look at some of the sides they could have 2 or 3 sides that could be playing for India in T20 cricket that aren't actually playing. It's not necessarily straightforward and at times, and some of the youngsters coming through are ridiculously good. So you've got to try and be on the money when you're going out there, and having a chat or whatever it is before going out there certainly helps when you get out into the middle.
No, there was a lot around Jacob Bethel being out in the IPL and not playing in the early part of the competition, and that's not good for his cricket. And then there was a defence from I think Kevin Peterson about the players that were around him and learning about the game, and no better people to learn from than Virat Kohli, even if it's just in the nets. And that's a debate that could go on forever. But in your experience with Chennai, who are the people that you feel like have influenced your game positively that you can take forward into your cricket for either Surrey or England?
I think obviously we've got probably the god of cricket in MS still being
the
around.
Enigma, MS Dhoni.
MS, yeah, he's obviously the god of India, the god of potentially world cricket. He's loved wherever he goes, and just the way he approaches things, he's so relaxed. And even in situations you have a chat with some of the coaching staff where they're pulling their hair out because he's going, I'm happy to chase down 20 in the last over when we need 7 or 8 and over for the whole time. And he's going, if we need 20 and over in the last over, I'm going to get it. Just having that confidence and the calmness to go, okay, this is what I need to do, and I'm going to get it done. And then 95% of the time he did get it done because he knew what he was doing. And obviously we've got quite a different squad than I think they've had in the last 5 or 6 years. Quite a young squad. New captain in Ruturaj Gaikwad, who is a phenomenal talent. Great leader, very on the same sort of lines as MS, very relaxed, very calm. Sort of lets the bowlers do what they want. Will obviously have a say, but he's quite calm, and it makes you feel comfortable when you're bowling. Like whenever I've come on, he just goes, "What do you want?" And I go this, and he goes, "Okay, then we can change if we need to." But
in terms of your field settings? In
terms of the field settings, yeah. I think as a bowler in T20 cricket, you need to dictate what you want because you're bowling the ball and you've got to be happy with it. I think the captain can have a say, but I think you have to have the belief in what you're going to bowl and how you execute what you want. And then if it doesn't go right, then you can have a discussion and change. But I think if you go on and you're a bit timid about, I don't know where I'm going to bowl, then you're probably not going to bowl where you want to bowl anyway, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And Stephen Fleming is still...
Yeah, Flem's head coach.
Head coach. He's been there...
From the start. So he played the first year. I think he played maybe, I don't know, don't quote me on this, but I think he played 4 or 5 games. And then from the second year, he's been head coach ever since. Same coaching, basically the same coaching staff, same physio, same strength and conditioning coach the whole time. Bowling coaches, Eric come in, I think 7 or 8 years ago. But generally,
they had an amazing era, didn't they? I mean, I've played a fair bit of cricket the last few years with Suresh Raina, who's nicknamed Mr. IPL. I mean, they had quite a setup with Raina, Dhoni, and
Jadeja,
some tremendous cricketers. But it definitely seemed like there was a relaxedness, and you think that's from MS Dhoni.
I think he was the obviously captain. He led the whole club, the whole franchise. He basically dictated how they wanted to play. Like you look at. There's obviously a fair play award in India for the IPL. He was generally always on top, and we had 2 bad years. Was when Watson and I think someone else came in and they just didn't win it. For those 2 years he was going, well, he's just like, well, that's just like, but he wasn't dictating them to be the way that the whole franchise wanted to play. Like, he wanted them to be their own individuals, which I think is the right way to do it, because you can't control people how their actions are. Shane's obviously a phenomenal cricketer and he's quite a fiery person, so you can't tell them to mellow out and become a cricketer that they're not, because then they're not going to play the same. So, but yeah, MS was this calm character and he tried to create this calmness around the squad. I think the evidence is there. They've won five titles, going for their sixth. Probably the most. I think they've won the most games in franchise cricket in the whole of franchise cricket ever. So they're obviously doing something right, and he's probably the pinnacle behind that.
Yeah, I think I'd be quite a relaxed character with a net worth of a couple of 100 million. I reckon I'd be very chilled. Vic Marks would be very relaxed on a few 100 million, I reckon. We're back out there here, back to the cricket in hand. Craig Overton's got the ball at the river end, bowling to Dan Hughes, who has played magnificently well. He's into those nervous 90s. He's on 91. Fascinating stuff talking to Jamie about his IPL experiences and that on-off concentration that he spoke about. But Hughes looks very much on at the moment. Yeah, so obviously you travel around the whole of India and see a lot of the young English players that have had or getting the opportunity to be out there, whether they're playing or not. Do you get a sense from them that they feel like it's a good thing for their game and bank balance?
I think so. I think, like, obviously nice to be playing obviously the whole time. I think people can moan if you go over there and you're just sat on the sidelines for potentially 2 months and not playing much cricket, but you obviously still, like KP and what he's saying, you're still learning from potentially some of the greats of world cricket. Obviously Virat's out over there, MS, you're learning those characteristics of how they play Test cricket, ODI cricket, one day cricket or T20 cricket. So that, there's no right model for everyone. I think it's all individually based, and I think if you're good enough to go over and play there, I think you should try and play in it, because you do learn a hell of a lot about yourself. Obviously, you're travelling. India's a completely different culture. They're cricket mad. They absolutely love it over there, and yeah, you do learn very quickly by putting yourself in those situations. And yeah, like I'd recommend anyone to go over and watch, even just to watch a game. It is a different level.
Well, like the footballers here as well, I suppose you do get exposed to being
beat the bat
seriously under the spotlight as well.
100%.
Your performances, positive or bad, will be magnified. Lovely delivery there from Craig Overton. As we have a look at that replay, beautifully shaped away. Didn't quite catch the edge and wouldn't have carried anyway, but good signs there is still some movement here. So yeah, I mean, just imagining the situation, if you can perform in that cauldron of pressure, 40,000 people, also knowing that if you don't have a great day, your social media, your battery's going to run out on your phone because you're being sprayed for not being good or whatever it might be. So yeah, it's a good place to learn very quickly what it's like to be in the spotlight, and certainly relevant if you're playing for England, because playing cricket in India is a different experience for most.
No, 100%, and you do learn fast, because if you don't, then you're gonna get, as a bowler you're gonna get whacked, and you're probably not gonna play many games. So you have to adapt. And going back to obviously the social media and stuff, like I had a stinking year last year. I played 3 games and I think I went at 15 and over. And going back this year, they were like, "Oh, why have you signed him again? Why have you signed him again?" And I've had a very good year, and they're now very supportive of me. And like, that's just cricket. Wherever you go, you're going to get people that don't think you're very good. Some think you're very good, and you just got to try and ignore it, or just try and laugh it off and just say, yeah, look at that.
Even though there's quite a funny story that have come from social media on your return to England.
There is,
because one Indian fan that thought the Overton 100 from yesterday was you, and you'd faked your injury. So it's quite a bit of controversy flying around at the moment. Talk
Yeah,
us
there's a
through
little
that.
bit. I think a few of the Indians didn't know I had a twin brother who is also very good at cricket. And yeah, great to see Craig getting some runs. Weird one, because growing up he was always the one that could bat and bowled a little bit. And he's like the last probably 5 or 6 years, he's just not really, I don't know, he's not really switched on with the bat. Need to have a few more words with him and just say, focus on your batting. But yeah, he's obviously turned into a phenomenal rounder for Somerset over, when did we start? 2012, so 13 years now, 14 years.
Yeah, good time age-wise as well to bring the batting skills closer to the bowling skills to keep the career going. And yeah, it's been great to watch him get those middle order runs, batting at 7 in this innings. And yeah, I suppose your value is 50s and 100s, and he's chalking up those regularly now. So great to see. Osborne bowling with some good pace here, and there's definitely a bit of movement. But what a shot that is. Dan Hughes, who has been nigh on flawless in this innings so far. He's now on to 97. One glorious shot away from a well-deserved 100. 182 for 3 now, Sussex. Yeah, what do you put down? Obviously you had that short burst in the IPL last year, and that obviously sounds like it went in a completely different direction to this stint. Is there anything that you feel like you've done differently, developed to give you that success?
I've changed my spikes. I kept slipping last year.
Yeah. You were always on your backside after delivering a ball. I remember that.
So obviously we play most of the games at 12 o'clock at night, and there's a lot of dew over there. So I slip at the best of times. So I've changed my spikes. I now put longer spikes in, which are. So normally they're about this big, and they're now like this big.
Really? I remember Dirk Nana's having. I thought
they are from Australia.
Extraordinary, aren't they? So a normal spike would be 10, 15 mil.
Probably like I think 6 to 8 mil, and this one they're probably like 15 mil, 16 mil.
Do you ever get stuck?
To be fair, if you're not used to it, your feet you can actually jar your knee and everything, and it actually does make you bowl shorter. Unless you're obviously used to it, because
I suppose once that front foot lands,
you don't move anywhere. Yeah. So I've gone to that, and I've tried to bowl fuller, which you think on a flatter wicket, you think you probably want to be a bit more through here. But the Indians are so good at hitting sort of over backward point and behind themselves to sort of like pick up shots, but sort of behind backward square and the other side of fine leg.
So on sort of thigh pad length.
Thigh pad length is just like that sort of area where you think, most bowlers try and come through there, but they're so good at doing that. They use my pace, and when you're bowling 140, then they're very good at doing that. So I felt like I needed to bowl a bit fuller and maybe a bit more on fourth stump. And I've gone with the attitude this year of just smash the wicket as hard as I can, try and bowl as full as I can, and see how it goes, and it's worked okay so far this year.
Yeah, it's annoying bowling at someone using your pace in a big game,
yeah.
Isn't it, son?
Unfortunately, it is.
Well, Craig's got the ball shaping around, and that's the other thing, especially when you're bowling in the middle, you don't have any swing to play with as well. That gives you some margin for error. Once that Kookaburra's maybe post so 4 overs, it's gone, isn't it? Or sometimes even one hit into the stands.
So like sometimes, like you say, it's an over. Sometimes it's 2 or 3. But generally, whenever I bowl now, I bowl every ball cross seam. So that will give me an extra. Well, not necessarily an extra, but some balls will hit the shiny side and just skid through. Sometimes they'll hit the seam and might bounce up a little bit. So you're trying to get a bit of natural variation from bowling the same ball every ball. And I've done that for 3 years now. I'd say I've probably bowled 10 balls seam up in that whole time. I might bowl a bit more seam up in an ODI, a few more wobble seams, but generally in T20 I'm just trying to use cross seam and just trying to use the wicket like that.
So that would generate potentially like top edge pulls. Yeah. Okay. So I think if you are a bowler out there struggling at the moment, the message is from Jamie Overton, IPL superstar, is go down Jewson's, get yourself some 4-inch nails for your boots, and try and bowl fuller.
Pretty much.
That's the message that's coming in loud and clear. Don't stand the seam up, bowl cross seam.
Which is so unlike bowling cross seam as a youngster. You just go, why would you do that? Because you're not using the benefits of the ball. But with a white ball, it doesn't swing. So why would you not try and do something a bit different? And then when I'm coming on the actual seam with the ball's not as big as it was. So I'm like, well, why would I try and might as well try and do something different? But yeah, but like I find like I bowled the odd over in the power play, and I just can't do it for some reason. I try and hold the ball seam up, and it just feels like it just goes everywhere. But as soon as I have the ball as a cross seam, I just feel like I can snap behind the ball and bowl down the line of the channel I need to bowl.
Well, it was a tactic that Liam Plunkett had a lot of success with, similar height bowling style to yourself, and in that period where England won that World Cup, that was his job. The enforcer, the middle period of an ODI is particularly difficult to get wickets as a seamer because it doesn't swing or anything. So he was the enforcer, used to bowl sort of top of the pads to the helmet length, quite short, quite aggressive, and cross seam a lot, again giving you that little bit of indifference in bounce and skid onto the batter. So yeah, it's certainly makes sense. And the batting side of things, you come in sort of middle to the lower order, and it's just a case for swinging for the fences.
Pretty much. Obviously, it depends on the situation, but yeah, I think always giving myself a couple balls generally just to have a look and see what's going on, because I know I can catch up quite quickly. But yeah, like it totally depends on the situation. Like if I'm coming with 7 balls to spare, I'm pretty much going from ball 1, and if I get out, I get out. It's just one of those things. But other times, if I'm in, like the first game this year in the IPL, I think I was in the 8th over at batting at 8. So like obviously had near enough 70 odd balls to bat, and actually quite nice to actually get yourself into innings on a tricky wicket. Managed to get 40 odd and get us up to a score that was nowhere near defendable, but up to a score.
It was a good losing 40.
Yeah. Like with the 15-year-old coming out and getting 55 off 17, 16 balls, I was like, well, my knocks are not that good anymore.
It's quite something.
But like it's hard when you're defending 120, 130 or 140 in a T20, because they know that if they have one guy that comes off and scores quick 30, quick 40, then the game's almost at run a ball straight away. But even if it is a tricky wicket, they just manipulate the ball and just try and take ones and get your way down like that. So I think that's why you see a lot of teams trying to chase, because you kind of know what you need to do at that point, especially when there's a bit more dew on the surface.
There seems to be a bit of an advantage to chase in India with that dew effect, that if you haven't played out there, it's almost like playing in the rain. The ball gets soaking wet, doesn't it? Well, Hughes has got himself to 98. He's been a little bit speculative with his shot. That little drop and run, getting into 98. No matter how many hundreds you've scored or how many games you've played, it's always quite remarkable how the way that you play seems to change when you're in the 90s. But we'll watch how that plays out. Sussex 183 for 3 at the moment. A couple of drop catches have gone down. Tough one for James Rue, and a slightly easier one at first slip both off of Lewis Gregory, so it could be a little bit different here on day 3, but we are where we are, and the Somerset bowlers are toiling hard.
Might see a bit of Leachy in a minute from the far end.
Yeah, I think the bowlers would be happy to have some Leach over, so they can rotate more than likely from this end. Pretorius looked like he had a good rhythm when he was bowling earlier. Picked up that wicket just before lunch. He looked solid apart from that one opportunity he gave, but been very impressed with Dan Hughes so far. So I mean, one of the stories that has been around for a while now, the 15-year-old lad, as you mentioned, he's been 15 for a while now. Has he had a birthday since?
You're saying the words. I'm not saying anything. But no, he's like, however old he is, he's still
he's unbelievable.
He's unbelievable. Yeah. Like if he is 17, if he's 18, like to get an IPL 100 at that age is still ridiculous.
He's got a couple now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he might have done. He definitely had one last year. I don't know if he's got one this year, but he keeps getting 50 off 15, 16 balls. And like, it's just hits it in. He actually hits it in kind of strange areas, like almost over third man, and then just hits balls off a good length, straight over your head, over long on, over mid wicket, wherever the ball is. It just seems to just go.
Yeah, he's quite the talent. I'm surprised if he's pulling on a India shirt very soon.
Wouldn't surprise me at all, no. But then, like, you look at the players they've got in there at the moment, like trying to get ahead of Sanju and Abhishek, probably two of the best T20 batters in the world. Like, probably not coming in ahead of them in the meantime. So it's hard. Like I said, the quality of talent they have over there now is just phenomenal.
They should get him in soon, because they could have 30 years of him playing for India.
Yeah.
With the length of his 15th year. That short bouncer there from Overton. Hughes on the edge of this 100. He'll be very keen to chalk that off and get that little milestone out of his mind. I always forget which is the older brother of the two of you. Craig is the more senior.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
He's still not let it up either. He keeps telling me he's older. I just say I'll beat him up because I'm bigger than him.
I can only imagine knowing what it's like to have a brother and the sort of little play scraps that get a bit of less play as they go along, and all the games of cricket, football, rugby in the garden. I could just imagine your folks having quite the time trying to separate you two big goobers.
Yeah, and a lot of a few windows broken and a few picture frames broken in the childhood growing up. The cricket club or at home, wherever it was something was always being broken.
Carnage.
Yeah.
This replay here. Overton going for that wobble seam delivery. It's just straightened. Just a little lack of foot movement there, I think. Just a bit of a half-cock position on that crease. Just got stuck. The effect of that bouncer, no doubt. Another quick single, scampering up the other end.
Didn't want to be overthrows then.
Oh, I heard that Craig got dropped by Ollie Robinson on 99, so can happen. Yeah, so returning from the IPL, the little thigh strain you've picked up, or you've got later on in the Summer ODI and T20 series, as Leaning pulls through square leg, and that'll go to the boundary. Leaning moves on to 30.
Yeah, just a little strain in the thigh. It's a bit of a weird one because it didn't really feel much when I was out there. I went for a scan on my groin because that was a bit sore. Nothing there, so I was like, okay, fine, but you might have something in your thigh. So I went for another scan, and in the meantime had a game and played in the game, and it got worse in that time. So England pulled me back, which is frustrating. Obviously frustrating not to be playing, and we're getting to the crunch time and over in India with a chance of qualifying for the finals. And obviously doing well, you kind of want to stay and finish the season, but it was the right time to come back and get this all ready for we've got an India series and end of June, so I've got a bit of time now to get ready for that.
And the Blast starting on Friday, certainly here, our first game, Taunton on Friday. Is that a hope that you'll be fit at some stage during the Vitality Blast?
Yeah, fingers crossed. I don't really know how long it's going to be at the moment. It's just I'm seeing the physio and the doctor on early next week, or early this week. So we'll just see what happens, and hopefully it's only a couple of weeks sort of injury, and back for the end of that first sort of block of the Blast, and then there's obviously a couple of Champion games which won't be available for, but and then potentially a few more Blast games before leading into that white ball series.
Well, Tom Lammonby replacing the premier left arm seamer in the team, Alfie Ogborn. Lammonby has had a good knack throughout his career of picking up.
Yeah, I was going to say a bit of a
some
golden
wickets
arm
and some partnership breaks. Yeah, definitely fits into that golden arm description. Be a slightly gentler pace than Ogborn, but certainly, I have a vague memory of him making his debut as more of a bowler than a batter at the early part of his career. That's obviously flip reverse now, but Lammers certainly knows how to bowl his little swingers.
I think with most all-rounders growing up, it's always easier to start in professional cricket as a bowler. Obviously, get a few more opportunities, and that's close if he's not hit it.
Creating. Let's have a look at the replay of that. Maybe
a bit height.
I would have thought would have just popped into the psyche of Tom Lungley there, the standing umpire. Let's have a look. Oh, he's a long way across the stumps as well, so potentially a hint of outside the line. Oh, not outside the line, but yeah, just a bit high and probably going down. Side slightly. He's a long way across the stumps.
No, but yeah, like I said, most all-rounders, it's potentially slightly easier to start your career as a bowler because you get the opportunities, and if you bowl a bad ball, you've still got another ball to come up, whereas you only get one chance as a batter, and it is hard work. So I'm certainly not envious of the young batters coming through because they don't have it easy, that's for sure.
Especially the earlier season English wickets that are generally,
I think he's hit that as well,
quite sporty. Oh, was there an inside edge on that one? He's dropped his bat, so he's not going to be able to raise it. There's going to be buzzers as well. That's gone over for 5, and it has been given runs. 99 to 104 with that 5. Well played, Dan Hughes. There's not a person in the ground that doesn't realise that is a very well deserved 100. He's played magnificently well throughout the knock, some glorious drives straight down the ground through the covers. He's a very happy batter now. An abysmal underarm. I'm not sure who did it. It was an absolute shocker. Got stuck in the hand and somehow managed to go all the way to the other side of the ground. Bonus runs. Be bowling now with 2 catches at mid-wicket on the leg side. Oh, big swing and a miss. Another no ball from Lammonby. He's obviously got nice, loose, fresh legs charging in.
Must be hard when you're not bowling consistently to come in and then bowl in the game. I don't think the last time he bowled was that Essex game.
Yeah, you'd assume that he would bowl in training and all that kind of stuff. He's, just watching it, what he does bowl. I mean, he's not a part-time bowler in quality. He's a good bowler. His Lammers does have that ability to shake the ball away and carrying through nicely to James Rue.
But it's like bowling the nets to bowling in the middle is completely different, and it's a different pressure to it. I was chatting to one of the psychologists we had at Chennai about bowling the nets. It feels so like rhythmical and stuff when in training, but then as soon as you get to a game, you just feel like everything tightens up and your action feels really different, even though it looks exactly the same when you look at the footage. So mentally and physically looks different at times.
Well, we were talking earlier with Mr. Marks, weren't we, about relaxing the face, relaxing the shoulders, putting the old tongue between the teeth so you're not straining, which Vic will be trying next time he's on the putting green, I believe. It's actually a key, especially with fast bowling. Any sort of fast action, trying to hit anything hard, you need the intensity of what you're trying to achieve, hitting something or projecting something quickly, but you actually need your muscles quite loose for range of movement. So it's definitely a feel thing, and making sure you're aware that, I'm sure you feel it, that you bowl your fastest balls when you feel you're nice and loose and relaxed.
100%, and the faster you run in, the faster you try and bowl, it actually just doesn't work. So you need to have that like flow state where you just relax, rhythmical, and obviously the intensity is there, but it's that really feels like really controlled, and then it comes out faster for some reason.
Well, with the The add-on of psychologists is called flow state, whereas we used to call it loose as a goose. You're looking loose as a goose this morning. That's good stuff. Well, it's definitely a different vibe here from where you have been the last month or so to watching county cricket after a rain delay. All the fans are only the real hardcore have packed a Mac and are willing to battle through the wind and rain.
I was going to say it's a bit colder outside than it is in Chennai, but in here you've turned up the heating for me.
Yeah, well, the aircon's broken in
work.
here. It is about 40 degrees.
Yeah.
Chennai, previously Madras,
Yeah.
Known as one of the hottest parts of India, 45 degrees plus.
Yeah. Well, feels like that with the humidity. I'd say it's probably generally 36, between 36 and 37, or 38, somewhere around there. And then the humidity's at 85%.
Sweaty.
So yeah, every time you leave the room, your hands, obviously you aircon everywhere inside the hotels and inside the change room. You walk outside and you're literally just dripping with sweat from 5 seconds being outside. So it's not the nicest, but yes, it's Chennai, and it's part of being what Chennai's like, and that's what makes playing there so much fun.
Yeah,
and the day games are not very nice at all.
No, I can't imagine. What would they start? Sort of 3 p.m. somewhere around there.
What time did they start? Yeah, 3:30, I think. 3:30, something like that. And the last one I played was a day game, and I generally thought I was going to pass out when I come into the change room after bowling.
I think last time I was in Delhi, and again not thinking, which is not a shock to anyone who regularly listens or anyone that knows me. Day off, let's play golf, and I put I booked like a lunchtime tea time. It was just absolutely the worst decision of my life. Like 18 holes of golf in 30 plus degree heat. Very bad decision.
Yeah.
Very bad decision.
There's one place I don't really take my golf clubs with me, because you've just got to play at 6 a.m. and then so like the whole, basically for 2 years I've been on English time the whole time I've been in India, so 4:30 a.m. every night, getting to sleep and then waking up at 1 p.m, 12 p.m. Not seeing much of the day, have a bit of food and then chill for an hour.
Is that by choice, not trying to reset yourself, or?
Yeah, mainly by choice. I think once the games come around, I don't really sleep after games, so I can't sleep after a night game. So the games obviously, I think, start at 7:30, and we're sometimes not back to the hotel till 1 a.m.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. We were talking about how tired the guys are after 6 back-to-back championship games, and I was saying to Vic that playing it in blocks now, I different kind of tired, but get exhausted through a blast series, because you've got all the bus travel. Obviously from IPL context would be planes. Yeah. The bus travel, the amount of time you spend travelling, but then you play a night game under lights, and you're so wired at the end of the game. You get home and you could never get to sleep. No. 3, 4 in the morning, just staring at the ceiling, just the floodlights, the music, under pressure. Especially if you're an active part of the back end of a game. Just impossible to get to sleep, so you end up sort of in your own little jet lag in some ways when you 100%. Play T20 cricket. And I imagine you're, what it sounds like with the IPL horns and whistles and all the music and stuff like that. Your ears must be ringing for hours after.
Yeah, they are. But like I remember playing back here, and we had a game at, I think we played Kent on a Friday night or a Saturday night in Canterbury, and then we travelled to.
Is that when we all ended up asleep in Costa?
Yeah.
Sarge, or the director of cricket, was so tight he didn't book us a late checkout, and we were lurking in Canterbury, and I think you and your brother went to sleep in Costa.
That was that one, and then we had another one where we had a 4-day game start the next day, and we had a delayed start at 12 o'clock, and we didn't get into the hotel till 2 a.m, 3 a.m, and then playing a 4-day game the next day. So you think you're trying to be recovered and that sort of side of things. It's not easy, and thankfully those sort of schedules aren't around anymore, and it is a bit more in the block, but it's still not easy.
Well, it is awesome. We'll let you go in a minute, Jamie. But in terms of your year now, obviously, I'd imagine locked in with the Chennai Super Kings. They will have other franchise in different part of the world. Yeah. The 100, you're with the London Spirit. obviously hopefully playing as soon as possible in the blast for Surrey. And Nick, and out!
Golden arm.
Golden arm has struck. Lewis Gregory's taken the catch. The magnificent innings of Dan Hughes is over. He's got 107 well-made runs. Lammonby has just pitched the ball up. Maybe Hughes got a little bit greedy on that angle he was trying to hit it, but a great wicket for Somerset. Lammonby has struck. Only his 9th delivery. Why wasn't he on earlier? Charlie Taylor, what do we think? But no, that was a superb nipped away and a sharp catch there from Gregory down by his right knee. Well taken. Yeah, he's a nice bowler, is Tom Lammonby. Should maybe be used more. Is it another situation, do you think, maybe like Abe's, you know, because I know Lammers is susceptible to a bit of a back. I know Abe's is more hamstring, isn't he? You know, maybe the bowling, not through quality, it's a little bit less than he could potentially bowl, or maybe the captain wants him to bowl just to look after the body a little bit.
He's obviously not bowled for probably a couple of years now, is it? So maybe just managing him, and obviously the batting's obviously improved a hell of a lot in the last couple of years, and he's made himself into an all-out number 3. If he gives the option of this as to the captain, that he can bowl a few overs here and there, that it makes you really valuable to the team. So, but yeah, I think obviously people get injuries in different places. Abe's obviously had his fair amount of hamstring injuries, which is obviously frustrating, but he's in a real purple vein of form at the moment, and it looks like it's pretty tricky to bowl at him.
Yeah, he's been magnificent. I think watching him bat, he sets himself onto off stump, head super still, play straight. You know, even off stump balls, he's managing just to pick off through mid wicket. He really is looking quite a complete player at the moment. Abe's in particular, and yeah, you don't want to risk those hamstrings too much, certainly in this case. But Lammers is a great option, and nice to see him pick up that wicket. So yeah, you've got the 100 stuff, and in the off season there's the ILT 20. There's
so much. There's so much going on now. ILT,
a full diary is what I'm trying to say.
ILT, Big Bash, South Africa, and then by that time South Africa finishes, it's back to the either the Pakistan PSL or carry there from Lammers.
Steaming in his Lammers.
And then back to the IPL. So yeah, there's obviously a lot going on. You can't do all 3 of those because they kind of clash a little bit. But yeah, obviously I've had 3 years with Adelaide, the last 3 years, which I've thoroughly enjoyed my time there. I love Australia and I love Adelaide. Feels like home going back there now. It's obviously by the coast. It's a big city, but it kind of doesn't feel like a city at the same time. And made a lot of friends there and stuff. So that's on the cards. And then obviously Chennai, I've got Joe Berg in the SA20 at JSK. So yeah, we're just chatting through a few things at the moment where I'd like to play my cricket this winter. But obviously there's actually not too much white ball for England this winter. We've got a series in there's a series in Pakistan and then a series in Australia straight after that, and then that's finished by early December, and then there's nothing until there's 3 matches against South Africa after the Test series after Christmas, and then there's nothing after that. So it's quite a relaxed.
Maybe that's when you can slide in a few 4-day games then.
Over there, not so sure. I'm playing with a cooker over there, and I think I might just stick to white ball. But no, yeah, I think there's obviously so much cricket you can play, but you still got to manage your body and be in a good spot. So when you do play, you are fresh and you are ready to go. So I'm just trying to work out what I'm going to do this winter. I haven't fully decided yet, so we'll just wait and see. I think we've got a bit of spin coming on here from the far end.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan coming on to bowl his off spin. James Coles is the new man to the crease. It will be.
We thought it would have been a bit of a left arm with Leach with 2 right-handers in spinning away from.
Yes, yeah. You'd think the left-hander we might have seen a little bit of Archie Vaughan, but now he's into the attack for.
Unless they're changing.
First time of the game.
They've got the wicket and they want to change and bring Craig from this end or Lewis from this end. Who was bowling that? Lewis was bowling the far end, was he?
Yeah, maybe
Craig. So Craig might come this end for a few. Try and change the Lammers has got the wicket to try and bring on a
Keep Lammers going.
yeah.
Strap it on.
So they might have just, Lewis might have a theory that he wants to change one end and bring Lammers from the far end and have a strike bowler from this end.
Start there from Archie Vaughan to Jack Leaning, who's on 30. Sussex 204 for 4. Lammonby, the golden arm, has made a breakthrough. Changing momentum with a bit of spin. It's been fascinating talking to you, Jamie, all things cricket, career, IPL in particular. It's been magnificent, and obviously having such a great start to your career here at Somerset. Don't want to upset too many people by saying good luck when you get fit again and start playing your Vitality Blast for Surrey, but good luck.
Thank you.
Long may that continue, mate. Great to have choices, and you deserve all those opportunities.
Fold.
Thanks for bringing
Perfect.
Winnie in.
Yeah.
Your lovely little
Winnie, you going to come here?
Dachshund.
Been very quiet.
Come on, Winnie.
Come here. Come here.
Let's make Winnie famous.
Come on, come here.
Yeah, there she is.
Good girlie. There we go.
There we go.
I think there was a picture on
Winnie's come to say
the
hello,
socials
mate.
that Harry Trump took of Winnie sat on my mum's lap in the cold with a blanket on. So.
Well, I did notice, mate, obviously your first stint on commentary, which I think has been fantastic. I'm sure our viewers have listened to it, but Winnie, mate, falling asleep straight away.
Chatting.
Bored, weren't you,
Winnie?
Winnie?
To sleep. Just going to watch cricket now. But yeah, no, she's obviously mine, but lives with my parents. I'm obviously away too much, so whenever I come down, I try and
committed
try and see
to
her.
a dog, and then realised you were going to start travelling the world.
Pretty much,
Cheers,
yeah.
folks.
Yeah. But they love her, so as you can see, they've bought her own collar with her name on it.
Why wouldn't you, mate? Eh?
But yeah, she's lovely, and whenever I get down, I try and come down and see her whenever I get a bit of free time. But she generally always thinks that Craig is me, so whenever she sees Craig, she goes absolutely mad as well. So yeah, she gets a bit confused at times, but
you must both smell the same.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for popping up, mate. Always good to see you. I'll see you out in the middle, if not on hopefully a golf course at some stage in the near future. Get that thigh right and make sure you're ready for that England series.
Perfect. Thanks, Treeks. Thanks for having me.
Absolute pleasure, mate. Vic Marks is locked in, and maybe you could update me. Let me know how the PGA Championship's getting on. The big guns haven't teed off yet, I don't think, have they? It's not till about 7 o'clock, so. Yeah, great to have Jamie Overton, former Somerset player and T20 superstar, had a magnificent first half or so of the IPL. Feels like the competition's been going on for years already. Oh, Lammers again! Leaning, clean bowl by Lammonby, getting that one to hoop back through the gate. Stumps everywhere, and what a great bowling change that has been. Lammonby in his third over has struck again. Is there a little bit of a door open to a little mad hour here at the Cooper Associates County Ground?
I tell you, you'll be pleased to see the back of Leaning is Tom Abel, who dropped him on 0.
2 high-class deliveries, really good balls. I mean, the nick itself definitely decked off of the pitch, and look at that one there. That is shaped, nipped back in. That is the dream ball for any left-arm swing bowler. Sign him up. Great hair as well, Tom Lammonby. I love watching him run he's a bit of a man crush going on. Will Smead and Tom Lammonby. Just beautiful men, beautiful cricketers. Love watching them. And, of course, commentating with you and Vic.
Well, that felt like very much of an afterthought, but we won't take any offence from it, Vic, will we? We never described Vic as having beautiful hair. You might. He did once, I know, but did Pete ever see it? Did he ever describe it as being
wave
beautiful?
to his old Barnet.
We've got to find some pictures of that.
Oh, John Simpson coming to the crease, one of the best wicketkeeper batters you'll see in county cricket. So he's been a huge wicket time and time again. He piles on the runs in that middle order for Sussex.
One away from a bowling bonus point as well, which if this game does end in a draw, then that will help things out for Somerset.
Well, they certainly do all count. Well, Vic is hovering by the top of the steps. I feel like we should make use of him. I'll take a break. Did you enjoy that?
Loved it.
Some fascinating insights into the IPL life and how he's thinking about his bowling. I thought it was really valuable, especially any young bowlers listening.
Absolutely, he's someone worth listening to, isn't he? Watch his career trajectory, getting to play for England and going over to the IPL, living the dream lifestyle of a high-level cricketer, which is great to see the success from the West Country.
And for a first time on a live stream commentating, I think we all need to watch our backs as well.
He did pretty well. Lammers then into John Simpson, Tom Lammonby. And there's shouts and screams, oohs and ahs. I don't think Simpson was really playing much at that, to be honest. Sort of left his bat there. Lammonby 2 for 9 from his 16 deliveries. Pete's done a long old stint in the field there, and he's complaining that his headphones are hurting his ears. This takes a bit of a leading edge there from John Simpson. 2 brand new batters. This is a completely different picture than 15 minutes ago, Vic.
Certainly is. Look at those bowling figures. And it's not the first time it's happened.
No.
And this is why, I have said before actually, I don't think Lammonby should ever be the bowler of the last resort, because if it clicks with him, he just gets that little bit of movement left arm. So he's always worth a try before it becomes the last resort. However, it's 4 runs.
Nicely played, wasn't it?
But even before he got the wickets, he had an LBW shout against Hughes, and he's got just that flicker of movement in the air off the pitch. So I'd give him another one, or 2, or 3, just for the moment. Interesting Vaughan coming on. You thought it would be Leach because there are 2 right-handers. The only other factor, of course, is this. I know they talk a lot about Alfie's footmarks, and they are in a better slot for the off-spinner bowling to the right-hander. So I'm. One thing is that Jack's had a go, albeit against 2 left-handers who are very proactive against him. The other is that there is probably a little bit of rough outside that off stump of the right hand. He's got 2 new batsmen, so there is some rationale about trying the off spinner and hoping that perhaps those little bits of rough that might just starting to have an impact. If nothing much happens, I wouldn't be slow to get Leach on at one end, but I keep Lammonby going for a while, and then you've still got, you've still got a bit of ammunition with your, if you like, frontline seamers around. We sort of ran out of ammunition in the end down at Cardiff, and they bowled really well. But so just bringing Long on up into the ring, 2 new batsmen. Simpson's off the mark, but Coles isn't. And suddenly Sussex will be mindful. They've got a long batting lineup, but if they were close to being bowled out today, which is a long way off, but nonetheless 2 wickets have just gone, and if the weather behaved itself a bit better, there'd be some interest in tomorrow. Nothing else is wrong as keeping the pressure on. But I think I'd give Lammonby another one. I mean, he's gone 2 for 13 off 3, and 4 or 5 of those were overthrows, or 4 of them.
Yes, that's right, actually, isn't it? More like 2 for 9
Yeah.
off 3.
And he did that once before with lesser deliveries. I think he got wickets against Essex in that victory. And the first one was a bit of a horrible strangle. He got Edgar caught from a sort of bit of a long up on the boundary.
It was a strange shot from Elgar, wasn't it? Was it
Elgar, sorry, beg his pardon, Elgar, yeah. You've just before lunch and sort of
just before lunch, that's right.
But then he got another one. Anyway, he's going to keep going.
Quite right.
For the moment. And well, why not? Pretorius working on the ball for him. It's his ability to get a little flicker of swing that makes him dangerous. And of course, he's unfamiliar. Doesn't bowl much nowadays. They don't quite know what to expect. In fact, it's perfectly respectable left arm seam, or left arm swing if all's going really well. And of course, all these batsmen, he's essentially been a batsman, but you always find it. I mean, I think he's keen to bowl full stop, to be fair, because I think he quite enjoys it, provided he's fit. He's had a few fitness issues. But batsmen who are a bit shorter runs who can bowl are much keener to continue bowling. I mean, he has been shorter runs, so they only get runs in this match. But if there's always the thought, hang on a minute, there's an extra seamer. And he is the 5th seamer, I suppose, in this side. Well, let's see, that's on target. Yeah, they like that. I mean, it's hardly swinging, but just offering. If you start playing across your front pad there, you could be in trouble. Lovely to see Jamie Overton down here with his dog and the family. Not in that order, no doubt. I'm sure willing Craig to get a wicket or two and revelling in the fact that he got 100. It's a good story, isn't it? That they're stroppy. That they're stroppy in India because this Overton's come back to Somerset and played in county cricket and he's got 100 and he's got a wicket and, well, he should be here with us.
I love the idea that someone has seen the name Craig Overton, thought, well, he's just trying to disguise himself. He's just changed his first name. I love the idea that maybe they've looked him up and said, yeah, look, he's got the same date of birth. It's the
that must be him.
It can't be anyone else.
I think when we had the coach from South Africa, Dave Nosworthy, was here. Oh, and he said, I can't tell them apart until they bowl because they've got quite different bowling methods, actions. But he said, I could never tell them apart until I saw them bowling.
They used to, and I think it's probably the case with twins. They used to be a bit more similar.
Yeah.
I guess as you get impacted by different things as you get a bit older. But as when you're young, the two of them as teenagers when they started playing. I remember it took a while before you start to remember which is which. They're pretty similar looks-wise, aren't they?
Oh well, they're the same height and particularly similar. From a distance. I mean, they're slightly, as Jamie was saying, they're slightly different shape actually at the moment.
At the moment, they are. They were when they were teenagers.
Yeah,
they were a bit more similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Craig's a little bit lighter at the moment. Jamie was saying.
Yeah, a bit leaner, a bit less muscly perhaps. Well, he's bowled a lot of those lately too.
Yeah.
But it was a sight before he left when they both played together. I mean, you'd have those two in the slip cordon. And both of them, there was an era where, you always had the best batsmen seem to be the slip catchers, but both of them, great hands.
And such long limbs, they could reach very far as well. Super reactions.
Someone's got excited there. Not quite sure who, but he's right on target, is Archie Vaughan. And the batsman thinking, well, I can't really take too many limb. If I get caught mid-on trying to whack it here, I won't be very popular in that dressing room.
No.
this is glorious weather, by the standards of this match.
We've seen a lot more of the ground staff than we would normally like, which is no offence to them.
Well, they've
Doing a
worked.
great job.
They've worked well. I mean,
Yeah.
these are nightmare days for ground staff. I suppose if they're being brutally honest, what they like is either hot weather, dry weather, or if it's going to rain, let it rain
Yeah.
emphatically, so that it's covers on and covers stay on, and we'll try again tomorrow. But the on off, well, it's not as if they're overmanned. It's quite strenuous. Good. Watch cricket in Sri Lanka, and it does rain hard in Sri Lanka, and there'll be about seemingly 50 or 60 people covering the whole ground, but there are 50 or 60 of them marshalled by the boss, and it all happens very quickly. But here there's about 5 or 6 having to deal with it all. Well, that was a sort of a bit of a miscue of a lap sweep, but he's got 1 run for it, but it wasn't pretty. Lammonby has ripped his sweater off, as if to say, how dare you even think about taking me off?
Give me that ball.
I remember, as if to say, I remember when I first started in the press box, there was a lovely man who was the Sun cricket correspondent at the time, before John Etheridge, called Ian Todd, a delightful character, but he was quite a ruthless operator in his youth, working for the Sun, needing those stories, and if he couldn't get the quote, it would be Graham Gooch wandering around the boundary after Hussain had, and he was looking extraordinarily grumpy, as if to say, Nasser Hussain, if you behave like that again, you will be sent home, or something like that. So it's quite a handy little introduction, as if to say. I didn't have the wit to do that.
Glorious sunshine now.
I know.
Lovely. It's quite warm in the sun. Brilliant ball, that one, but gets away.
Just a fraction short, but he's looked dangerous against the right-handers. I don't know, he hasn't swung much lately, but he's just going through his action a bit. But he's probably taught the bowling averages, for what it's worth.
Yes, he is. Well, because he keeps taking wickets
and in short spells, isn't
Yeah,
it?
in very short spells.
No, you can't have that. But
causing problems.
But he generates. I don't think the radar's given us any pace. Well, he's not quick, but he's just sometimes that came on a little bit quicker than we thought.
Just moved off the pitch a little there. Came in a bit.
Bowled quite a lot in the under-19s, and he's obviously bowled very successfully. Was it last year in the 50-over competition? He bowled. He was a regular, and he took wickets as well as scoring runs. Get one there, no more. Well, he's certainly keeping the pressure up. He's got the right-hander there. The killer ball that he wants is like the one. Well, they got. Leaning out, leaning wasn't a great shot perhaps, but it's the one that just swings in a little bit into that front pad or through the gate. See
if I can find it. Well, Lammonby is top of the averages in the whole division.
Oh, and there you go. You know, it might tempt him out there. That was a loose. He hasn't scored Coles much. He's faced 14 balls for his 1. Like most modern players, he likes to be moving. That was a loose drive. He could have nicked that, but didn't. Good carry again, though, to James Roos. So, standing a fair way back. He was a bit more, and justifiably so, a bit more discreet there. So the runs have dried up. A couple of wickets have fallen. They'd like another one. I mean, the batting goes on and on for Sussex, but, it's 5 down. One more bonus. One more gets a bonus point. Gets you nearer the tail. Well, there's barely a tail.
Yes, Lammonby averaging up until this point 9.5.
Well, best keep him on then.
Yeah. 4 wickets up to this point. So
it's only the 4, is it?
6 now, yes. It's not as many.
Oh,
it's only 6 now. This
6
table
now.
hasn't
It's
updated.
6 now, okay.
Yeah. This is before this match. No, not from that one, Craig Overton. He was celebrating.
There's not enough. They call it a crowd catch, but there's not many in the crowd just at the moment.
No, well, that was very much a slipfielder's catch, though, in a way, the way the celebrations went. Usually, the players up close, no, they get a much better view of it, obviously. But that one seemed to just confuse a couple.
Let's see one spin. Great to hear Jamie talking about his fast bowler. And I was just mirroring, I remember talking to a fast bowler of my vintage, no longer with us, sadly, called Graham Dilley, who was quick and got the ball to swing away, but I always remember him explaining to me how... That is out, though. That is out. He's got to go. He's just punched that ball straight back to... That's not a crowd catch, and he can't quite believe it. 6 down.
That was easier corn bowl as you can hope to get.
Yeah, but he did well, because he would have been, only in the sense that he would have been very, very surprised that that delivery was going to be a potent one. So 6 down, second bowling point, and there's still 13 overs remaining tonight. Well, just imagine that they got to 9 down, let's say, or bowled them out tonight. It's not impossible. We've had 3 wickets in no time. And then the weather gods behave themselves. The pitch is still behaving pretty well, but all you've got to do is slip Lammonby on a bit earlier, and away you go. Who's the next one in? Tier.
Tier is coming in.
I'm unfamiliar with Tier.
Charlie.
No.
Charlie Tier's birthday is the 12th of June. It's a good day for birthdays, isn't it? Pete Trigo's birthday. He was born 2004, so not that far off. What were you, 1916? He has played 4 first-class matches. He's a young lad, early in his career, 21-year-old, born in Chichester.
Okay, well, he's got a benign surface to bat on, but a tricky situation. Let's see how he goes. There's a lot of noise. So Vaughan has got 1 for 3, and Lammonby's got 2 for 14. Ooh, I was just preaching for that. It's not doing a great deal, as far as I can tell, from Vaughan, but he's... Golden rule is give them now, especially when they've got new batsmen in, keep that pressure on. Just having a look at that, just trying to explain that caught and bowled. It's hard to do so. It might have just stopped a fraction, but he had plenty of time to adjust. It was just an early innings mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, early in the innings mistake. From a very, very accomplished player, so it's a bonus for Somerset. Well, Gregory's continuing with, well, you can't call it the second string attack, but it's Lammonby and Vaughan. They see menace in every ball now.
Well, I recognised the name. I couldn't quite work out where from. He was a loanee to Gloucestershire in 2024. Charlatier.
Okay.
I think I might have ended up commentating on him there. Plays for Scotland.
Ah.
Got 20 ODIs under his belt.
Oh, really? Right.
So pretty experienced in that respect.
So he's 22.
22 this year.
Right.
22 next month, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he's obviously liked by Scotland. 20 ODIs and 8 T20Is. So
Oh, right. Well, he's in an unfamiliar situation that he's got to ground out an innings here. Well, Scotland don't play much red ball cricket, I suppose. Not that much, anyway.
no, it's a shame, really. I suppose the Scottish cricketers individually play a fair bit of red ball cricket, I would have thought.
Maybe.
But
Oh, yeah,
not as a
yeah.
team, they wouldn't.
Not very often, no.
Individually, by which I mean with their counties or with their
Yeah.
first class sides.
Yeah.
Josh Davey, for example.
Well, I remember covering, it seems a long time ago now, Josh Davey being almost the leading wicket taker in the Australasian World Cup.
Yeah, he was on fire that World Cup. Two fielders standing really close together there. Is it Vaughan and... Oh, is it Pretorius and Abel there, I think?
No, I reckon it's Thomas and Abel.
You're right, it is Josh Thomas and Tom Abel. Very, very close together. In
The giveaway is Abel we recognise from his old hat and his long hair now.
Yeah.
And Thomas has got those shin pads on.
Ah, yes, yeah. Good spot. But they are as close together as I can really remember seeing fielders in not in a slip position. Oh, there's a tempter again.
Tempter. I think Wally's bowled. This is his sixth. I might give him one more, and then I think I might look to, I don't know who. Whichever one he's got a choice of 4 or 5 actually. He's got. I mean, it could be Jack. I don't think it would be Jack. Could do Jack.
When did Ogborn last bowl? I wonder.
Well, no, he replaced Ogborn.
Yeah, so perhaps not.
I mean, if you're looking to whose turn it is, it's probably Pretorius, who hasn't, I don't think, bowled in this session. But I might give him one more if he's up for it. He's probably exhausted now, poor fella. Pretorius is going to run off the field, which might preface something like perhaps they, they're just going to inject him with something. No, they're not. They're going to maybe just perhaps he's putting the right boots on. Who knows?
Could be going to the loo. Perhaps.
Well, who knows?
Doesn't fancy bowling on a full bladder. That's fair enough.
Yeah, that could be mundane but genuine reason. Well, just to finish off, I was talking a week ago about Graham Dilley.
Yes.
And I just remember him almost saying the same thing, that when he's bowling at his best, he's not charging up the pitch. He's not running in as fast as he can. It's just rhythm, and he feels he could bowl 7 or 8 overs without expending too much energy when it's just cruising. It's always a bit of a mistake to think, if I need to bowl faster, and I'm no fast bowler, but I've kind of seen it. If you think the answer is, I've got to run up faster,
go harder, yeah.
It's not really the case, I don't think, or very rarely.
It's the mechanics almost of the...
You've got to be on cruise. You used to watch, I mean, in my era, Michael Holding, I mean, he would have been he probably was a very good sort of 200, 400 metre runner, but he would cruise in, but he wasn't at maximum speed. I suppose someone like Marshall was close to it. He used to really scuttle in. Oh, I don't think they're going to get that.
Well, Garner, I suppose, is not a bad example in that he never looked like he was going particularly quickly in his run.
Yes, although I wouldn't...
But is that just because he was very tall?
Well, he was very tall, but at least there was a year or two when he played for the West Indies. When I think the West Indians, it was quite a big bit of kudos to actually being given the new ball. And in one series he opened the bowling, I think, with Marshall. And actually Joel could bowl beautifully at, let us say, 83 miles an hour or below. But when he got given the new ball, I think he felt obliged to bowl a bit quicker, and you would see those massive legs or knees pumping a bit higher. So he did at least have the decency to look like he was having to expend energy to bowl that little bit quicker. Whereas I think someone like we talked about Ambrose earlier on, someone like Ambrose, he didn't even look like he was at full tilt or really straining himself when he bowled quickly. Joel at least had the, well, not the decency, but he had the sort of, well, he's off the mark here.
Good stop.
Good stop though, just the one. So yeah, you could see visible signs that he was.
It's Will Smeed there, didn't field.
Well, he's. Oh, we've got several people. Is that Jake Ball going off because Pretorius is? Who's not on the field then, as well as?
Pretorius we saw, didn't we?
Yeah. Is he still out there, Will Smeed?
Yeah, I think.
So he must be on for.
Check.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much.
Definitely Will Smeed. Here he is, having a bowl. He's having a
Lammonby.
practice bowl. Go on, give Smeedo a go.
Thank you, Tom Lammonby, for a very, very handy spell. And now it's time for Pretorius.
Change bowling and Marcus Trescothick.
So I'm trying to work out who Smeed's on because
Miguel Pretorius.
the captain's there. Oh, Alfie. Perhaps Alfie's not on the field. That's probably it. Anyway, Pretorius, who's actually only bowled 6 overs in this innings, got the 1 wicket, LBW, coming into tier. He kept a little bit low. But there's 10 overs remaining. These days, when players interrupt, they seem much longer, don't they, than the normal ones? Well, they are usually much longer. It's been a lovely evening, though.
Absolutely glorious for those who hung around. There's a spattering of spectators along the Lordian Botham stand and the James Hildreth stand against
Yeah.
the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Pleased with how Somerset have done. A couple more wickets, they'd be absolutely delighted.
Yeah.
Keeps the game alive. If, as you say, it will depend a lot on the weather tomorrow, and the forecast is not.
Yeah, I think for Somerset to have a sort of realistic chance, forgetting the weather, they need to get a couple more wickets tonight. 14 in the day on this surface is tricky, even if the weather is set fair, I would suggest. Not impossible, of course, but... So Vaughan's done a very good job. He hasn't really got the ball to turn much, but he's got 1 for 4 off 5 overs. No freebies. Pressure on. Since Tier hasn't played much. Let's get moving, assert himself. Even Cole's probably the same. He's faced 21 balls for his single.
Harry Brook has bowled Jamie Smith in the Yorkshire-Surrey game.
Really? And that's not a joke bowl, that, because Surrey are fighting like fury to try and... Well, Jamie Smith, of course, now has... Well, it's not the distinction, but we've seen him bowled by Labuschagne Seamers. Caught deepish cover. How was he out to Brook?
Bowled, clean bowled.
Okay.
For a duck.
For a duck?
Second ball duck.
So, very odd. Harry Brook was...
Brooks picked up 3 for...
Harry Brook has got 3 for.
Harry Brook has got 3 for 11 from 5 overs.
Good Lord, he's outdone Lammonby. That's amazing. He bowls little seamers, of course, Harry Brook.
Yeah, very... Oh, bowled him.
And that's gone. He's gone through the gate, and the pressure sort of told. I think he's kind of trying to get runs from a delivery that wasn't quite there to drive, and whether he got an inside edge or not, I don't know, but the bails have removed, and that's pressure partly. I mean, it's quite a good delivery. May have nipped back a little bit, but there's an element of pressure there. I want to get going. Given nothing, little mistake, 7 down.
I think there's an inside edge.
There might well be, I think.
2 noises.
Yeah, we'll have another look in a second. Nice full length, and he's pushing at it, but it's a length ball rather than a half volley. I don't know. I couldn't tell whether, but get your beady eyes on it, Charlie. You're near there. No, it didn't. Anyway, whatever it's gone through the gate, and it's just nicked the top of the off stump, and the fatal little rattle, and the celebrations begin. So 2 for 31 for Pretorius. Tears gone. I haven't quite got the tail yet. Who's next in?
Finn Hudson-Prentice makes his way.
Yeah, well, he's... I don't want to exaggerate the depth of it, but he's a genuine all-rounder.
Oh, yeah. He's a good bat, yeah.
And would normally be batting at 1 higher, because Carson, who was the night watchman, who's also a pretty good player, but came in, of course, last night. So...
Oh, there's definitely a big inside edge.
There is. Yeah, I feel well done.
Hawk-eyed
Charlie Taylor.
It was more... I was the noises, actually.
Yeah.
A couple of
noises.
Yeah,
but it's more a consequence of pressure there. Of he's he's not experienced. He's feeling the pressure. He just wants to get his innings going, and he pushed at a ball. Ooh, and he pushed at a ball that was not quite there for the drive. May have come back a bit. Straight ball has a certain potency. Coles, he's becalmed at the moment too. It's good pressure cricket, this, from Somerset. They daren't play a big shot, but they want to get going. There's no noise really from the stands. Quite a lot on the field now, though. They're buzzing a bit. You can just sense a few possibilities if the weather behaves a bit better. And that's 1 run, but they're not taking it because it's just a bit tight. So probably a wise decision in the end, but he was thinking about it. He wants to get going. Coles as well. 24 he's faced for his single. Seagulls coming in. And that one should have been runs in a way, but it hit Thomas at full with short leg.
Thomas. It was a horrible place to be.
It is, really.
Because you're not just... you're in the firing line, but you're also...
Well, it's even worse in the modern era where more people play that kind of aggressive slog sweep, which comes into your area.
Oh, horrible.
That's a good ball too. Well done. It's good bowling. It's not turning much from Vaughan, but he's maintaining that pressure, which leads to the odd mistake. Bit of a bonus, isn't it, for Gregory? He's put his big guns at them, and they didn't do the trick necessarily. Then on comes Lammonby, on comes Vaughan. So that's excellent from Vaughan, maintaining that pressure. Pretorius is running in, handing the sweater to his umpire. He's got a fresh batsman there in Hudson-Prentice.
Just briefly back to that, to Headingley, to that Yorkshire game. Yeah. Yorkshire made 486, Surrey replied 204. They're following on, they're 69 for 5.
Of which Harry Brook.
Harry Brook's taken the 3 for.
Who else has he got? He's got Smith, Jamie Smith. They're all top batsmen.
Jamie Smith, yeah. He got Ryan Patel out as well. He's a very good batsman.
Yeah.
And also Adam Thomas.
Okay. Well, he is less well known, but obviously, if he's in that Surrey team, he's a capable. I think he's a batsman rather.
You have to be fairly good.
Ooh. Oh, tried the sort of, I think that might have been an intentional Yorker first up. It was a good ball early on, just not quite straight enough, but it went past the, or underneath the bat. Snagging away on that line. It's just a good lead. It's a good lead, but it's not that wide.
Still 7.5 overs to go today.
The light looks pretty good. The lights are on. The floodlights are on and working impeccably.
Four runs.
That will be four. Sort of, I don't know if he meant that or not. I think he's a natural aggressor. That's Prentice. Maybe he's opened the face a bit, but I'm entirely convinced that was aimed quite so fine. But he's got four for it, and it's sort of broken that deadlock a little.
See if I can find the video of
Brooks' dismissal.
Brooke, yeah.
I mean, it's a damn good bowling change from Captain Bairstow. Yorkshire, inspired by their victory against Somerset. Both Yorkshire and Glamorgan have started to play rather well after beating Somerset, I fancy. Just probing away Pretorius. There's still not that extravagant movement. Let's have a look. We've got 3 slips, so this is going to be, I'm going to talk you through the dismissal of Smith. Well, he's just trying to defend off the back foot and it's clipped the off stump. It's just, I presume, left him off the pitch just a little bit, and he's very disconsolately walking back at Headingley. I mean, that's a legitimate dismissal. He had wicketkeeper standing up. 3 slips, not very deep, it has to be said. And along goes Jamie Smith, who has been in fantastic form in the county championship this summer. But clearly one of the answers to solving the Jamie Smith problem is to put on a vaguely recognised bowler. Can you get another one? Let's see if they're all... I mean, that's a...
Find the others.
You can do anything now, especially if you're Charlie and you're IT savvy.
This is Patel.
Okay. What's that? On that one?
The point, basically.
Where was he caught?
Point-ish, maybe cover. Just sort of cuts it, carves it straight to it.
I mean, he's got 3 slips on. Okay, that was Patel.
Here's Adam Thomas.
Unfortunate. He's gone wide of the crease this time, and...
Similar looking shot, point or gully, perhaps.
Well,
can't see because of the angle, but...
Yeah. Sorry, well, surely they're not going to survive in that match unless there's nasty weather.
Not batting.
Oh, he's taken Vaughan off, has Gregory, and he's put himself on. See if he can work a bit of magic. He's had a... He's wicketless. He looks a bit stiff, actually, because he came in to bowl that one.
Fair play.
But
strange scorecard looking at it now, I think. With Hughes at the top of the 107.
Yeah.
2 players who made 31. No one else has got to double digits.
Well, then there are, as we know, there are no real demons yet in this pitch.
No.
I don't know if there ever will be.
Some sort of praying that there will be.
A bit of scoreboard pressure. No. Oh! He just can't get that. I mean, that went quickly. That zipped off the pitch. And I'm not sure that Overton, they're both slips are pretty close. I'm not sure whether Overton touched it. It flew off the bat.
How high was it? Was it catchable?
Well, it might have been, but it went. They are, they're conscious of there not being much bounce on this surface by and large, and so they're obviously debating, are we too close? He went at it quite hard and it flew through. Have a look at the replay, see if we can whoosh. And it's sort of gone over his head, I think, but it's amazing how quickly it went.
Oh, the second time Gregory's sent one through the slips and it's not been taken.
I mean, I think that would have been a bonus.
Yeah.
That one, it flew remarkably quickly. And I'm sure they'll be, amongst other things, wondering, are we too close? But then, you know, when the nick goes and it bounces in front of someone, we've seen that happen once or twice too. So he's got away with it. I suppose it's a technical chance, unless it was so high he couldn't have touched it anyway. But and that is so close to either finding the edge or the off stump. You've not had much luck today, Gregory.
It's not far away from the edge or the stump. That's a very good ball. Glorious evening. How lovely, considering what we've spent watching the last 2 days. Ground staff coming on and off. We've got this lovely session here.
And he has bowled one or two loose balls actually in his bowling day, and that is a little short and a little wide. And he's actually put it away beautifully. So release some of the pressure. Coles will be feeling a little bit better. But
not far off batting bonus points now because they're still available.
Yeah.
That's a good shot. Eight off that over, and it'll be Pretorius to continue from the pavilion end.
I think I'd like Leach to just have a couple now somewhere. I think I might have had Leach for Vaughan. Just see whether you can get one of those little forward defensive pushes that hit the front pad. But Vaughan's done a terrific job.
You'd stick with Leach from that end then, would you? Oh, Leach is not on the field.
Leach is not on the field. Okay, well, we'll go back to plan A then. Little uppish that, didn't quite carry.
I don't think Pretorius will mind seeing that shot though. That will give a wicket taking option.
So what's up with Jack, I wonder?
Question has been asked.
He's obviously had a neck issue before, but that was before the Cardiff game.
Right behind that one. That's in practice. Still 301 behind. One way to go to that follow-on target with just the 3 wickets in hand.
Yeah, 3 good wickets there. I mean, next in is Robinson, who got 100 the other day. So there's still, you know, a few imposters out there for a tail end. But that's a glorious shot for nothing. Sweet shot. Good field.
Somerset fans not getting to see an awful lot of their new signing today and over this game. I saw, did he make 25?
He made a very
shaped up pretty nicely.
impressive looking 25. Yeah. And oh. Something like, I think I heard a shout from this side. I could hear it from here. This is a good ball. I don't think Pretorius was absolutely convinced himself. Zip through. Encouraging.
Yeah, no, Pretorius isn't celebrating now. He's sort of making the... Oh, that was close, sort of.
Yeah.
But it was only the...
But behind this, well, wicketkeeper and slips were very interested, but they often are. But oh well, there is just occasionally one still zipping through. See if Gregory can. He'll have to bowl them out. They're not going to catch it. They'll have to get a bowler or an LBW. It, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very hard for us to tell, but there was that sort of noise. And I mean, I think if he hadn't hit it, he didn't look. He looked pretty vulnerable.
Replay.
Let's have another look.
Yes, did hit it.
It's a tense moments though in that Sussex dressing room. Feels very important that.
Oh, that's close.
Yeah,
that is close.
That was the one that comes back in.
He's on his knees.
And he can't quite believe it, Gregory. He's still on his knees, aghast.
He could have had a few wickets today.
Yeah. He's up now, eventually. Still can't quite believe it. He's crawling back to his mark.
Feels like there's something brewing in this Gregory spell. He's got the better of Coles at the moment.
He has, but he wants his wicket.
There's Leach.
Where is he? He's going to come back on then.
Yeah, maybe just a treatment or something.
A few stretches. I don't know whether they'd like him to have a bowl. I could do. That is probably his least favourite end. This one. That's always good news to see him ready to come back on. I think he's going to come back on.
Better from Coles that time, getting right behind it. Somerset will get a new ball fairly early in the morning if they want it.
Yeah.
They'll be on 70 overs overnight.
Yeah. They want another wicket, really. They want They don't want to be spending much. I mean, what happened at Cardiff? The tail. Anyway, here comes Leach. And off goes Will Smead, I think.
Yeah.
Up comes Pretorius. He's keen to keep going.
Exciting seeing Smead walking out in his T20 kit on Friday. Crucial part. Well, I mean, without Smead, Somerset wouldn't have won that final game at Edgbaston in September. Scored, I think, 94 off the top of my head. It was absolutely brilliant innings.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Really mature. It was a innings which proved to me his game's moved on to the next level. It wasn't just about smashing the short balls for 6, which is quite often what he does. It was about hanging around and punishing any bad ball. It was a brilliant innings. I can't remember how many balls he scored that 94. I'm going to have a look.
Yeah, well, I don't quite know what the lineup will be, but I suppose it'll be Smead and Banton at the top. Missing Cola Cadmore, probably. Obviously, Abels plays, absolutely. I think Thomas Rue will get a game. Oh, that's close too. I think there's a little bit of bat there. Otherwise, I'm sure Pretorius would have been. Pretorius is, I think, playing a cunning game in that he's not shouting for the ones he knows actually aren't there. If you do that, when you get one that you really think is close, sometimes you feel the umpires take notice, rather than if you're shouting for everything, manically for everything.
Save it. Boy who cried wolf sort of thing.
Yeah.
That was straight.
It was straight, but he hit it, and he's taken a run. So 94, this was the final, was it?
This was the final,
Yeah.
just looking at the final. 94 off 58 balls.
Really?
I just reminded myself what a day it was. Tom Cola-Cadmore 23 off 14. Abel made a duck at number 3, a 2-ball duck. Rue scored 20 off 13, and then it was
James,
Dixon 33 off 22, again helping Somerset to a
Yeah.
T20 knockout win. And Lewis Gregory 18 from 5, including 1 4 and 2 6s. That really was a superb finishing innings. And with an over to spare, Somerset still had 6 balls they could have played with. Chased down 195, absolutely exquisite. Brilliant T20 cricket.
Well, they've won more than their fair share of games that you think, hang on a minute, we're second favourites here. It doesn't happen automatically, but
I've forgotten that Lewis Gregory also got the wicket of Toby Albert, who was on 85 off 48 and was clean bowled by Lewis Gregory, so it was a fantastic all-round performance in the final by Somerset.
well, another campaign. You have to start from scratch again. Another campaign on
And with
Friday.
a very different team for Somerset this
Yeah,
year.
it will be. Oh, that's straight, but it's middle. You know, it's in a slightly odd position there. But it's got a good eye, Hudson Prentice.
No Dixon, no Green. Goldsworthy's injured. Banton,
Cola
we hope,
Cadmore.
will be back. He's back playing. Cola Cadmore's injured. There's a big difference, especially at the start of the season.
No
when those
Meredith.
injuries are out. No Meredith, who was the top wicket taker in the whole competition last year. So very different Somerset side looking to defend the trophy.
Well, I don't think people remember there was that thing about England defending. We talk about defending. We're just trying to win it again.
Yes, yeah.
He's going to get 4 for that, and that's the second time he's going to get 4 down to that third-man boundary. That was more of an edge.
Yeah.
Frustrating for Pretorius, but nothing wrong with the delivery. Don't know. Jack's come back on. Whether he'll actually have a bowl is another matter. I think I might be tempted just to let him have a closing over, or it actually would only be 1 now because there are three overs remaining. So he may not. Actually, as a spinner, I used to. It was standard procedure that if not much was happening, the spinner would have an over before lunch. And everyone thought, well, just give it a... I never liked it really because you got. I mean, even for a spinner, you've got to get yourself loose end up, to get ready for it, swing those arms, get the muscles moving. And to do it just for 6 balls. Well, I mean, it's okay. I don't mind that much, but I'd rather have 2 or 3 overs before that. It's even worse for a fast bowler, I think, actually, if you get summoned up 6:30, 6:45 at night, and then being invited to come and have 1 over at him when you're creaking after bowling 18 overs. That's in the air, smashed straight to a fielder out there. Well, kept it down in the end. Coles, he's only got 12, and he's had a few minor alarms, but he's been out there for 44 balls and actually done quite a good job for. That's a loose shot, and he hasn't nicked it, and Gregory's still wicketless.
Amazing, really could have had 4 or 5, couldn't he?
Coles, I don't know, he's just coming down the wicket. He may have said something, but what do you say? I mean, you don't want to be too negative, but he could intimate that perhaps that's not the appropriate shot at this time of day in this situation.
So are you advocating an over of spin at the end then? Is that where your conversation was going to?
I initially was quite keen on the idea, but then I've just explained why on a cold evening when you've been nursing a bit of an injury, to get through that. He doesn't look like a man who has been alerted to bowl the last over at Milan. He's got his big jumper on, he's blowing his hands to try and keep him warm. That's a good shot.
Yeah, nice.
He's hit that with a flourish, and that has come from the middle of the bat. That's the sort of shot he was trying to play early on, so he hasn't held back. He missed the previous one. I think I might have a wide third man to him and almost feed that shot now.
Clearly quite comfortable playing it.
Yeah, but you want him to play it at this time of day, but you don't want to give 4 away. That was an angle, and he came down just in time. So that's the end of that over. 2 to go. Leach trots out to the far scoreboard. Pretorius is going to bowl what we assume to be the penultimate over of the only way it's not the penultimate over of the evening is if he gets 3 wickets.
Well, what about 2? Could they add on extra?
If a wicket fell in the last over, I think they walk off, don't they? Unless they change the rules, I don't know. Anyway, it's all very hypothetical, that.
Yeah.
But it's been a good spell from Pretorius.
They've got to change that for next year, I think.
There was some talk about it, wasn't there?
I think it's been brought in, but it won't affect the county championship until 2027. Both on 12, these players. Somerset would love a breakthrough just to send them off to the pavilion with a spring in their step. Get them 8 down, require 12 tomorrow. It's a tall order. It's full and straight. Cole's not taking any chances here.
No, he's been very, very discreet. Hudson Prentice still playing his shots, really.
Are you back tomorrow, Vic?
No.
Neither am I. Got a full change up. Perhaps Trigo's here.
Barry's here, I think.
Barry will
I think Sophie might be. I'm
Oh,
not sure.
yes. Not a great ball. Badly directed. Lovely. And of course, bringing you the live stream tomorrow, starting just before 11 o'clock, weather permitting. Fingers crossed that we get a full day.
Well, if you get a full day, there's still a game on. I mean, the odds will be on a draw. But it's not absolutely a done deal.
One over and one ball to come today. Driven. No run. One to come. It's a shame, actually. Could carry on playing. Still get a few more overs in. Nice and bright. The sun's about to come out from behind a cloud as well. Seems a shame to come off so early, given we've lost so many overs today. Carry on till 7 o'clock. And the floodlights have to be turned off. Apparently I am here tomorrow. Do you know what? I am here tomorrow. And that's fine.
Well, you see,
and that's fine. I just haven't turned the page on my diary.
Yeah. The problem is he's been so consumed by
Yes.
Eurovision that he just doesn't know where he's
That's
coming
it.
or going.
Well, I'll see you all tomorrow then. I look forward to that.
And he's got him. I think that's it for the day. He's got him, caught his slip. Abel's caught it, and that's it for the day. So it's worth coming tomorrow. That's a big wicket, that. Hudson Prentice got at the end. Just 2 needed, plus 10 more.
Well, I tell you, Lewis Gregory deserves that.
He does, yeah.
After
it would, I mean, I think Tom Abel, the ultimate team man, would have. I don't know where he'd have gone if he dropped that one. I mean, it was no slip catch is simple. That went quite quickly, but he grabbed it. And yes, you're right. He's deserved that one. That's Gregory. And it's a great way to finish the day for Somerset. And weather permitting, there is still a game on. There's still a lot of work for Sussex to do that still draw the favourite. But who knows? Funny old game.
Good wicket.
And you'll be here to witness the
I will
drama.
Be. I'm excited, and
don't forget, you've got to turn up to work tomorrow at about 4 o'clock. Okay?
Well,
Have you got that in your diary?
No, I haven't.
So
you
haven't.
Where the confusion's come from. I'm not on the breakfast shows.
Okay. Oh well. So obviously the audience.
I
drop,
haven't turned the page in my diary because I know I'm not in the breakfast show.
Okay. Well, you're here.
But I will be turning the page of the diary tonight and seeing. Look where I'm at.
You're at this show.
So I'll be here in Taunton tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it. In fact, that is a very exciting way to.
You're looking really pleased.
Monday. No, I am. I'm pleased. Well, that's a good day for Somerset, taking those 8 wickets.
Yeah, on a truncated day. They've done pretty well. Good session, this one.
Well, 7 wickets today, actually. They had 1 last night, didn't they? But yeah, still pretty good. To get them 8 down. Still 290 behind Somerset scores, so plenty of runs to play with. And Sussex will need to avoid the follow-on, really, to secure the game. They can obviously bat well in the second innings to make sure that they don't lose. But Somerset, it is still just about game on for Somerset here, especially with that last wicket, with the final ball of the day. It's 236 for 8. We will leave you, and I will return tomorrow. Vic, have a wonderful time until I next see you. Are you back here for some T20 fun at all? Is Cup starting soon?
I may not be, but I'll be back. I'll certainly be back when the red ball resumes. I think that's right, but I haven't looked at my diary very carefully either.
You and I both, obviously. Our red ball specialist, Vic Marks.
I used to be a white ball specialist. I did like that.
And I will be back tomorrow, so we'll see you then. Have a lovely evening.